Good morning. There's Pokemon to watch. How's it going, Penny? You are
It
currently
goes, it
you're
goes.
captured live. Nobody has to hear your kaiju noise or whatever the hell that was that came on as
My
soon as you joined PC.
my Five Nights at Trick Room 2 hallway noise.
Five Nights at Trick Room 2. You know, actually, with Regulation G coming up, I think we're about to encounter Five Nights at Trick Room 2. It's gonna be bad. Uh, c-
Is there Saluna back? Are
well,
we
it's less that Ursaluna is back, and more that there's a new Trick Room competitor on the docket, which is Calyrex Ice Rider. You know, the little shitty
Ah,
rabbit that hops on the horse and then they become two
yeah.
guys in one Pokeball, like the ultimate
The
form
th
of Yowie.
the thing that I hate.
You don't like Calyrex? They work out at the gym all day?
No,
Or at the library rather?
no, no.
No?
It is my least favorite legendary of all
I don't like
time.
it either. I like the horses independently, but then as soon as you put the rabbit on there, it's just like, well, this sucks actually.
Yeah, I
I,
like the horses. They're
it's
cute.
weird because I like Zekrom and Kyurem and Reshiram when they get to fuse together. I think that's neat. It's cool that they have like the DNA splicer in Gen 5. But then you just put the rabbit on the horse and you say that's one Pokemon? I can't agree with you. It's just
No.
it's morally
Yeah.
unconscionable. I really it's horrifying. But yeah, Calyrex Ice Rider is like supremely strong. It has like 160 attack and like 150 defense and like 50 speed or something like that. So it's like the new Trick Room boss for the single restricted format we're gonna get. But it's also
That's
an ice psychic type, which is like a really bad typing, which means it has pretty much has to terrestrialize. Though I guess that's true for most of the restricteds. Like you're willing to use your Terra on them.
yeah, for sure.
Oh, hold on, we're getting ads. I was gonna go over stuff on Top Cut Explorer, but looks like the stream is starting. So yeah, today we're watching the Orlando Regional. I wasn't planning on doing a co-stream for this, but then literally 7 or 8 people I know all qualified for day two. So I feel like I kind of have to. I'm like morally obligated to be here and cheer them on. Not for TCG, of course. I don't know anything about TCG. Still, despite your best efforts,
Yeah, it's okay. I got I got my single Cyrus Davis clip just now, so I'm
you
pleased.
got your what?
My single Cyrus Davis clip.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. I didn't catch that
Yeah.
that was a name. I heard single something something. I thought that was a
Yeah.
card mechanic.
No, no, no,
No,
no.
Cyrus Davis. Yes, got it. Wow, Palafin. Remember him? Does anybody remember
No.
Palafin?
I do.
You do.
He lasted what? One format?
I think two. I'll give him a
Okay.
generous two formats. I want him to come back because I think it would be funny. But the thing is, like, the team that I imagined he would work best with would be with Incineroar, and Incineroar only came into the format too late for him to actually capitalize on that. Like, Palafin's entire
Yeah.
gimmick is you have to swap out, and then you come back in, and your stats are like twice as good for the rest of the game. And so Incineroar is the guy who likes to switch more than anybody else in the entire game. I think you could actually make a viable, like, regional dex level team with like Incineroar, Palafin, Amoonguss as your Fire Water Grass core.
Yeah, for sure.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers.
Good morning, Joe Brown. How's it going?
Day two coverage of the Orlando Regional Championship.
Oh, hey, I don't know. I didn't know that he lost last round. That's really unfortunate. Yeah, so like I was saying, I got a lot of friends who were in the tournament today. But right before we went live, disaster struck because the pairings for the last round before. So I'm gonna mute Joe Brown for a second because I'm talking over him. Um, the pairings for the round right before the one that went live went up, and they are this. So I know Stefan, I know Zachary, I know Jacob, and I don't know Ben, but he's a local also. And they all got paired against each other in top here. So like this was inevitable, Stefan versus Zachary, because they're both like pretty much 10-1 going into this. But then Jacob got the up pair, or Ben got the down pair, depending on how you're looking at this. And so like we basically have a guaranteed double team kill here. And according to Sea Shrubs in chat, I guess Jacob lost last round, bringing him down to 9-3, which I think bumps him out from being able to be top cut qualified. But I think that still puts him in the running for top 32. Zachary won. Okay, and oh yeah, Chase isn't even on this screenshot, but there's, like I said, lots of people I know who are playing today. There's a fellow named Chase Mateo who's also in the running for like top cut, and so if Zachary Weed won, then he's 11-1, and it's almost certainly going to be our stream match, and definitely makes cut, I think, at uh that score. But yeah, basically right before we got into the stream today, the regional pairing system decided, no, 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 we cannot have that kind of New England representation. It's not allowed. Super, super sad. I was so excited to see all the homies on stream today. Oh, good, Dawe won. Is that Dawe like 10-2 now then or something? Does that I know that they're doing pretty good. Actually, let's look at teams real quick also.
I was gonna say I was just taking a look at those.
Yeah,
While
on
you were
Top
talking
Cut.
about while you were talking
Yes.
about friends.
Yeah, so Ben, who's like I said, a New England local around here, is running real love letter to me with a Trick Room team. That's basically what I've been running for the latter half of the format. We've got Torkoal, we've got Farigarath, we have Indeedee, and we have Hatterene at the end if these images ever load. Like the iconic VGC girlfriends. Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Wait. I like glanced at this earlier. I didn't really grok what I was looking at. Uh, Let me make this really big. This is a Hatterene allegedly holding a clear amulet. I don't know for what purpose you would do that unless you're just afraid of Snarl. Because you're already immune to status moves with Magic Bounce. Like, you can't... Parting Shot from Incineroar or whatever would actually make you switch out because of the way that ability works. That, like, is a non-factor. Although... No. I actually don't know. Now I'm really curious. I'd have to test this. So, the interaction with Hatterene here, when you use Parting Shot from Incineroar, Parting Shot is like a status move that lowers both offensive stats of the target, and then you switch out. Basically, you swear at them real good, they feel bad about themselves, and then you leave. You just turn around and get the final word in. I think it's actually called, like, last word in Italian. But it's like one of his many, many utility moves. With Magic Bounce, which is an ability that reflects status moves back to the user, it actually then makes you do that to Incineroar, but the end result is you switch out. Like, so Incineroar can basically force Hatterene out by using Parting Shot. And I'm wondering if Clear Amulet blocks the usage of that move at all. Because in a normal situation without Magic Bounce in play, if you try and Parting Shot into a Clear Amulet holder, little text will come up that says, so-and-so's stats are prevented from dropping due to the Clear Amulet, and then Incineroar does not swap out. The move just fails. So I'm wondering if this Clear Amulet exists exclusively to prevent you from being able to be forced out by Incineroar, which is like a very common thing you can do. Incineroar is immune to Expanding Force, takes neutral from Dazzling Gleam because Fire resists Fairy, and Dark is weak to Fairy. And they're immune to Psyshock as well. So Hatterene can't really just blow up Incineroar like it can blow everybody else up. So it is very possible that you can get the switch in and then force her out with Parting Shot. I don't know how this works though, because like it depends on order of operations, right? Where if the Parting Shot like block from Clear Amulet happens before Magic Bounce is factored in, then I could see it working. But if Magic Bounce takes priority, then there is no Parting Shot being cast on you at all, so Clear Amulet wouldn't have anything to do with it. Anyway, sorry, I got really confused by this. I've literally never seen this hold item on this Pokemon before, and I think about Hatterene a lot, so I'm surprised to learn new tricks. Sorry. Penny, what are your thoughts on Hatterene?
Trans rights.
So true, actually.
That's my thoughts.
So true. She's very cool. But usually you see like a covert cloak to block like being able to like be flinched or whatever, or fake out if you don't have psychic terrain up, something like that. Because then with Magic Bounce and like with Magic Bounce and Covert Cloak, you are basically immune to ever being statused under any circumstances. You cannot flinch. Like you are just completely impervious to everything, which is very cool. But you are hurting on damage then. And then like Life Orb is the all-in strategy, kind of better for like closed team sheets ladder, where you just want to blow stuff off as fast as possible. Don't give your opponent time to learn what your team does. So that's like what I run when I've been doing laddering on this channel before. But Clear Amulet's new. I'm actually really intrigued by that. Sad that we won't get to really see any more of this, and I won't really get to try this because as of next month, we're starting a new format, which might as well be a new game. We're entering Regulation G, which is when you're allowed to have a single box legendary, or they're known as like restricted Pokemon, which is basically the list of Pokemon that have appeared on box art. And with it, the whole format completely warps around them. You now have like a single team captain, and it's not going to be Hatterene, I'll tell you that much. A clear
Yeah.
amulet in particular is a very popular item on like half of the legendaries. Groudon loves to run it. I've been running it on Ho-Oh, just because otherwise you will get intimidated down, like inevitably. Incineroar is just that guy. So this is cool.
How goes the Ho search?
So I'm at triple odds right now. I'm close to 300 Dynamax Adventure resets, which like for thinking about how low shiny odds were in old games, I'm being a complainer. But in Gen 8 with the shiny charm and in the Dynamax Adventures, it's 1 in 100, and I have cleared that 3 times. So, uh, I don't know. Not great. I can't wait to finally catch my bird just in time to decide I don't actually like the team archetype with Ho-Oh.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's what's going to happen. But so far, it's been fine. Like, whatever. I would like to be done with it. Anyway, other cool things about this team. Everybody's running Psyshock, which is like the psychic move that deals physical damage based on your special attack stat. I assume this is all a countermeasure to Fluttermane, who can eat a psychic no problem, but can't eat a Psyshock. That's at least why I've historically tried to run it. Um, Urshifu, Wicked Blow. I had this guy on my Global Challenge team along with Smeargle. Pretty good. Just run 4 attacks. No reason not to. Terra Grass is interesting. I was running Terra Dark just because I needed to do infinity damage as fast as possible in the 5 Nights of Trick Room. And then Smeargle actually running Sash instead of Eject Pack with Technician is kind of interesting. On Ladder, you'd see Moody with Eject Pack, where you forcibly lower one of your stats at the end of the turn and then Eject Pack kicks in. So you'd get like a free switch into one of your sweepers. Or Smeargle just dies. Or, sorry, he's knocked out. Uh, and then you get a free switch. But this is interesting. I guess you do marginally more damage with Fake Out with Technician. Cool. I don't know. Cool team. Oh, they're talking about
Team.
Stefan. I know this guy. This guy's a local.
I was not aware that Smeargle was like in the meta at the moment.
It's not really. It's pretty much just for like trick room shenanigans like this. I
Okay,
was
okay.
running it on a team where I had it next to Farigiraf, who can't be hit by priority moves thanks to Armor Tail, and then so Smeargle would
Mhm.
sit there with like either Fake Out or Follow Me and Moody and Eject Pack. The idea would be that you click Trick Room, turn 1 with Farigiraf. With Safety Goggles, you can't be spored. Your only threat is a slow taunt or imprison at that point. Because priority taunts would be blocked, like from your Tornadus, Grimmsnarl type guys, because Armortail blocks priority moves. And then Smeargle would
Mhm.
pull things in with Redirect. So the only way that you'd get a taunt onto Farigiraf would be to knock out Smeargle in one shot because it wouldn't be holding a Focus Sash, and then go for a slow taunt. Uh, Goggles prevent you from being spored by Mungus, like I said. You could also like attempt to one-shot Farigiraf, but that's pretty hard, especially with the defensive Terra. Um, Things like that. But then, so the downside is you're basically fighting like ostensibly 2v4 because Farigiraf doesn't do a ton of damage, like despite its best
Yeah.
efforts. Its job is to click Helping Hand on like the Torkoal that's sitting next to you, and you just have to hit the nastiest eruptions of your entire life with like Terra Fire choice specs. And then if you have to defensively Terra on Farigiraf, it's really hard to like do that. So my team
Yeah.
was Torkoal, Farigiraf. I actually didn't have either of the Psychic Girlfriends. So it was Torkoal, Farigiraf, Smeargle, Iron Hands, Urshifu Dark, and Ursaluna Blood Moon was the last one. Just Terra Normal
Ah.
Hyper Voice. Just try like in the event that my opponent brings lots of ghost types or whatever, right? Just like I need to hit neutral damage as loud as possible. So that's what I was running. I ended up basically succumbing to the fact that, like I said, I would be fighting 2v4 most of the time. Smeargle would exist. Uh, Obviously, you can't run the eject pack thing if the opponent has
Mhm.
intimidate. That's what I brought Iron Hands with the clear amulet for, because Iron Hands kind of shreds Incineroar with like fighting, or like if they Terra
Yeah.
Water defensively, you've got electric, and they'd be holding a clear amulet to be immune to intimidate. So there was that. Okay, what other teams do we have? There's like a bunch. So that was Benj, who's currently doing the one of the best on the region. Stefan, who I tabbed over to stream for, also local, like I said, seems to be running a pretty standard like balancy team. Ogre Pond Wellspring is good stuff's water type. Goldengo, good stuff. Ghost Steel type. The dual genius of healthy meta. You can set up Rain for who? For Ogerpon, I guess. And then Landorus with Life Orb and Sheer Force can just do a billion million damage. Sheer Force gives you a 30% damage boost on moves that have a secondary effect and strips away their secondary effect. For whatever reason, it applies to all moves that are boosted by Life Orb and also strips away the Life Orb recoil as a secondary effect. So he does not have to pay life to use Life Orb. So it's effectively
Wait, that's
yeah, it's
insane.
really scary. So he gets this is like what you always run with Lando. Earth Power for stab, Sludge Bomb because it hits a lot of other things pretty powerfully and has the secondary effect to trigger all that stuff. You can Terra Poison to get away from your ice weaknesses and go into a ground weakness, which nobody'd target you with ground if they're like not having a Psychic Soul read. Just do a lot of damage. You get walled by Orthworm and Corviknight naturally, which are a flying steel type and a pure steel type that's immune to ground. Poison not being able to hit steel types and flying types being immune to earth power. So like that's kind of a thing you have to watch out for, but generally that doesn't come up too often. Um, those are the only two Pokemon in the entire game I think that just like are immune to this guy. Everybody else has to be pretty afraid. Protect Substitute to like stall out Trick Room, whatever. You've got
Mhm.
Rain Dance on here. I can only assume to. Oh, thank you. Yeah, she's eating right now. Again, like I don't usually stream too early, but I've been doing it more as we get into spring. So I've been trying to have the turtle cam up because she's a real treat. Nice to see you. Also, I won't say who it is in Top Cut because I don't want to dox my man. But my friend Professor Tiberius did make day 2 for today's
So let's
event.
go.
So I'm not gonna point out which guy he is on this list. That's up to him to decide to do when he makes it to the finals. But he is here in day 2. It's his second ever day 2. His first ever day 2 was at Vancouver, and I was happy to oversee that. Really nice. I also got to meet him in person at Vancouver, which was very cool. And then I kind of surprised him because like, here's your team sheet, uh, player name, and it's like, nice to finally meet you in the flesh. And he like did not immediately recognize who I was, which was funny.
That's really funny.
No surprise here. Both of us look pretty much exactly like our VTuber avatars, so it was not hard for me to figure out. But yeah, second day 2 for him. Really happy for him. I don't know where he's standing at the qualifications for Worlds in terms of points, but I mean he's doing better than he was before. That's for sure. Oh, and one other cool thing about Stefan's team before I like pass, we have Incineroar. Nobody cares. Everybody knows what Incineroar does. He's got a Clefairy, which is awesome.
Clefairy sweet.
Clefairy is truly great. Eviolite, we love to see it. 50% bonus on both defenses for freezies. Friend Guard reduces the incoming damage on your ally by another 33%. So like super good. They've got redirection, which is one of the most coveted things in the entire game. You can throw out Moonblasts with stab and do like a damage. You've got Sing if you want to just flip a coin. I think Sing has 55% accuracy,
I
but it
think
will
it
put your
is,
opponent to
yeah.
sleep. Yeah. So like, I was wondering why you would run Sing over like Life Dew, because like I'm one of the world's most cautious gamers on the planet, which is why I don't compete like this. It makes me get the jitters, because I'm just like I'm such a control freak where I'm like all these variables outside of my control, things I can't prepare for, whatever. It's stressful. So like my cautious ass would run like Life Dew, which I know at least will heal me, and there's nothing they can do to stop that from happening. But like if you're just willing to be a gambling man and you want to flip a coin, Sing can pretty much win you the game like outright if it lands. Just putting an opponent's Pokemon to sleep, even like through a grass immunity or like safety goggles, which you'd use to have countermeasures to Spore, the other sleep move. You can pretty much hit anything unless they have Soundproof, which is nobody currently. Nobody's running Komo or anything like that. So like if you flip a coin and you get a sleep, you can just win. And similarly to Amoonguss, Clefairy's kind of thing is they just sit on the field for as long as you let them, providing that passive friend guard bonus and continuing to like maybe redirect. So if you're gonna sit around for a while, you might as well just keep flipping that coin, right? Like eventually you're gonna get heads and get the Sing to land, I think. And with Eviolite, you've got a lot of sticking power. So
Yeah.
I think that's pretty cool. Who else do I know? I was talking about Jacob. Where's Jacob? Zach Weed is a local player who recently, this is their first season as a master. They were a senior last year, and they did phenomenally. I don't know anything about the team that they're running, but I see that they've got Screamtail running Rock Tomb, Encore, Disable, and Protect. So, like, that's pretty
That's
cool.
That's
I'll
awesome.
point out here that I was told by, just in the chat earlier that Zach Weed here went and beat Stefan, meaning that I think Zach is currently top seed of the tournament with this team. So again, they just aged into Masters this season, and like they're running. They decided that this was the call. The rest of this is like extremely meta balanced stuff, like Rillaboom, Incineroar, Ogerpon,
Raging Bull,
Raging Bull. Yeah,
Rillaboom.
usually it's Water Ogerpon. Hearthflame is like also obviously very good. You just lay on the damage. No reason really not to. Cool. They've got the Water Urshifu. Cool. Very meta. Focus Sash. Whatever. But Rock Tomb Encore. Like I have not seen Rock Tomb used. I don't think ever on like a stream match or like in a tournament I've officiated. Certainly not on Screamtail. But Screamtail's gimmick is that they're very fast and very bulky, and they have like no offense. So you're not doing damage with this move, but Rock Tomb's secondary effect is it guarantees lowers the opponent's speed by one stage, kind of like what you'd see with Icy Wind or like Electro Web. So it's a form of speed control, and with booster energy, I'm assuming they're getting a speed boost on top of that. So you're gonna guarantee go faster. You can forcibly lower your opponent's speed. Yeah, they've also got like Electro Web on Raging Bolt, so very good speed control on this team. You can move
Yeah.
fast, lower your opponent's speed, then hit them with your partner, who will now be faster than them. And if they try and go for like a protect or whatever, with your incredible speed, you can then encore them next turn and force them to continue to protect. Uh, and like, I might not even need to explain why encore and disable is a nasty combo. You can
Oh, for
you
sure.
can force them into a move, and then this next turn you actually can't use that move for the next 5 turns. So good luck. You have to struggle or switch out. Very fun. This is common on Screamtail. Like actually, these 3 moves are very common because that's like its gimmick. It's very hard to remove from the field because it's very bulky. It's very fast, so it can always encore you before you can switch to a better move if you ever protect in front of it, or like use a status move, or like God help you if you Trick Room in front of it, right? Um, but Rock Tomb is a really interesting decision. That's cool as hell.
I'm really curious because I assume we will probably be seeing this on stream.
I
I'm
hope so.
really excited to.
Okay, so I don't know Wolf Glick. Some I don't know who they are. Whatever. I do know Dawei. Dawei's running a Mousehold team, which is cool. Dawei's Mousehold's strongest soldier out here.
With
Um,
Clamora too.
yeah. So this is just classic pop bomb. Uh, what's up? What's LMAO? Oh, Wolf. Yeah, I don't. Wolf Glick is not a local, but he's doing as well as some of my locals, so he's probably got a bright future ahead of him. Is what I'm saying. So I don't really know what the deal with Dawei's team is. Dawei used to be like a Mousehold and Dondozo player, and all of her matches would go to, hey Denshi, 27 months, good grief. Good to see you. We're watching the Orlando Regional today. I'll be cutting over to the official stream. Oh, actually they're showing something interesting. Here's today's
I was
top
gonna
12
say.
Pokemon. Oh, I am galled, gutted, shocked to see something overthrow Incineroar. This is disgusting, actually. That Urshifu Rapid Strike has superseded not only Incineroar and Flutter. Like, this is kind of crazy. I didn't think anybody would ever, ever come close to Incineroar again. And it's a whopping 2%. That's like actually pretty sizable.
Significant.
The rest of this is not terribly surprising. These are like, they're good stuffs, guys. Uh, Incineroar, for those who are new to VGC, is just an incredibly versatile Pokemon. They gave it the ability Intimidate late into Gen 7, or maybe start of Gen 8, which is an ability that lowers your opponent's offensive stat, physical attack when you enter the field. Also, yeah, hold on, Penny, behind your head here, Dragonite sneaking into top 12. Kind of
That's
sick.
awesome. That's sick. That's so sick.
Kind of sick. But yeah, to go back to Incineroar, just explaining why he's like the joke people will make about VGC. Like, this is Mr. Pokemon right here. His typing is really good. He resists or is hit by neutral for like most meta things. Resists Ghost, Neutral, and the Fairy. Resists Fire, resists Grass, things like that. So very strong typing. He's got really good bulk and really low speed, so he can take a lot of hits. His move pool is one of the deepest and most useful support move pools they've ever created. He can learn Fake Out, which is a move where you can forcibly flinch your opponent on the first turn you enter the field. He has U-turn, which lets you pivot, do a little damage and pivot out. He gets knockoff, which lets you hit your opponent for high damage and remove their hold item for the rest of the game. He gets helping hand now, which I have not actually seen anybody run, but it's a thing you can do. He gets taunt, which makes your opponent have to use attacking moves, can't use status moves, things like that. And his ability Intimidate really, really Oh, and he gets Parting Shot, which I was talking about earlier, which is another
Yeah.
move where you can pivot and lower your opponent's offense, both physical and special, before you leave. And because he's really slow, this is what's called a slow pivot, which is very beneficial in that you get to take the damage instead of the guy you're about to switch into, right? And so because you're very bulky, that's fine. You can like switch into a glass cannon at the end of the turn, so at the start of the next turn, your glass cannon is untouched. He's very powerful in that regard. Like having a fast pivot is good because you get out of dodge, but a slow pivot means that your incoming ally is safe. And as I was saying, he gets Intimidate, so every time he comes in, he lowers your opponent's both of them, their physical offense by 1. And he loves to come back in and out because he gets Fake Out, so he's just the guy who does it all.
Opponent and a finals opponent. I'm glad I was able to pull through.
Kevin Hahn is, I believe, he won EUIC.
They just said
No,
that
he didn't win. Sorry, he came close though, I think.
they just said that this is their 7th regional win.
Yeah, this is seniors, I think. I think I'm not listening. I have the volume really low because I was talking.
Just after a week after EYC, so I didn't want to have to make a whole new team and have to practice my matchups with that. And this is also
But he's got the
last,
medal.
Tournament of Reg F, so yeah.
Nice. And what were those 6 Pokemon, in case people aren't familiar?
The 6 Pokemon were Ogerpon Wellspring, Farigiraf, Ursaluna Blood Moon, Urshifu Dark, Fluttermane, and Incineroar.
Awesome. So you were telling me that the finals match was a very difficult match for you. Can you tell everybody about what your strategy was and how you won it?
My strategy was to lead Fluttermane and
Good strategy.
kind of do as much damage to my opponent's team as I can.
Yo, brilliant.
And in
Yeah.
the
This kid's cooking.
An Incineroar, I could sweep the rest of my opponent's Pokemon.
I feel bad laughing at this because
So did
like
that work
I
out
hate
for 2 games?
interviews
Did it
like
go to 3
this.
games?
It worked out for game 1.
It's like when you interview like a football player at the end of the game. It's like, how do you achieve victory? And it's like, well, we really wanted it. We were really hungry, you know. Like I just played better than my opponent, and I feel like that's what it comes down to. It's like my strategy was to lead the most meta Pokemon in the generation and do a lot of damage, then have the 2 next most meta Pokemon in the back. And it's like, yeah, that's how you win. Like, correct.
My goal at the start of the season was to win an international, and I've already done that and a lot of regionals. So I think my next goal is worlds.
Nice. Well, Kevin, congratulations. You're definitely going to be someone to watch at the
Yeah, so
World
this kid's name is
Championships this
Kevin,
summer.
Kevin Hahn,
Any shout-outs
and so
to
there's been a
anybody
lot
who
of
made it home?
groundswell on social media about the Han Dynasty starting up, which I think is fun.
My brother, since he helped me a
What's
lot.
the context behind that?
Oh, I think he's got another brother in one of the other divisions. I don't remember if he's younger or older. But so there's like
All right, well,
multiple
Kevin, best of luck in the
That's
future.
members of
awesome.
the Han Dynasty here, which is like obviously a
I am here
ancient
with
Chinese,
our
like,
Orlando Regional
dynasty
Champion in the
you would learn about
Seniors
in
Division 8.
your history books.
Okay, yeah.
His brother's
he
older,
says his
says
brother
me.
is
Okay.
older, yeah.
I couldn't remember.
So let's get into it.
He's not a local
Oh,
player. I don't
that
care.
was juniors. This is seniors.
Oh, he was a junior. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm unused to juniors who aren't literally Avery from NAIC last year, where they're like
Yeah.
literally 6 years old.
But instead of Talonflame
Okay.
and Urshifu, it ran Clear Amulet, Landorus T, and Speed Booster Flutter for speed control. Along with, rather than Thunderous Incarnate, it ran Thunderous Therian, which I kind of regretted halfway through, but it worked out. And it still ran the Scizor that completely checks Fluttermane for free, which is
For
very
free?
useful in a meta where Fluttermane is over 60% usage most of the time.
I want to see this. I want to. They should stream seniors matches. I want to see these teams where people are just putting Sizer on, and there's no there's no downside.
Yeah.
I know. I was talking about how Zach is currently first place. Leaf, did you see Zach is running Rock Tomb Screamtail? I have never seen that combination in my entire life, and I've seen a lot, probably higher than average number of matches of Screamtail because Jacob is a local. I've never seen anybody click Rock Tomb in like VGC before. That's crazy.
Because he's a great pillow, and I got him at San Antonio, and look at him.
My
We're
boss
finally
is
talking
awesome.
about we're finally talking about the real meta, which is the plushie meta.
Yes. Yes.
Than the plush is the metal. How does it
Yeah,
feel
I
to
agree.
have that metal in your hand right now?
I gotta wash my Torkoal. He's getting dingy.
honestly,
It's
we
hard
didn't
to
do an
do,
interview for
but
Peoria.
well traveled. I took him to Vancouver. I have one of the nicest photos I'll ever have from any event I ever go to. Perkle sitting on the stream desk, looking out to the audience. At my one time, I got to be a stream judge. Very, very fond memory. Very nice.
And my buddy
Awesome.
Kyle for riding with us.
But I gotta clean them. I don't really know the best way to clean these things.
Where they
Put it in a pillowcase and put that pillowcase in the washing machine.
Oh, okay, ain't no way I'm putting this thing in a washing machine. Sorry, Penny.
also at home.
I do not trust a machine to not destroy this thing.
This morning because he
So you put it in the pillowcase.
I only got the protective bubble midway through Vancouver, so like on the flight over, he got like squished in my bag pretty aggressively, because I packed pretty heavily. Also, this is like his 8th event, and I bring him to locals from before that, so he was already a little dingy before that. But now I'm paying more attention to it now.
Or the World Championships, but it's always nice to hear from the champion.
Oh, also of note, commentator on the right here is Len Duell, who previously competed a ton in this season as like Sandstorm's strongest soldier. This guy was running Tyranitar, Lycanroc up to as recently as UIC, I think.
I was gonna ask if he was the T-Tar team from EU.
Mm-hmm. That's correct. This dude locked in like a Nat Dex team, or like regional Dex team, since Regulation A, and has just continued to run it all the way until now, and gotten really good results. I was very happy to see him continue to run it at Vancouver, and I think he competed in UIC, right?
Look at some tweets, of course, if you want
So,
your tweet to possibly
yeah, very minimal changes. He's had like Garchomp, Tyranitar, Lycanroc, and others. I think he had Corviknight also. Yeah, oh yeah, he was definitely at UIC. I remember watching. And he had Corviknight, which I was excited about because I love Corviknight.
What a run. Hashtag play Pokemon, hashtag Pokemon, hashtag Pokemon Scarlet Violet, hashtag Pokemon fan art, and
Thank you for reading the hashtags, commentator.
seeing fan art.
I love this art. They all look so friendly and not like they're just about to smash you with so much damage, which is what's actually happening.
Yeah, I mean,
The
they are
Chimchar
all-
doesn't look like it's about to icicle crash your entire life away.
they look more like friends than they do like they just want to beat you up.
Penny, I know Chien-Pao's meta in the TCG right now also. What's the deal for that deck?
Which one of these Pokemon are you more
Let me pull up a list real
you know.
quick, because it's actually getting a structure deck again as well soon. What Pokemon does actually is they just release literally like $20 out-of-box competitive decks. Like you could go win a regional with it out of box,
Yeah.
kind of like stuff.
Yeah.
Here, let me pull up my good friend Limitless TCG.
Oh yeah, and so as Lee points out here, I think slightly over 10% of Day 2 players were players that come to our locals. I've never been more proud of New England. Yes, there were 73 players that qualified for Day 2, and I personally know at least 7 of them, and I believe there were 9 total that are like considered like regional locals. So yeah, a little over 10%, which is very cool. There has been discourse on Twitter. There was a post a while ago some seniors level player made that was like, like Utah has the hardest regionals of any region, doesn't even come close. And then he put like power rankings where he like said that like New York was being carried by like Tim Edwards at like position number 3 or whatever, which is like obviously engagement bait. I don't think many people took it seriously, but it's hard not to get that regional pride. So I'm very happy that we're gonna finally put that discourse to bed, like knock it out cold by having all of our players place in the top 16 today. I think that's going to be exciting.
Okay. So I have this deck pulled up real quick. It's actually pretty simple. It's Chien-Pao's ability is once per turn, search for 2 basic water energy and add them to your hand.
Okay.
And its attack is you may discard any amount of water energy from any of your Pokemon, and this attack does 60 damage for each card you discarded this way.
Oh, okay. So it's an energy stacker, one of those guys.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you pair that with the Baxcalibur engine, which has an ability saying, as often as you like during your turn, you can attach a basic water energy from your hand to one of your Pokemon.
Aw. Okay.
It actually only runs 9 total energy, only 8 of them being water, and then 1 electric because, of course, it runs Iron Hands.
Of course it runs Iron Hands, which is that's if you get a prize, you get 2 prizes, right, or something like that.
Yeah, you take an additional prize card for its attack. And it only needs 1 electric energy, and then you can just have 3 of any other energy.
That's
Uh,
that's goofy.
That's really goofy. I
If I
hands just always around, and then it just runs a bunch of energy retrieval cards like Super Rod. Super Rod just shuffle any 3 cards from your discard pile back into your deck.
Okay, so
Or
you discard your energy, put it back in. Got it. Yeah.
yeah,
That's why you don't need
it's
tons of energy.
superior energy retrieval. You discard 2 cards, and then you put 4 basic energy cards from your discard pile into your hand.
Okay, that makes sense.
Oh, I remember plenty of
That
them
makes
times
sense.
where just Pokemon that you
What is there? There must be a cap on how many of your cards can be energy cards, right?
Sleep Talk, Suicune.
I don't think so,
Oh, okay.
actually. But it's still very light on energy, just because you can
I mean, yeah, for this one it makes sense to like
recycle,
have
yeah.
other more useful things because you can just get them back when you need them. But I'm just now thinking about like, oh yeah, you're running less energy. You mentioned decks that only run like 1 energy, but now I'm
Yeah,
thinking about like you have a
like
deck that's like all energy practically.
like our good friend Snorlax Stall.
Yeah, that was so funny.
it's still a thing that's prevalent today in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. You just always there's enough Pokemon with the right
Um,
ability or
So another crazy thing to note for today is usually Swiss caps at around 14,
to what you're
I think.
trying to do that just feels very defeating.
And today it's going to 15 because they have so many players.
Other reasons why I'd also sink into my seat is
So usually day 1 ends with 9 rounds, and then day 2 is usually another 5 for typically how many players we had. And because Orlando has exceeded 900 players, they have gone to an additional round of Swiss before Top Cut today. So we will see Swiss rounds 13, 14, and 15 before we get to Top Cut.
great interview.
Leaf, you can't do that because of bias, I'm assuming. But yes, I agree. Also, that would just mean that Gabby would be on the comms all day, I assume, because there are so many New England players in top right now.
Winners interview. I highly
Wait, oh, Jacob still has a chance to Top Cut? No way, no shot.
tomorrow on your free time.
I don't believe you.
And,
I can't. I refuse to believe that good things can happen to good people.
Super insightful, covering like how to prepare for certain matchups, how to manage not needing to make big reads, but also things like how to prepare yourself between rounds and keep your mental energy up over the.
Oh yeah. While we're listening to Len talk here before we get to the
matches of Pokemon
next round, let's look at Jacob's team. Oh, I didn't mean to pause.
days, you have to be thinking through how to keep up your energy through.
It'll be a numbers game based on day 2 resistance. Ugh.
regional championship win.
Well,
That's
however many it
nasty.
takes to win top
Where's Jacob's team? Did I
138
pass
players,
Jacob?
single elimination,
I did. Jacob's higher than
7
this.
rounds.
Yep, and that was mine as well. So the format has changed a lot.
No.
Best of one, just get it done quick. Move on to the next.
Jacob's team is cool. It has Roaring Moon on it.
Day events, right? Just
Why do I not see Jacob?
one-day event.
Another TCG menace.
Be all done at-
Oh, hold on. Before we talk about Jacob, I need to talk about this team, which I'm assuming has to have bombed out because I just refuse to believe that this can succeed. But I want to believe.
The Monkey Dory.
Yeah, I mean, like, you might already see why things are kind of strange here. Okay, Dragonite with Choice Band, Terra Normal, Inner Focus, Extreme Speed, Aerial, Stomping Tantrum, Outrage. Cool. Seen it before. Sounds good. Do a lot of damage. Pretty cool.
Whether you want a team that's gonna
Who's this?
constantly putting you
Image not found for Monkey Dory. Unknown what this Pokemon looks like. No one's ever seen it before. Holding a Focus Sash with Toxic Chain, Terra Poison, Fake Out Psychic, Sludge Wave. Mind you, Sludge Wave hits your allies. This hits everybody. And Protect with the Focus Sash. Toxic Chain has a 30% chance to...
They are showing top 16 right now. It does not look like Jacob made it.
Oh, no, this is just for now. There's still, like I said, there are 3 more
Okay.
rounds of Swiss.
Okay,
We're going to start
okay.
round 13, and they're going to actually do 16 rounds of Swiss today.
Okay.
So right now that might be true. But like I said, Zach Weed, Ben, both locals. Stefan, local. Wolfie, not a local. Dawe, local. Joshua, I don't know him personally, but he is in like the greater area. I think he's from Connecticut.
12 wins
So that's cool.
will make it into the top.
Like this is a phenomenally strong showing for our region. Like I'm super thrilled. I'm over the moon for Zach in particular because like I said, they aged up into Masters this season. So the fact that they're now crushing it like top seed is awesome. Really cool. Okay, where was I? I was talking about this team. So yeah, Monkey Dory has a 30% chance to badly poison you with Fake Out, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, absolutely. Had it happen to me a couple times.
Okay, cool, whatever. I don't know what that guy does. my Milotic with competitive, which is like Defiant, where you get a +2 in your special attack if your stats get lowered. Citrus Berry, Scald, Ice Beam, Life Dew, Protect.
If you're 15-0, they can't
Okay.
top 8.
Magmar is here with Eviolite and Follow Me. The entire gimmick here being trying to get somebody to physically hit you and proc Flame Body with Follow Me, and then they get burned.
I appreciate that a lot.
Okay. And then we have Hisui and Gudra with leftovers. We've kind of seen this before. This is pretty standard for this Pokemon, but this Pokemon is not very standard. And I'm assuming that the synergy here is that, like I was mentioning, Sludge Wave hits your allies, but Gudra, being a part Steel type here, is immune to it. So, like, I assume that would be the play. I think. I don't really know. I would love to see this in action. But then, really, the last thing that I think is most noteworthy is we've got... This is like a Violet player, right, who did not have access to Raging Bolt, but they really wanted to play the same way. So we've got Raging Bolt at home. Raikou with the Assault Vest, running Snarl, Thunderbolt, Scald, and Aura Sphere. Wouldn't it be messed up if there was a bulky electric type that could spam Snarl? That would be crazy. But also the fact that Raikou gets Scald is very, very funny, in my opinion. Just high chance to burn. This whole team seems like it really wants to burn. We've got Flame Body, Scorching Sands, Flamethrower, Scald on 2 Pokemon. If we don't burn you, we're going to poison you with Toxic Chain, Sludge Wave, Fake Out, etc., etc. I would love to have seen this team on stream. I can't believe in my heart that it has made it this far. I don't think I saw Travis Tyson's name on that cut. Yeah, like, you will be burned or poisoned. We will not take no for an answer. The only guy here who can't inflict that kind of status would be Gudra or Dragonite, and their job is to actually be the ones doing the damage. But, no Zach for stream. Oh, are they talking about the stream? Oh, okay, but Ben's team is sick as hell. Dawei has to fight Wolf? Oh my god. This is a psycho lineup. Okay. I'm done talking about teams. I'll talk about Jacobs when he comes up on stream, because I'm sure it'll happen.
Very strong run at the Knoxville Regional Championships as well, making it...
Oh, was Ben on stream yesterday? I didn't get to watch it all yesterday. I was out touching grass. So that's kind of a bummer, if that's true. But what can you do? Ben is running that Smeargle Trick Room team that I just showed earlier, Penny, for what it's worth.
Should be fun.
So that'll be cool.
I'm super excited for it. Let's throw it down to
A lot of people write Smeargle off as like a closed team sheets cheese Pokemon, but I don't really think it is, because I think you kind of know what it wants to do, right? Like, it's gonna guaranteed run Follow Me, Fake Out, Spore. The only thing that's a mystery is what its last move is. And I guess in this case, it's like, is it the Moody Eject Pack versus the Focus Sash Technician? But I don't know.
So when you see a Smeargle, the immediate question is, what are the four...
Yeah, Jacob played Ben, and I know Ben won this morning, but
and Decorate. So it's both here to support and help get that Trick Room set up, but also...
I would also like to see Dawei's set, because I don't really know what Mousehold does in this current format. Yeah, so Ben is running Hatterene. It's like a classic Hatterene Indeedee Trick Room team, which is like after my own heart. I think I've got it somewhere on here.
Web, and more of the damage emphasis is going to be on this Mystic Water, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, and Ogre
Yeah, I'll put the girlfriends on stream next to Penny for this match. There you go.
Yay!
I love this piece of art. Can I make it bigger? I love this piece of art. My friend Bungle did this for me, and I just think this is like, yeah, this is what Helping Hand Expanding Force is all about. Like, this is how it's meant to be.
That's not speed control that's going to be that helpful in this match when you're looking up against a basically hard Trick Room team. 2 Trick Room setters with...
Love it, yeah. That is Helping Hand Expanding Force in a nutshell, in my opinion. I love that piece of art. I actually, my notes for the commission were like, can the rings be bigger? Like, they need to be more noticeable and obnoxious, but it's fine.
Yeah, good. Torkoal sweep.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, obviously, I've run variations of, like, basically this exact team ad nauseum. I think anybody who's watched me play on ladder on this channel knows exactly what this team is going to try to do. Farigiraf is a truly excellent addition to the Trick Room repertoire. I'd only started adding it pretty late because I was convinced that, like, Psychic Terrain from Indeedee was enough. But being able to just completely block out priority no matter what, as long as you're on the field, is really good. Chef's in the Kitchen cooking up his most normal team yet. I think he's got, what, 3 normal types? Yeah. He's got Farigiraf, Indeedee, and Smeargle, so that's true and real.
Damage down as possible. Hatterene, a Trick Room setter that
True and real.
is more emphasis on being able to do damage itself. A lot of Pokemon are there to set up Trick Room, and they're very bulky or have the right abilities to make sure that they can set up Trick Room safely, whereas Hatterene can get the damage going straight away and can be in turn supported by NDD, setting down that Psychic Train and helping to turn on the full strength of Expanding Force.
And here we go, Swiss round 13. Ben, this is the most normal team that this chef has cooked up so far, leading with Hatterene.
Yeah, so like
over on
Hatterene indeed. Hatterene's immune to Spore, which is nice. Indeedee is not.
looks like
I think you could probably. I forgot what Terra type Hatterene has. You could probably Terra here, and it's Terra Fire, which I think it was. You'd be able to like resist anything Hearthflame Ogre Pollen throws at you, and you're immune to Spore. So you're probably fine. I think you could just click Trick Room for free on Hatterene here.
Yep, Incineroar will take the field here.
And now we might learn what I was asking about before with that Clear Amulet. If it completely blocks Parting Shot as well. I think it does. I think Luca might be about to learn that the hard way, because I don't know why else you'd flip in Incineroar here, other than, I guess, to wall out Expanding Force. But yeah, you Terra Fire here.
Yep.
It does? Okay. I was wondering why the Clear Amulet, and that was the only reason I can figure out, is I couldn't...
Here, turning into the fire type, and here's
Huh?
a Healing Wish from Indeedee. It's just gonna knock itself out and try to send in a Pokemon safely to heal,
Huh?
but here is Amoonguss using Spore.
I'm also very confused.
Is gonna bounce back.
No, I'm sorry, like, I'm...
So Hatterene uses Trick Room, and this is a setup for Ben to be able to safely get in a Trick Room sweeper here.
Oh my god. Oh.
So much experience playing hard Trick Room, you can see all of your
That's okay. So they're not using it for the healing aspect. They're using it for the end my life now, get a free switch at the end of the turn. Because that's not a move like Parting Shot or U-turn where you switch out immediately after going down. You just faint, which means that you, at the end of the turn, will be allowed to switch somebody in for free like we just saw. That's crazy. That is evolution of tech that I've never seen before. I thought that was for like when you basically whittled yourself down to like 5 HP after coming back in to like reset terrain. You know, you've followed me like 3 times, you've eaten a lot of hits, and you Healing Wish to bring your like Torkoal back in at full HP. I've never seen somebody just hit it off the rip. That's crazy. That said, I don't know what Torkoal does here without Terra into Incineroar, but we'll see. You have to Terra on Amoonguss here, or I guess Protect. But Incineroar can't Parting Shot, it can't Fake Out.
Amoonguss Force Protect does not want to eat.
That's crazy. But now, like, if this guy had any way to reset terrain, which he doesn't, you'd be hosed, right?
Will hit Incineroar
Yeah.
again.
And I'm assuming he's
I
gonna
mean, still close to 50% on Incin.
This is true. I'm gonna hide the turtle cam because it's blocking that. Because and Coco's asleep now.
Incineroar uses Parting Shot, will lower Torkoal's special attack stat, and also allow
Yeah,
Luca to be
that's great. I've never seen somebody just hit
Trick Room mode.
off
off
the rip like that. That's really cool.
It will be that Raging Bolt with the Assault Vest. So
Okay, so AV Raging Bolt also resists Eruption, and then has more special defense on top of that. Crucially, not resisting Expanding Force and weak to Dazzling Gleam. But I don't know that you click that here.
Taking a choice specs Eruption in the sun, and now Raging Bolt with the Assault Vest comes back in.
I'm also surprised to see the trainer names because, in my experience, the switches that are on the stream table are like provided by the venue. And I hear there was like a snafu about that yesterday, which I'm not going to get into as I am officially restreaming the broadcast and I don't want to provide any misinformation. I, again, was not able to watch yesterday. So I thought that they were using provided switches from the stream like team, but I don't know. OX and Swiss is a good trainer name, though, I agree. A lot of switching. Not a lot of clicking on offensive move on Luca's team so far. Which is, like, fine, I guess, because he's not taking damage. And we're now 3 turns deep into Trick Room, right? Which is where you want to be. But also, I think you could just set up Trick Room again.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, see? Now we've lost Incineroar. Raging Bolt's at half HP. We've still yet to click an attack. Okay, there we go. Wow. A lot of damage. But that's Photosynthesis boost on Raging Bolt. That's crazy.
Yeah, Torkoal going down.
And Torkoal is choice spec locked, so you have to switch Torkoal out now because otherwise you're going to be clicking Eruption and doing 5 damage.
So much damage. And yeah, the name of the game is getting out of Trick Room for Luca. So even a turn like that, Incineroar gets traded away.
I still think Hatterene can just like very freely reset Trick Room in 2 turns. Is the thing. You're gonna like Spiky Shield on Ogerpon, I'm assuming. You can't Snarl because of that Clear Amulet to reduce Hatterene's ability to do special damage. So Hatterene's in a pretty good spot here. There's no move they have that hits super effective into fire. So I don't know what you do here. And you can't sleep it, you can't flinch it. Oh no, you can flinch it, because Psychic Terrain's going to go away soon. But they don't have Incineroar anymore, so I don't know. I really don't know where this goes. I think they're just going to be able to safely stall at Trick Room no matter what, though.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, Torkoal has to come out, so you know that that slot's not attacking. Urshifu.
Big Ursh.
Big Papa Ursh. I didn't catch what kind of Urshifu that was. It's Dark type, right? We looked at this earlier. Yeah, it's
I believe so,
single
yes.
strike Dark type. Now, does he just eat the Iron Cudgel on the switch, though? Because that's what I probably would have done, is I would have targeted the Torque slot, knowing that it has to switch.
Yeah, it needs to try to trade some damage.
And I don't think I can realistically one-shot Hat. But Hat might just be able to pop here. Okay. Yeah, that's the Hatterene difference right there. Oh, they do have a ground move. Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. But now Ursh can click Sucker Punch into... Oh, right, because the train's going to wear off this turn? Or do we have one more turn?
I think it's this turn.
And okay, so we still have one more turn of Sun and Trick Room. Torkoal underspeeds everything, including Amoonguss, so you can't Spore onto that. We've already used Terra, so we can't Terra Grass onto Urshifu to become Spore immune. Not that you'd want to anyway, because then you are weak to Ivy Cudgel. Kind of a barn burner of an endgame. I could really see this going either way at this point. It just depends on, I guess you're going to protect here, right? Spiky Shield, so you get survive until the end of Trick Room. But I think you just click like Weather Ball into the Amoonguss. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's 150 base power, basically a Hyper Beam because of all the boosts, stab, weather, etc. Because of 100 power when it weathers up, you get a 50% boost for it being stab, and another 50% because of the sun. Okay, there you go. Yeah. That's awesome. Oh, I didn't realize they would underspeed Ogerpon also, but I guess that makes sense. Even minimum speed, Urshifu is still pretty fast. Love to see it. And there's your 5 nights at Trick Room, right?
Yeah.
One thing I've definitely... Sorry, go ahead.
It had a bear and everything.
It did have a bear and everything, yeah. That's true. One thing I've definitely been struggling with as I'm like entering the next format with the legendaries, I mentioned I'm trying to run a Ho-Oh team, right? And that is a much more pivot-focused game where you're like trying to win a war of attrition, because Ho-Oh's whole gimmick is you heal every time you swap. Like you get back a bunch of HP with Regenerator, the ability that like Amoonguss is famous for. So those games go really long, and I'm used to being a Trick Room gamer where the game ends at turn 6 no matter what. Like one way or the other, the game is not going to continue past turn 6. Either I get stalled out and you immediately beat me after Trick Room ends, or I win in Trick Room, right? But I am super intrigued by this turn 1 Healing Wish nonsense. It seemed very effective. But that's a truly all-in Gambit. I've seen people do stuff like Final Gambit on Annihilate, kind of similarly, where you remove yourself immediately. But at least there you're also removing an opponent. It'll be like Choice Scarfed, max HP, max speed, Final Gambit Annihilate, and you just try and like take somebody out with you, and then make it a 3v3, which you think you can win. But I've never seen somebody just do Healing Wish off the rip for no gain other than I've set terrain and now I need a free switch at the end of the turn. It's really interesting. Because like the alternative would be run follow me, right? But then if they just choose to not attack you, you're stuck on the field. Like even if you have like no HP or defensive investment, they can simply just read that and choose not to attack you and set up or something like that. And then you're still there no matter what.
And Amoonguss over on Luca's side of the field.
Well, this is the same lead, right?
The same leads, the same options are available.
So are we gonna do it again, or?
Because if you go for exactly the same play of Terrafire and Healing Wish, it could just be an Embody Aspect boosted Stomping Tantrum KOing Hatterene and preventing...
Yeah, Final Gambit Ape was just like mostly annoying. I don't think it was particularly hard to deal with because a lot of things could still outspeed, or you can just like click protect and then he's choice locked into Final Gambit, which is not really where you want to be, or like have a ghost type, for example, because Final Gambit's a fighting move. So like there are lots of things you could do, and it was often pretty telegraphed because it would be like, oh, this hard Trick Room team and Annihilate, wonder what he's gonna do. But it's still annoying. Yeah, it's just like remove some kind of agency of play, right? There's very few actual counterplays you can make. You just have to know it's coming and block. Okay, so we're doing it again. We're terastallizing Ogrepon. I don't know if we're going to Terra on Ben's side of the field. I think you probably have to resist a possible Ivy Cudgel. But I think Luca locked in Stomping Tantrum. Oh, see, okay, here we go. That's what Indeedee's supposed to do. Then you don't need to rip the Terra on Hatterene. And now
to go for the Trick Room.
You can go for the Trick Room. And I assume you can just go for the Helping Hand here.
What, helping and expanding force?
Well, Incineroar is immune to Expanding Force, so I don't think you want to do that. I would actually probably go for the D-Gleam, but then Ogrepon resists D-Gleam. So I don't know. It's a question of, do you want to hit the resist, or do you want to like blow up Ogrepon? Ogrepon can also just Spiky Shield here, so Expanding Force feels very risky, because you might just do nothing if you click it. I think you actually do still need to Terra here, because you are not removing Incineroar this turn, and a knockoff would do tremendous damage to you, I think. It's like neutral. I guess you can keep clicking Follow Me also. Which does not look like what's happened here. Oh, okay. But now are we going to eat a Ivy Cudgel on Hatterene? I don't think there's any way she endures that unless it's, like, even if it's not a crit. Nah, yeah.
Yeah, so not a great turn for Ben there, right? You can see the change that happens when Indeedee is...
I think you had to Terra there, unfortunately.
Actually slow enough to move before the Incineroar just gets knocked off and KO'd. And that means that without the Force coming out, Ben probably expecting a spiky shield from the Ogrepon on the other side. The damage wasn't there to KO.
So like we're immediately down to a 2v2. Or a 2v4 rather. So this is like much worse. If only Indeedee had, he was healing Wish turn 1 to heal nobody.
But now it's a 4-2 advantage with the big attackers on the field. Choice Band Urshifu is here. Choice Specs Torkoal is here. They will never switch attacks. They will never switch off the
That's a great point by the commentator, is that they both Pokemon on Ben's side of the field are choice locked right now. So you just click in the move that you're going to play for the rest of the game.
Just lock yourself into that eruption button, because if Torkoal takes any damage at all, that damage output begins to just shrink, and you never want to have a low health Torkoal on the other side of the, or you never want to have a low health Torkoal on your side of the field, just opting to go for, you know, really pitiful sun boosted eruptions.
But yeah, you go for the Terra Fire on Torkoal. You just have to be as intimidating.
You just have to start clicking buttons.
I mean, I think the question is, do you lock in Eruption or Heat Wave here? I guess you lock in Eruption.
It is going to opt for an eruption.
I don't think this gets the knockout, but I might be wrong. I'm wrong. Okay. That's cool. I think no matter what, Incin is slower than Ursh, even Min Speed Urshifu. I think Min Speed Urshifu hits the bottom at 91. Yeah, and now we get into some trouble. But whoever switches in is going to eat, I'm assuming, a Wicked Blow, which does not care about Intimidate or anything like that.
Luca has to send in a Pokemon here to just
this little Torkoal hop's cute.
This Urshifu. It will be the Amoonguss that will try to sponge up this attack from the Urshifu. It is the Wicked Blow connecting in that Amoonguss does a lot of damage. Amoonguss
gets to eat the berry immediately. Very annoying. And so now like Amoonguss and Incineroar is a very obnoxious pair, because you swap out Amoonguss to get HP back with Regenerator, and you swap in Incineroar to like layer Intimidates, and you can just keep doing that forever until Incineroar runs out of HP.
With Amoonguss's health bar. Incineroar very low in the back will be able to come in at some point, but Intimidate is not going to matter with Urshifu locked into Wicked Blow and a special attack.
And we've already used Terra on Luca's side of the field, so you can't Terra Fairy here, which would be probably what I would say is the defensive out against this Wicked Blow. But also Amoonguss can just click Spore or like Rage Powder into Urshifu, because it can't Terra Grass.
damage, but has to
And so, well, Torkoal is slower than Amoonguss.
a ton of damage combined.
Well, actually, that said, though, Amoonguss probably won't get to have a move because we are still full HP Terrafire Torkoal.
Half health Amoonguss take. It was
So, yeah, okay.
protect itself and leave Raging Bolt to deal with this turn.
Yeah, Mungus does not want to get knocked out here. Torkoal, again, another...
I have auto-generated captions on for the stream, and it keeps calling Amoonguss Mungus.
Oh, that's accurate.
Into that Raging Bolt,
That's what the guy's called.
extremely well, and you see it again.
So sad.
With that Assault Vest, just such a bulky Pokemon, but here's the Wicked Blow. Lands
Oh, quite nice, actually. Never mind. We're so back, actually.
We've never been so back.
I think
Torkoal
Ben-
on top, baby.
I think Ben wins this, actually, now. Like, no question. Because he can't fake out. Amoonguss can't use Protect anymore.
And got the job done. It looks
Yeah, Ben, that's actually like a 2-0.
you really can't imagine
Wow.
Yeah, that's game. Trick Room is still up. We have seen the 5 turns at Trick Room. Games do not go to the 6th turn, one way or the other. There you go. Cool. I didn't think he had it in him, but I thought you were going to be able to keep cycling Incin and Amoonguss out. But using the Terra on Ogerpon, I think was a big mistake. Like, you got the one hit on Hatterene, but then you had no way to defensively play the things in the back. Having, like, Terra Fairy on Raging Bolt might have been helpful. Though I guess in that case, they switched in. Like, so there was no opportunity to, like, Terra, right? I forget if they switched in... No, they switched in an 8 Interruption. Did they eat the Wicked Blow that same turn, or was that the next turn? I don't remember. I don't remember. I think they got hit by both moves the same turn, right? Otherwise, Amoonguss would have, like, Sport or something.
I believe so, yeah.
After that, then you haven't... It's not a mission accomplished. But using Hatterene to set the Trick Room in both games meant that one attacker was immediately on the field. Using NDD to just Healing Wish itself off of the field in game 1, so that immediately...
It's true, Eruption becomes neutral at that point.
Luca did it for him. Got the knockoff.
I think that's a really good point.
It KO'd, so make room for an attacker. It looked dicey. When also
I'm trying to think, like, as a Trick Room player, did I learn anything from watching this set? My brain is just, like, chewing on hitting Healing Wish from the rip. But is there, like, other positioning things I could have learned here? I'm not sure. Because, like, a lot of this is stuff that I've mechanically built into my team, so it's just got to come down to play. I think I typically overvalue Hatterene, and I definitely think the Clear Amulet is a really interesting piece of tech because it makes your opponent have to play differently. On a ladder, that wouldn't really come up, I don't think, because your opponent's not going to play around it, and they're just going to try and go for the parting shot, and nothing's going to happen. But I don't know. That's so interesting. Torkoal is scary.
There are some times where it needs to go out, reset Eruption, and come back in and Weather Ball. We saw that in game one. But
nailed by Eruption.
To just keep firing off those eruptions, even into resisted targets like Incineroar.
Now the thing is, though, it's going to be a long time for the next round because that was a quick 2-0. That was 10 consecutive turns of Pokemon. That voice clip is from Pokemon Battle Revolution for the Nintendo Wii.
Which meant it had to parting shot, which meant that Amoonguss had to take that Wicked Blow and take so much more damage. I don't think it was going to matter one way or another.
That reminds me. Have you ever seen the video of... I forget the YouTuber. There was people shiny hunting outfits in that game because outfits you could get for your trainer could be shiny.
What the hell?
Usually have a setup Pokemon as well as that Trick Room setter.
Genuinely insane stuff.
Maybe like a Rage Powder or Follow Me, or possibly a Fake Out setup from, that's been strategy.
Okay, I said I was going to come back to Jacob's team when I had a moment, and I have a moment now. I'm assuming it's going to be quite a bit until the next round. Though I might tab back over for the players' interview. Jacob is running a Roaring Moon team, which is interesting. We've seen this a lot. You eat your booster energy immediately, so your acrobatics gets twice power because you're no longer holding a held item. You can Terra Flying to further boost that power. You've got Dragon Dance. We were talking about Landorus before. Incineroar, Amoonguss, they're just kind of good stuffs. And this is like Jacob's signature favorite Pokemon, Porygon 2. I think Porygon 2 in particular is better than it's ever been in the current format because in previous formats it would always have this ability download where you get a +1 boost in either attack or special attack depending on what your immediate target opponent, whatever their lower defense is. So like if their lower defense is physical, you'd get a physical attack boost. which Porygon 2 does not have a particularly good physical attack stat, nor do you run physical attack moves traditionally, so that would just be wasted. But Terra Blast now, when you Terastallize, dynamically chooses its damage type based on your current highest offense stat. So if you get that attack boost and it bumps you over past your special attack, Terra Blast is now a physical attack, so you can make use of this download move, or ability rather. Additionally,
we are in the
players
player
review?
interview,
Okay.
by the way. Yeah.
Cool, thank you.
Great record. How are you feeling after that victory?
Feels really good. It's been a while since I've done well at an event, so it feels good to come out here and be. This is the best I've ever done, so I'm feeling really good right now.
Well, because you were 9-0 yesterday, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, how has this weekend been so consistent for you? How have you been performing so well here in Orlando? Like, what's the secret sauce? What's the magic behind this team?
I mean, yeah, the team is why I'm doing so well. It's not because of me.
It's all Torkoal, baby.
For sure.
It's been
It's all Torkoal. He's doing it.
having, you know, the pairings RNG go my way. So, yeah, the hard Trick Room team with me and Brian Collins have been working on together for a while, and it's just been put in the work today.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about Brian Collins because I know he I believe he played this team at EUSC, right? And you know he's been performing well all season. And when you're kind of a player, Ben, who's known for off the wall strats, right? You like using some of the fun maybe strategies maybe your opponents aren't going to be prepared for going into a tournament. Is that an intentional thing that you want to have the information advantage, or is it just that you like that type of play style?
I think it's both, but I think it's mostly that I'm not good enough at using balance to facilitate. So,
Every Trick Room player is always saying this.
Okay. Hey.
Am I attending anything else? I'm going to apply to NAIC, but I do not think I will get in because I have meager regional credentials at this point. But I can't afford to go back out to LA, and I missed the window for like Indy or whatever. So no. I'm going to apply to NAIC when those go up, but that's it for the season. And then I will try again next year, hopefully find some events that aren't on the opposite side of the country, and I can actually travel to more of them more affordably. That's my plan.
team that you didn't really get to see in that
Yeah.
match.
Still working towards Worlds, right? I really, really want to attend Worlds as a member of staff, very badly. But
Torkoal, right, that's been a
we
thing
will see.
for a while, but when there's Incineroar and Rillaboom everywhere, it's not quite as consistent, which we've seen. And I think when we paired them with the Frigriff and Smeargle, and you can kind of say, okay, I'm not even going to bring the size spam against those things, that's really what kind of makes the team click.
I just
So
think
cool.
a lot of people, they see the Smeargle and immediately kind of get like flashbacks, right? To prior eras of competitive Pokemon. So, you know, what purpose does Smeargle have on your team, and why do you think Smeargle has not been able to reclaim that title that it used to have as one of the most ever-present annoying Pokemon? It still is annoying to deal with, but it's not as high of usage as it used to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think it lost its, well, we all know it lost its big move that made it annoying, but
yeah, so he's talking about Dark Void, which was Darkrai's signature move. Used to be way, way back. It would just hit both opponents and put them both to sleep, like double spore Dark type move.
like Fake Out,
Then they reduced its accuracy to like 55% like Sing. And then they just made it so Smeargle can't use the move. Like, only Darkrai can use the move. But they didn't give it its accuracy back, so now Darkrai's signature move is just really bad on Darkrai.
things go crazy.
There we go. Yeah, I was looking for a pun. I was gonna try.
Leaf, I wish you the best of luck on your Worlds run. That does not sound easy. I will definitely go the managerial way. I was talking earlier how, like, being a player gives me the jitters.
Is oftentimes it is the single strike variant instead of rapid strike. And you know, I always wonder what comes down to that decision on why Trick Room teams will usually opt for the Wicked Blow and single strike instead of surging strikes and the you know, the rapid strike version.
Yeah, I mean, Urshifu is the strongest Trick Room Pokemon.
He's right. He's 100% correct.
Maybe you hear people say, but the fact that it can break protect, that's one of the main ways that
Yeah.
most people playing this format are going to try to beat Trick Room by stalling it out. So breaking protect is absolutely huge. And then with this team, it's clear because the surging strikes in Sun wouldn't be quite as good.
That's correct.
Yeah, right.
Really good answer there.
Good point, right? If you got Torkoal on
I was trying to build a team earlier in the format, with like the same concept of like, oh, you're going to get walled by Protect. What Pokemon can break Protect? There's Urshifu. There's the Dunsparce, who is not very good, and then they added Iron Boulder in the DLC. So I was running Iron Boulder on ladder for a couple streams here earlier in the season, where I would have very fast rock type move that can break Protect, and I was pairing it with a Rabsca, and then I would turn 1 I would Mighty Cleave and Trick Room, and then turn 2 I would speed swap the speed from Rabsca onto Iron Boulder and have a very slow Mighty Cleave, which was very funny. He gets Hyper Drill, which is a 100 base power normal type move that breaks Protect. Or it goes through Protect. It doesn't break Protect. Your ally is still going to get hit by Protect. But the Dunsparce is just not very good. Like, they're bulky, but their offense is not very high. It's not quite a, like, Choice Band or Booster Energy Iron Boulder or, like, always crit Wicked Blow or Shifu.
She's still supporting me.
But yeah, the Dunsparce can do it.
Appreciate that. And then all my friends who have helped with the team, especially Brian Collins, who had a fantastic result with the same team at EUIC, couldn't have done it without any of them.
That's why you're like, sorry, babe, got a regional to win. Amusement parks are gonna have to wait for later. Now, while I have you, Ben, we've been doing this thing all weekend called Pokemon Snapshot, where we've having our winner interviews, and then they can play Pokemon Snap. You told me you've never played the original N64 Pokemon Snap, but that didn't stop
What on earth?
from playing yesterday. So are you interested?
I guess they're about to play Pokemon Snap.
Okay, I mean, we do need to fill time, right?
Right there. Yeah, I'll hold
For the N64.
put the game on the big screen for you there. So
What the hell kind of a controller is that?
press any button just so
I
Pro
think it might
controller?
be it might be off the N64 like thing on the Switch.
are how you move the camera, right? The R3, for lack of a better word, is like really fast moving.
Like, you know, the Switch Online.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It's going to be from your left hand. You take a picture, you have to hold R2 to zoom
Bro,
in.
imagine calling yourself a quote-unquote Pokemon VGC competitor and not knowing how to play Pokemon Snap.
Yeah, just like everybody else, and we're keeping tabs on
Imagine.
everybody's score throughout the
What are you doing all day if not playing Pokemon Snap? Practicing?
are good photos of each
Disgraceful.
Pokemon. You can submit one photo per Pokemon. So one Pidgey, your best Pidgey shot, your best Duo shot, your best...
Where did this idea for a bit come from? This is so strange.
At the end of your run. So do you think you're ready? You think you can handle it?
No way, but let's do it.
I don't know. I'm kind of into it though.
There are worse
Just because
things to do.
just because I like this game a lot.
I mean, me too.
Because it should be pretty...
It was Joe's idea. Awesome. Good job, Joe. Thank you, Joe Brown. Shout out to Joe Brown.
Pokemon Snap. So you're gonna use the zoom in on or use R2. Oh no, do we have the same issue as yesterday? Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Let me.
Oh no.
I love
It's a
technical
disaster.
difficulties.
Where the R2 is not working.
So Joe's gonna play Pokemon Snap now.
Okay. Well.
Sorry, Ben.
So for some reason, all right, whatever. That's all good. We're gonna retry. So whenever you're ready, hit A. So sorry about that.
It was Joe's elaborate idea to allow himself to play Pokemon Snap instead of having to conduct a longer winner's interview. I love it.
So
Very
whenever
smart.
you're ready, hit A, or we'll go down to retry. Obviously, you don't want to lose out on the time you had in the course. So you're gonna have Pidgeys coming at you right off the jump, and then the only way it counts when you hit A, when there's like that red circle over the Pokemon. If their Pokemon name.
That Doduo is huge. I didn't think they were quite so large.
Got a picture of it. So wait for it. There, you saw how peak there. So you want a Doduo shot. Now don't waste all your film camera. You only have 60.
These Zoomers, these millennials. I have no idea how old Ben is. Don't know anything about having a limited film. Just take a million photos. It's all digital. Who cares? Nobody knows anything anymore. Don't know how to play Pokemon Snap. Too busy battling their Pokemon creatures.
Before it goes down, come on. There you go. Nice. Not everybody gets the Lapras.
This is a little.
Now, if you want, you can throw. Hit B or throw. Yeah. Sorry. You can throw a Pokeball or a
Snorlax.
Pokeball. Now it wakes up. See, before when it was sleeping, it was a question mark.
Meowth also seems kind of huge over here.
It's a Snorlax. It was a Snorlax the whole time, but little did they know. And if you ever did want to speed through a section, you can press that R1 button, but you don't necessarily need to. Yeah, like because you don't want to miss an important shot. Oh, you just ran over me.
Running. Oh my God. It's a bloodbath out here.
Wait, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Back on track.
Yep. So you wanna zoom in on your set.
I've already got Butterfree. I already got
But
Butterfree.
hey, just you never know. You might get a better
I thought
shot.
you could only do it one
No,
time.
no, no. You only see.
I'm actually kind of surprised. Like, I don't know. Like, obviously it does not matter, but I am kind of surprised that some of the older folks, like, don't know how this game works. To me, this is like a formative Pokemon game.
Nice.
I didn't even own an N64 and I played this game.
Ball at it, throw B, try to hit it,
Oh, too
and
late.
break it out of its thing.
I really appreciate Joe having to, like, backseat here also. Just because, like, he's telling people to play this game that nobody's played before.
It is not Mega Kangaskhan in 1999. It was not. Try it again. Try it again.
Oh.
Oh, so sad. Can't look behind you.
Okay, go for the Pidgeys.
Oh wait, that's
Well,
the
you
wrong
just
button.
take- you-
That's the wrong button.
Oh my god. It's a disaster. He's throwing apples at the birds.
Apples at Pidgeys.
I mentioned a while ago, I think you can tell a lot about a person based on how they treat pigeons.
Oh gosh, the other right. You're right.
I think people who get really upset about pigeons are, like,
Take a photo of the meow.
probably sociopaths.
All right, you got one. Oh, that was so stressful. I was.
They told him to make it more interesting.
So,
Yeah. I was
Interesting,
stressed then.
interesting,
More
interesting.
stressed than I was playing today.
yeah.
Damn.
That's how your opponents feel when they're playing against your team. Is how you just feel. So I'll still hold this because you got to choose your photos. So we're gonna hit A, and you go to hit Oak's mark, and basically you click that first photo, that hit A, on it, and you can choose one of your Pidgeys to select. So they'll show you the 2 Pidgey shots that you have.
So is there going to be, like, a medal for whichever winner gets, like, the best shots? Because, like, they're showing the already shown, right? So this is a save file that has
That's not bad.
previous players on it, right?
I choose that one.
Oh, I choose Pikachu. Classic. Okay.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you for the updates. Jacob, Dalway, and Chase are all 10-3.
Down there.
Zach is 12-1, and so is Ben now, obviously.
They're kind of.
That's incredible.
You want to show ones that have great technique, great
How's Stefan doing?
poses, things like that. Let's see.
Oh, this is Joe's file. I thought this was, like, you know, switch for the event.
Probably not going to be good because it doesn't count.
So nobody's going to beat Joe's incredible photography skills, I'm sure.
A good one to select. All right. Oh, that's a good Snorlax.
That is actually, I think, a better Snorlax than Joe's.
Might be what's get you on the leaderboard there. So let's
Ty
see.
hasn't finished his match yet. I see, I see.
Meowth.
Yeah, we're going to be here for a bit, I'm sure.
It's the only one.
I'll go back to looking at teams.
Other Meowth ones, but
Probably.
your best shot there. Now Scyther, not everybody gets Scyther to come out there. So
People beat a few of his...
points that not
Joe, what are you doing?
access to.
All right, third.
There you go.
Sounds good.
And now check your Kangaskhan. Look in the wrong.
Oh, but Joe's existing photograph for Kangaskhan can't be beat.
The Pokemon, you'll see it's highlighted.
True.
Just roaring at the camera.
There's the
Oh, the
Lapras.
Lapras, yeah.
That's gonna help you out there. Some people missed out on Lapras. So you're gonna hit B and go down to Professor Oak, and I'll put your mic down for a second. So Incineroar can help me keep score here.
Oh
So
my
you're gonna hit
goodness.
A. Go ahead. And we're gonna go through. So you don't worry.
Now,
about
this would be a fun side event.
That's from previous runs of like.
Yeah, the Pokemon Snap tournament.
Yeah, honestly.
Keep hitting A.
I have a huge respect for the sides team after having worked even just a single event. They really never get any rest.
Just, spam A to get down to the total. So that's 240.
And I have to remember next time I'm at an event on the staffing side, I have to really push for getting more Hitmonchan Rock, Paper, Scissors as a potential side event, because I think that's really fun.
I dropped it. The bigger.
Oh yeah, that rules.
In your shot, you see you get more points. If they're in the center of your shot.
Yeah, okay.
So it looks like that's a 230.
We have to keep tallying.
You got, yep. We gotta keep score. We gotta see if you beat Youngster Jelly on the leaderboard. So keep on going. So he is in the center of the frame. So hopefully you get some
Ooh, the pose is just awful, though.
bonus there. Let's see. Do you get the times 2? Go for it. No. Oh wow. I really thought you would. No. Yep. Just keep hitting A. Just go. It's gonna. Nope. Last time. Yep. Just
Poor
hit
Joe.
A. That's all you need. So that was what 3.
But also, poor Ben for, like, being thrust into this very strange situation.
And this one, but
Having just won a very intense battle pretty decisively, presumably wanting to, like, decompress, and instead it's Joe, like, trying to teach you how to play a video game you probably don't want to play right now.
Now Lapras should get you some points here, just that everyone else doesn't have access to. No technique. I thought you would have got that. Oh geez.
No technique.
200 Ben. This is the
I think this Snorlax photo is legitimately better than the one on record, though.
better than my photo, honestly.
It's more centered.
Let's see. This should be your big multiplier. Size 7.
Gabe.
1,000 pose, Ben. technique times 2. We're gonna multiply.
Okay, yeah. Beat it by 40.
I mean, it's like not phenomenally better, but it's marginally better. I agree.
The best Snorlax photo on the account.
Oh, that's a crazy Meowth photo, though.
It's a little far away, but
He looks so mad.
every little point we can get. That's 110. So keep on going. Scyther, and I think Kangaskhan's probably your last Pokemon. So he looks like he's cutting grass or something. Maybe you get some. You don't get any.
My
pose
goodness.
there? Oh, wow, I thought you would have got pose. Yeah, that's what I would have thought that. But no, Kangaskhan should be your last Pokemon. So 500 on size, pose.
10.
The wrong way, you know.
No technique.
Technique. I really thought you had the technique on that one, but that's it. All right, so I'll count this up off screen, but just let me know.
So funny.
You pick your mic back up. If you, yeah, so you're good. You're done. Let's.
You're done. Get out of here.
That could be a big moment for you.
Big moment for you. Your proudest win. Not making it to day 2, presumably top cut of the regional. You got a really good photograph of Snorlax after winning.
It was fun. It's fun. Yeah.
It's fun.
A little embarrassing to do it in front of people watching.
No, it's gonna be good. Don't worry. So we don't actually have
Poor
the
Pay.
leaderboards updated yet with your score, but I'm curious as to where our Pokemon Snapshot leaderboards were as of yesterday.
Oh, are we gonna get some
we had
leaderboards?
A couple of trainers.
Oh wow, they got a graphic for it. Oh, Moxie boosted.
Was that round 6?
Crushing
Oh my
it out
god,
here.
let's go.
You see your tallies here.
Mirror B mentioned.
Whoa.
On the leaderboard.
That's more than 4,000, so not below everyone.
Right, you're gonna.
Moxie should get some championship points for this, I think. He's in number 2 right here.
I'm gonna guess like Ash Ketchum tier. I think is possible. I think it's possible for you.
Maybe I can't add in my head.
All right, so basically, you know what this.
I'm surprised they did not give Tracy a higher score.
Yeah, fraud.
Given how
Real fraud moment, right?
To play too, but
Yeah, that's okay.
yeah, that's definitely okay. Did you grow up on the N64 or anything? You know, playing other Pokemon?
Clearly not.
No, I grew up playing no Pokemon games at all.
Really?
I never played Pokemon until I was in high school, and now I'm here
Real and true.
So wait, what was your first Pokemon game?
playing X and Y was the first
Whoa.
Pokemon game that I played through,
Really?
yes.
Wow, that's pretty cool. I'm a big fan of X and Y. I know it's one of those types, the first 3D. You know.
I had like a similar trajectory, but my first game was Pearl.
So what are your thoughts on X and Y?
But I did not have like a Game Boy or anything as a child.
I liked
It was a Game Gear household for me.
It was my first experience. It was good. I like walked around.
Mine was Crystal. We were a Game Gear household until my dad got rid of all of his
because that's my
consoles and stuff.
I see.
Okay, yeah.
And then I got Crystal, and then Fire Red was my next game. I actually didn't play like Gen 3 proper till like high school.
That you used in your early adventures, your first couple of Pokemon games.
Yeah, I only went back for the Game Boy games after getting a DS because it had the Game Boy Advance slot, and I was like, oh, there's compatibility with this game that I have, so I have to go back and get those.
like blocked out.
Yeah.
And fortunately, that was right around the time when they were still making Game Boy games or Game Boy Advance games, so it was like possible to buy them at retail for retail prices and not $300 for a reproduction cartridge, etc., etc.
Chespin?
Yeah.
When Froaky's sitting right there?
Well, Chestnut, I heard, is doing well today.
Chestnut is doing well at the day 2 of the regional. This is true.
Where's
10 years
Greninja?
later,
I
Ben.
don't
Rather, Chestnut has at least made it to day 2.
see
Wow,
Greninja. I don't even
that's-
know what the fire starter is. Is it Delphox?
It is Delphox.
I don't see
Yes.
Delphox anywhere, but Chestnut is
Hey.
making waves.
Delphox is crushing it in Pokemon Unite. Greninja is in like every TCG deck
Yeah,
with
yeah.
concealed cards, right? So I think they all, and then sure, we got Chestnut in VGC. They all have different amounts of viability. But, you know, I want to thank you for sitting down, hanging out with me here. I hope you had as much fun as I did.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, thank you for having me.
All right, so congratulations to Ben, who was able to win on stream and then take photos in Pokemon Snap. I don't know how good the photos were. We'll find out later, but we're going to head back to the casters here with more Pokemon action.
All right, I assume that's a break still.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Ben. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to watch.
I'm actually really bummed that.
All right, well, we're looking at Jacob's team. We're talking about Porygon.
Yeah, you want to be playing Pokemon?
But Porygon's really good these days. For the aforementioned reasons, you basically can leverage your physical attack stat for the first time ever with Terra Blast. And also, Terra Blast being a normal type move means it's the same type attack bonus whether or not you Terra. which is always nice. So like this kind of takes the place of Tri Attack from back in the day. And then you just have really good coverage. You're really durable. You've got Recover. Hard to remove this duck from the field. Pretty cool. People were talking about Chestnut, though. Hold on. Two teams from Chestnut. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So Ashton Cox, and Sam Pletcher is also a local. So, what does Chestnut bring to the table? It seems like they're just like they're able to run Belly Drum for some reason. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure what allows you to run Belly Drum in this format, but it's cool. They've got 2 Intimidate Havers that you can just cycle between in theory, though I'm guessing you probably don't bring both of them to any given match. And then you've got Rillaboom to set up grassy terrain, and then Chestnut, I'm guessing, clicks Belly Drum, and then turn 2 clicks Grassy Glide. So now you're at +6 with a increased priority, same type attack bonus, grassy terrain boosted move. Kinda cool. Bulletproof makes you immune to, I think, Moonblast. Because that's like a ball move.
Yeah.
Something like that. I don't know. Weird team. Very strange. Drain Punch.
I do like the inclusion of Latios.
Yeah, with the Choice Specs and Trick combination. Always fun. Love to have a status move on a choice item team. But you can just give your like opposing physical attacker choice specs, or like the opposing trick room setter, give them choice specs, and they're kind of cooked. So that's fun. Yeah, Chestnut's cool. And then Ashton is running a slightly more traditional. This is like all in on physical damage. You got Urshifu, Rillaboom, Chestnut doing the same thing where we've got grassy terrain and double grassy glides. They're both grass with Terra Fire. Like, this is weird to me, because this seems like you're kind of just running the same guy twice. And in theory, you would bring both of them, because again, Grassy Glide is a move that works with Grassy Surge. So you would need Rillaboom in order for this to work. Otherwise, you're just clicking Drain Punch, I assume. So that's weird that they both have the same defensive Terra as well. I don't know how you decide to go for one versus the other. Clear Amulet on Incineroar is also very strange. Making you immune to the opposing Incineroar's Intimidate, I guess? And they can't Parting Shot off of you? Yeah, like that's, I've never seen that either. Usually it's a Citrus Berry or Assault Vest.
You're going to be photographing it, Smirgle's going to be painting it, it's going to be a beautiful scene.
That actually sounds great.
Very weird.
You know, during some downtime, maybe I'll go like try to recreate this right now.
Okay, all right.
And then yeah, we've seen it before. It's Chenpao. It's your boy. Raging Bolt. Yeah, Goggles, Vest, or Berry, exactly. Sometimes you're on Goggles to prevent Amoonguss from redirecting you, or sporing you, or whatever. Oh, did you know about terrestrialization?
Did you know?
How trainers use terrestrialization to give them an edge in battle, and how the Stellar type can shake things up.
Yeah, everybody loves the Stellar type.
Offensive terrestrialization can be primarily utilized in 2 different ways to increase the damage you can output in battle. The first way people boost their damage is through terrestrializing into the same type. Fluttermane is a great example, as its most popular Terra type is Fairy, a type it already has. Fairy terrestrialization changes its 1.5 times same type attack bonus Moonblasts to 2 times power. Trainers can also give a new typing to a strong attacker with a strong coverage move. Landorus Incarnate terrestrializing into a poison type can maximize Sludge Bomb damage.
In case he wasn't toxic enough into the meta.
Yeah.
And because of the Terra, it barely hangs on.
Defensive terrestrialization drops your original typing weakness for the type you terrestrialize into, which can completely change your type matchup.
Leaf is asking what happens if Regidrago does Terra Stellar. I don't think anybody's ever actually tried that. Like, across the planet. I don't think anyone's ever clicked Terra Stellar on Regidrago.
Swing a turn in your favor.
But I bet it looks very funny.
Terra Ghost allows it to ignore moves like Sacred Sword and Fake Out. Immunities
It doesn't affect Chenpao.
but can also be used to get around status conditions. If an opponent's Amoonguss pressures your team, terrestrializing into a grass type can make you immune to its powder moves, stopping Spore and Rage Powder. You have to be careful since there are situations where terrestrializing can be detrimental. A Terra Fairy Fluttermane will lose its normal type immunity, making it vulnerable to getting faked out.
Yeah, this clip.
Oh yeah, this Fluttermane is about.
That, I remember that. It was almost a year ago. But
Yeah.
Judy Azarelli clicking a fake out into Fluttermane knowing that it's going to Terra.
Terastallize your Amoonguss into a water type to avoid taking too much damage.
It can be put to sleep.
You could get punished by an opposing Amoonguss spore. It's important to know when it's ideal to terastallize your Pokemon.
I legit don't know how people are going to play
Ogrefon, which has
next generation if they don't continue to use Terra. Because I think we're going to exit the Terra format, and there are going to be certain Pokemon that are just out of control too strong. Like broken to a comedic degree if there is no defensive terrestrialization counterplay option anymore.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who they are, but I think there are going to be a couple of guys that are just like, this cannot be, and maybe they'll just be removed from the decks or something, like, I don't know, because we are playing with limited dex formats from here on out. But I think we're going to come out of terrestrialization, and it's going to be like fish out of water kind of thing, where we just like don't know how to play anymore. Like everybody doesn't know how to play anymore.
This allows Pokemon that run multiple different
Yeah, exactly, right? Like they're the Trapagos and Ogerpon aside, I just think there are other Pokemon that only work because they can defensively Terra, or are only tolerable because you can defensively Terra against them.
Stellar Terra also changes the effects of Terra Blast, giving it 100 base power while being super effective into any other trap.
They should have made less rules for Terra Stellar. It's too confusing.
Such as an
Yeah.
Eagle Strike being able to deal with the Terra Fairy Fluttermane it originally couldn't knock out. However, Stellar Terra Blast does come with the drawback of lowering the user's attack and
We're lost when famous was good again. Do you mean Amoonguss?
There are
Who's famous?
many ways to utilize this mechanic.
I'm trying to think really hard what you might have meant here.
On its many uses. How will you take advantage of terrestrialization to help push your way to the top?
Who was famous? Like, I'm trying to think like Pokemon that start with F. Farigiraf, but that's not obviously not who you're talking about. Yeah, I agree. Poison Jab would have solved the problem.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 Pokemon Regional Championships here in Orlando, Florida. We are currently in the middle of day 2 right now. As
What a
we
prize
go
wall.
down the field from over 800 players yesterday.
I love the prize wall.
Until we finally make it to a top 8 here in Orlando. Dweeha and Lendul here at the desk, about ready to take you into Swiss Round 14 coming up very shortly.
Swiss Round 14.
A lot of action here going on right now.
Yeah, these are high caliber battles. 99% of players will be whittled away before our top 8.
That's true.
And only the real players having an incredibly successful weekend will be left standing moving into
There were
that
so many
simulation bracket.
players in the Masters division. I think it was literally like 900 or something like that.
800 players.
Or
That's an
800 players.
I mean, we already say that day 2 is an accomplishment. It is an accomplishment. Top 8, bigger accomplishment. Winning the whole thing, biggest accomplishment.
Yeah, absolutely. And still plenty of players out there vying for it. Players searching for 13 wins to lock their spot into the top 8 and 12 wins for a chance at
Gotta go two-hand mode on the stroller, assuming direct control.
a couple of rounds left to get those spots.
Good luck, Leaf.
Let's take
We'll never know what you meant when you said
predictions that
lost when famous was good again.
before going into this weekend and how
Oh, look at these caster predictions. Wow.
basically we try to predict not
Well,
top
they're right, because Jacob is going to win the whole event with Porygon too.
We thought
Oh, Fake Out.
Guess what? It is a thing
That makes sense. I was thinking of a Pokemon, but you're right. Okay, Fake Out was good again. Because you can't flinch Terrestrialized Pokemon, or can't flinch Dynamax Pokemon, so Fake Out was just like not useful.
In the day 2 field, not sure how those are doing today.
Porygon Sweep.
Sitting at
They're
about
so right, actually.
last week and in the last stages of Regulation F. So it's still possible to see one emerge into the top 8, but like you mentioned, it's
See
been
ya.
other forms of Trick
Thanks for
Room.
stopping by.
Saw Ben, Ismer's team, it's much more hard Trick Room. Porygon 2, Pokemon that often is more on a little bit of balance team. It's that kind of Trick Room setter that might set up more than one Trick Room in a game or fight a little bit outside of Trick Room, unlike...
I really love how the bears form a W.
Yeah,
I'm going to allow you right now, if you had to remove one of your
I like that Joe predicted both forms of the same bear.
which Pokemon Pokemon on your top 4 would you be swapping?
Which Pokemon would I be swapping? We haven't seen much Ting-Lu.
We have not seen it. Ting-Lu's gonna come back in the next format. Don't worry. People are sleeping on it. Ting-Lu is like.
There is a Ting-Lu in the top cut, I think.
I believe it, but like I think Ting-Lu's gonna be like on every third team in the next format because otherwise Miraidon gets to like have its way with you, which is alarming. But being able to be a ground type that also passively just reduces special damage is kind of a big deal versus Miraidon, whose entire gimmick is doing unthinkable, unconscionable amounts of electric damage. So I think we'll see more Ting-Lu. I have it on my Ho-Oh team, for example.
Mixed speed team with Iron Crown. Again, another Pokemon that still Trick Room. We're gonna want to theme.
We can look at
predictions here of what's just
Top Cut
out
Explorer.
of the top 12.
Let's learn about
A
Ting-Lu.
little bit more diverse usage to it.
So that is your option to switch out Ting-Lu into Indeedee?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's actually a fair number of
Excellent choice.
Ting-Lus into
Great choice.
day 2 here.
What is your swap out to be made? You know, there are, I think,
It looks like 2 of these teams are the same, and one of them actually has Komodo, which is kind of neat.
Today, would you pick any of those for your
No!
for your prediction?
Why are they pairing all of our champions against each other? That's so sad.
I don't think I'd be able to, you know,
I would like to see that on stream, though.
you know, unique Pokemon that
They should stream that match.
You know what?
I need to see it. I need to see what the Mousehold is cooking.
I'm just gonna opt for what you just said.
Okay.
I would also like to see what the Mousehold is cooking.
I mean, we can look at
I am definitely not.
we can look at Dawei's team.
No. These
I think we did actually already, right?
I was gonna say we did earlier.
It was just like Pop Bomb with Wildlands. But I'd like to see it happen.
I just want to see it in action.
Ben versus Zach makes sense because like they're both like they're like 1 and 2 seed at this point. Like I understand that they have to fight each other, but surely there are other people with similar records that Jacob and Dawei could fight that aren't each other until they get to Top Cut.
locked in before the tournament, but we can wish. We can dream.
This fellow is also, by the way, a somewhat local competitor. They were really excited when they were saying Mamoswine's going to day 2. I don't remember what the gimmick for Mamoswine without snow is, though.
Do you believe
Oh, just stick that. Okay, that makes sense.
Or the unique Pokemon being able to.
So you like Terra Poison, and you resist ice and fire. So you're just very durable with Clear Amulette. You can just kind of click your. Oops, sorry. Punch my microphone. Click your moves. Just do a lot of damage. Be on the field.
At very high usage, being played by Zachary Weed, first-year master, who's having a really great tournament this weekend. So that would be my
Zach Weed, first-year masters.
Belief.
Well, yeah. All right. Well, that's a good call right there. Well, Swiss round 14 is going to be featuring a player. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at a video about this player. Who you
Gonna be
may not know.
featuring a player. You don't say.
Definitely don't know who this player is at all.
An up-and-comer.
Possibly. Who
Bro,
knows?
don't put Wolfglick on stream. I mean, I love the guy, but like, put someone else. Ah! I love you, Wolf. You're great. You're Mr. Pokemon. You're undisputably, like, the best who's ever done it. I would like one of my local players to be on stream.
From Washington, D.C.
Well, actually, no. Who's Wolf fighting? Maybe Wolf is fighting one of my local players.
6 years old. I
And
really
they'll
needed
beat him.
My haircut. And so my mom took me to one of those places where they had TVs for the kids to watch so that they would, sit still and get their haircut. And they had an episode of Pokemon on, and my mom and I watched it. I loved it. And
My Oshi.
Like, I don't get me wrong. I love the guy. He's great, but he gets plenty of screen
I
time.
get it.
older, and I really fell in love. And ever since then, I've just kept playing, and it's just turned into something so much more than I ever could have expected.
I feel like this is mostly just a montage of Wolf's different haircuts through the years.
Yeah.
That really got me hooked because I have such a competitive personality. And so I was playing online. There were these forums, and you would go and you'd basically schedule a battle over Wi-Fi. And on one of these forums, I saw that there was a sub-forum that said real life events.
Real life events.
And I thought that sounds cool, so I clicked on it, and I saw that there was one in Chantilly, Virginia, like 30 minutes from where I grew up. And yeah, so I ended up winning that first event, and it kind of snowballed into everything. I think some people, when I talk about, I'm still playing, I've already won Worlds, I've, won every level of tournament. I think some people are surprised, or they're thinking okay, well, why? Why are
Of the game.
And I think the answer that people expect is something like, I want to be the best ever. I want to be indisputably the best ever.
I like that when they say best ever, they have stock footage of Ray Rizzo winning. That's very funny.
I love that it's always changing. I love that makes me feel like I can.
Cause he is the best ever.
Yeah, it's either him or Wolf at this point, right? Like, very little argument. Just depends on what metrics you want to use, but it really goes either way.
Kind of all see each other a couple times a year. You know, none of my friends are really even that close to DC. So being able to come to these events, being able to work with my friends towards.
Which era of Wolf haircut is your favorite, Penny? As somebody who has him as your Oshi.
I kind of like the current one. I feel like it suits him well. I was a fan of like long hair Wolf, but only when he tied it up. I feel like it looked awkward when he let it like sit.
Middle part's best, which is current. Okay, yeah. Many are saying this.
Yeah.
It seems.
Yeah.
Because when you fall short, like been kind of told pretty directly, you are not good enough. You are not the best. And so one of the best things that I've got out of that is just the ability to cope with failure. To say I tried my best and I wasn't good enough, and I'm okay with that. Well, I mean, I'm a little biased. I think winning Worlds for me will be probably one of my favorite moments from competitive Pokemon history. I think there's lots of other great moments, but personally, if I'm being honest, the fake out Swords Dance play in the finals of my Worlds, it'll always kind of have a special place in my heart.
Wolfie Click is your 2016 World Champion after so many years of hard work. I can barely stay in my seat right now.
Probably my favorite player is Shoma Honami, the 2015 World Champion. When I watch him play, I feel like he sees the game in just such a completely different way that I do. I just think it's so cool. Aaron Trailer is another one.
I like this section where he's just like, here's all these other cool players.
Yes.
And I think he's doing something that
Aaron Trailer, local player, comes to my events.
My first starter Pokemon was Charmander, but I really like Emboar. He's one of my favorites, so I feel like I have to kind of represent my boy. My goal every season is to win Worlds, just plain and simple. It's a lofty goal. It's one that I've achieved before. It's also one that I failed much more than I've achieved. And barring that, I would love to see one of my friends win the World Championship.
A world champ difference.
That's what they say about him.
That match that you're going to be seeing, I guess.
Put Ben back on stream. I want to see him fight Zach now. I don't care about this other stuff. Put the 12-1s back on stream.
Next Swiss round, Justin
No.
Ethan Trejo, Lorcy versus Rowan Hall. Ben Grismer, who we saw in the previous round of Swiss, will be going up against Zachary Weed. Both those players are the two highest record players right now.
Insane.
Both at 12-1 and getting pretty close to locking their spot in the top 8 would have a chance even if they didn't win any more matches, and one more match will confirm it for them.
Yeah, so these are some pretty intense matches. Again, we're winding down here.
Yeah, I would assume 12-3
is gonna
almost certainly would lock you for a top 8. Well, no, I guess not.
Of course,
but with their resistance, I feel like they'd be
an exciting matchup. These are two
I don't know.
very strong players.
But yeah, they're certainly right that 13-2 is a lock for top 8.
Weekend, both at 11-2.
So I think Ben and Zach, we will see them on stream again
It takes so
in a few hours, probably.
top 8 of one of these tournaments with more than 800 players.
Yep. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Swiss standings and how things are in the current state here. Again, this just showcases the top 16. The magic number
Stefan,
is top
number
8.
16.
You see a lot of players moving up and down the
Zach,
list.
top seed.
Looks great. Moving down a little bit.
Very cool.
Here.
Yeah, don't want to be taking too many losses at this stage. A few names here that we've seen win on stream. Stefan and Justin, but even players that we saw a lot lose on stream, like Lorcy and Wolfie.
I'm gonna use this as a moment to go grab a snack.
You're so smart for that.
16 standings here still, and still with very good chances to make it into the top 8.
Yeah, so again, 13 wins kind of like secures a spot, right? For sure. So that match between Zachary Weed and Ben Grismer, that is going to determine, or at least secure a spot for sure for one of those players. And then the rest of the players just kind of have to fight it out.
Yep, try to get the wins where they can against really strong opponents.
Yeah. You know, we've talked about this before, but there are going to be players with the same record that do not make it to the top cut. So you want to make sure that you win as many games as you possibly can, because you do not want to be on the other side of that bubble.
Yeah, that tiebreaker is determined by your strength of schedule, kind of how the opponents that you played fared. If you had to play other opponents who also did super well and made it into the top 8 themselves, then that's going to help pull you into the top 8. But you don't want to leave it down to that tiebreaker and trust that that I think my strength of schedule is difficult enough. I think I took my losses late enough. You want to just get those 13 wins and kind of control your own fate.
Yeah, and again, each of these matches, it's going to be important. How many times have I said that so far?
I think they're going to be pretty important.
I mean, they're going to be really important because I keep stressing it, and that means that it's a lot. And since I'm stressing it, the players are actually stressing it. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, I can imagine if you are stressed about it, then those players who are sitting down at the table, looking across it at their opponent, who's thinking the same thoughts that they need to get this win, they care so much about this match. It's a really tense moment of anxiety, of stress, of trying to just get across the finish line.
And going back to what we heard during some interviews and just in general, just like maintaining that mental strength, just be able to take it one match at a time. That's going to be important as well. You know, if something doesn't go right for you in one game, you have to be able to just shake it off and then just go into game 2, adjust, and then take it one game at a time.
Yeah, Pokemon's a game where you just cannot lose focus for a moment.
I'm gonna get some water as well.
You didn't
I think I might have to swap out laundry. I will be right back, hopefully before the action starts.
You have to maintain that focus, that attention, and consider every option.
Yeah, so this is going to be a battle between two players that I'm really excited to see. I mean, Wolf Glick, perhaps one of the most famous players in video game history, like perhaps one of the greatest players in VGC history. So many accomplishments, but Donghoon is also a very strong contender as well. Donghoon has results from from competing, and he's been around for a long time too.
Yeah, two players who are not unfamiliar to this stage and who will be trying to kind of add another notch to that record of success.
Yeah, so it's gonna be exciting. You excited?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It should be a fun match. Two pretty, I think, nothing too surprising or shocking about the teams, but again, teams that are not exactly those 6 Pokemon that are most commonly paired together, both with a little bit of a different take on things. That'll mean we get to see a new matchup, a new version of the game playing out.
Yeah, and Wolf, of course, trying to vie for a 2nd regional championship this year. Donghoon trying to win a regional for the first time this season. So, you know, Wolf wants that. Wolf wants to get his picture up there twice. Donghoon wants to get his picture up there to be crowned as a regional champion. So again, like, this is going to be an important match. Round 14 Swiss, super important.
Yeah.
I'm stressing it.
I'm stressing it. Yeah, both teams, they're going to play a little bit of balance. Donghoon does have a Trick Room mode with the Ursaluna Blood Moon and a Farigiraf, and Wolf has a Tornadus with Tailwind. So more speed control than we see on a lot of balance teams, but neither team like fully committed to that. There's still, you know, a Raging Bolt, Ogerpon, Incineroar core on Donghoon's team, and the same Incineroar, Amoonguss, Landorus kind of in Urshifu core on Wolfie's team. That means we could see this game played a bunch of different paces. We could see things go quickly, we could see it grind with balance, or a sweep attempted with either set of speed control.
Yeah, let's go ahead and throw it down to the stage where the players are seated and getting ready to mentally prepare for Swiss round 14. On your left, you have Donghoon. On your right, you have Wolf. The teams that we had already mentioned before briefly, but just to go over them again: Ogerpon, Blood Moon, Ursaluna, Raging Bolt, Incineroar, Fluttermane, and Farigiraf. Over on Donghoon's side, Wolf running Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Incineroar, Fluttermane, Amoonguss, Landorus Incarnate, and Tornadus Incarnate. So, pretty similar team to what Wolf brought to Charlotte, the tournament that he won this season. So, probably some adjustments based on metagame developments, but we actually saw that team on stream yesterday.
Yeah, I think this is also the same thing that he brought for top 16 finish at the UIC last weekend. Yeah, looking at Donghoon's team, like I mentioned, there's a Trick Room mode in there with the Farigiraf and the Ursaluna Blood Moon, but also a lot of fast options with Fluttermane holding the choice specs, being able to pump out a ton of damage, not one of these supportive booster speed Fluttermanes that we've seen some this weekend. And then also the Ogerpon Wellspring can play at a little bit of a faster pace.
Yep. Donghoon, the 2023 Milwaukee Regional Champion and Farigiraf enjoyer. I think a lot of people really enjoy Farigiraf, but you know, Donghoon may enjoy Farigiraf just a little bit more than everybody else.
Yeah,
it's on the team.
Wolf, also a noted Farigiraf enjoyer. Pokemon can provide so much utility protecting against priority, which could be helpful against some of the options on Wolf's team. Not really a priority-dependent team like we've seen some players use, or even Wolf use himself in Charlotte. Just
hello. I don't know if Penny has returned yet. I was swapping out laundry and getting a drink.
Here because it makes it a lot harder.
So Zach is currently playing Ben as the top seed. Zach is currently number 1 seed. Ben was just on stream though, so we're not watching that match, unfortunately, as much as I would like to. But yeah, the top table right now in day 2 is basically your average local around here, which is very funny. Really putting that regional discourse to bed, I feel like, pretty decisively.
Gameplay at ordinary speeds.
Yep, and Wolf looking to be our first two-time regional champion for the 2024 season. Wolf is the defending Orlando regional champion as well, so trying to defend his title here at Orlando. It's always nice that when you have a city...
It's true. Wolfie won Orlando last year with Streamtel.
And you're the only winner of them.
Yeah, you're saying Wolf's trying to stake a claim to the city of Orlando.
The city of Orlando is going to belong to Wolf. Get the mayor of Orlando here, give Wolf the key to the city if Wolf wins this regional championship.
Is Jacob versus Dawei this round also? I don't have the pairings up in front of me. I just know what people tell me.
Again, you want to take as much time as you possibly can. You want to make sure that all your decisions in Team Preview are going to be the best options.
Man, you found your shiny Lunala already? I am triple over odds for Ho-Oh right now. I have done over 300 Dynamax adventures trying to catch this thing. I cannot believe you've already found Lunala.
Critical round. I'm going to be interested to see some of the speeder interactions.
Yeah, Dawei already has their invite. Yeah, they got it as of the last pointed event in our area.
Okay.
So, welcome
now
back.
I am back.
Welcome back. We were just talking about how currently we've got top seed table is Ben, who we just saw on stream, versus Zach Weed, who I was talking about earlier. They're not on stream because we just had Ben on stream, unfortunately. And then it sounds like elsewhere in the bracket, local player Jacob is going against local player Dawei, which is unfortunate, but I have to root for Jacob here because Dawei already has the World's invite. So I have to root for Jacob. But it really is unfortunate how often. I guess that's just the nature of having 10% of day 2 be from your area. How often the boys get paired into each other.
Yeah, both players now have made their selection.
It's unfortunate.
We're ready now to get underway here with Swiss Round 14 at the 2024 Pokémon Orlando Regional Championships. Wolf leading with Amoonguss and Fluttermane. Ogerpon and Ursaluna leads over for...
And yeah, so Wolf is the defending Orlando Regional Championship champion, rather. He won last year with a Screamtail, I'm pretty sure, which is fun.
Trying to get as much damage out as possible to start off this battle.
Yeah, so two more offensive...
I don't have any amazing insight into the teams here, unfortunately. It seems like they're both like pretty standard balance stuff. It looks like Brian Hume is running Trick Room with like Ursaluna and Frigoraph in the back. And then we have a pretty... I was going to say passive lead with Wolfie, but you can't really call Flutterman passive.
I was going to say, yeah.
Likely intended to be slower than Blood Moon, which means that outside of this Trick Room, actually,
but you can just go for like a Spore into Ursaluna, is the thing.
Yeah.
Never mind. We are double protecting turn 1. I don't know what that affords us. Cool, now what? I know that's the thing with I know I'm not a very good player because I see double protects like that, where you're not like burning through a turn of like Tailwind or Trick Room, and I'm just like, okay, so now what? They just literally do the same thing again. And I guess if you think you have an answer to it in the back, that might be you get a swap, but then you're really letting your opponent play for you, I feel. It's like we can swap in Incineroar here, but you don't have the safety goggles. We could very easily go for a Spore. The only guy you've got on your team that's Spore immune is the guy who's already on the field, Ogerpon, I think. Unless Frigoraph is holding goggles, which it might be. And yeah, this is another clear Amulet Incineroar. That's kind of wild. I don't know what the deal there is. Unless it's just to prevent Incineroars from being able to parting shot into other Incineroar slots, which might be a thing that you do. I can't think of any other reason to run it on Incin.
Maybe possibly flinch that Amoonguss next turn, as here's a Dazzling Gleam connects into the Ogerpon and the Incineroar, and here's a retaliating Ivy Cudgel.
We live those, though. That's the World Champ difference.
That is the World Champ difference.
Oh. Massive Sludge Bomb, actually. I don't have much VGC experience myself, but I feel the idea behind blind double protect is scout player intention. Yeah. In a Terra format, it actually kind of makes more sense to me than previously, where you might be able to get your opponent to, like, burn Terra, and then you don't because you've double protected. But, like, unless you have an answer in the back, you're just kind of letting your opponent dictate the pace of the game. I think. But yeah, you're correct. Like, obviously it is a good play. I fully acknowledge that I am just a weak-minded player because I don't typically see the value in doing it. But I think that's also coming from my strong background in Trick Room, where like my thought of any turn that I'm not actively acquiring an advantage for myself is like time that my opponent will overwhelm me. Like you would never double protect as a Trick Room player, like pretty much under any circumstance. So that's where my entire background comes from that, and I have to like learn other playstyles.
Accepts that the Flare Blitz lands into Amoonguss, it means that Fluttermane
Wolfie's in a good spot though. Yeah.
Moving before Ogerpon on the other side really meant that Ogerpon couldn't take any.
Oh, okay, so Friggraph has Citrus Berry, so yeah, they have no Spore immune. Oh, thanks for the follow, by the way. Nice to meet you. Tetramino, right? That's like a square, like the Tetris blocks are Tetraminos.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
So Wolf can continue to get pretty safe damage and put himself up.
I am a modest player. I do most of my work with the scene and organizing. I do a lot of locals. And I'm gearing up to be able to stream those again. We had to move venues, and the new one doesn't have like any equipment, so I have to slowly build my way back up from zero. But those will be back on the menu for Thursdays soon enough.
As Ursaluna will go for a Hyper Voice.
I love that you can just yell at Fluttermane if you're Blood Moon or Ursaluna, and that's like enough.
That's all you need.
It's all you need. My favorite plays is when Friggraph uses Helping Hand on Ursaluna, who's about to use Hyper Voice. And I want to know how the giraffe helps the bear yell better. Like, I want to know what that interaction looks like. What is the giraffe doing that makes the bear yell 50% better? Any thoughts?
I mean, I assume it's like, you know, like a concert crowd. Like, the more hype the crowd, the better,
okay.
the better the person wants to
Friggraph
perform.
could headbang like nobody else, I feel like. One, you've got the crazy neck rope, but you've got two heads up there. So you're like doing twice the headbanging.
Come in and put a ton of pressure on this. You don't even necessarily have to risk walking in.
I forget, do we still have Terra on? Yeah, we do. We haven't used Terra yet. On either side, actually.
Yeah.
Because, like, I think you probably have to... Well, I don't know, because you could just kind of click Close Combat into Ursaluna and you're good, because it's going to be Terra normal, right? So, like, I was saying you could Terra to get away from the water weakness for, like, an Aqua Jet. Or not Aqua Jet, Surging Strikes. Because Aqua Jet's not going to work because of Friggraph. So, you just click Close Combat. Like, no matter what, actually. Like, even if he switches in Ogerpon, then you just get the Feint there. So I think Wolfie's in a good spot. And he doesn't have anything that outspeeds.
Yeah, this is a tough spot right here for Dom.
And we still don't know what Wolfie's last Pokemon is. Yeah, Close Combat's free.
Big Ursh.
Yeah, okay, so I think Wolf's got this, because the only thing in the back is the 8 HP Ogerpon for Brian Hume, right?
Now we'll be able to move. Friggraph will opt for Sidekick, will land into that move because of that rage power and get the KO from that range, but...
So now we learn what the final Pokemon is, but I don't see any way that you don't just click any move that isn't Surging Strikes on Ursh and win.
Wolf has that one Pokemon in the back, and what it could be could...
Well, there's no reason to overcomplicate it for Wolf, right? If you know that the Close Combat can land into Ogerpon, it doesn't really matter what any of the other three Pokemon are. They're all going to be able to 1v1 a 50% health Friggraph, which means it's a very simple end game here for Wolf. Just continue to...
This isn't like a Hyper Voice, like a Throat Spray Friggraph where it gets like a damage boost either after using Hyper Voice. This is pure bulk support.
Damage in all of the right places. The Amoonguss was spent just to keep these attackers safe, right? Used a Rage Powder to take a Flare Blitz away.
Deep in thought here, though.
Fluttermane could spread out damage. Used a second Rage Powder.
I'm not sure why, because both players only have one guy they can send out. Oh, it's Lando, okay. Yeah. This one's over.
Yep.
Unfortunate.
Landorus is the last Pokemon on Wolf's side of the field, and you're exactly right, Len. Like, this Friggraph carrying Citrus Berry, going to be more defensively invested here. Does not have the common, or used to be common, Throat Spray to try to give it a special attack boost whenever it used Hyper Voice.
Now the question is, does anybody even bother to use Terra here? Because I feel like that's one way that this could still potentially get thrown, is if like you Terra Poison on Lando to get away from the water weakness, and then you get hit by a nasty Psychic or something. But then I think you still lose.
I think...
Oh wow, we actually are popping Terra at this phase in the game.
Yeah. I was gonna say...
Oh wait, hold on, okay. Oh, it's still, okay, it's Terra Steel, never mind. Yeah, this is in the books. I thought it was Terra Poison, because a lot of them run Terra Poison to get bonus damage on Sludge Bomb.
Yep, Landorus will Terrestrialize.
But this has a similar concept where you Terrestrialize into a type that's weakness is something you were previously fully immune to with Ground. Like Terra Poison has the same thing. So this is just a
Yeah.
little bit more defensive than Poison, which is more of an offensive thing. Does Wolfie run Terra Blast on his then? I could see. Sometimes they do that if they've got a third type like that.
I got the top cup pulled up. Let me.
Because it's always Earth Power, Sludge Bomb, and then it's often Sub and Protect. But if he's got Terra's Steel, I could see him running Terra Blast, just for more coverage.
Wolf click. Let me see.
Okay. So it is Sub Protect.
Yeah, I was gonna say protect Earth Power, sub
Okay.
Sludge Bomb.
The most generic Landorus. I mean generic for a reason because it's good. But I wasn't sure. Sometimes, like, typically when they run that, you'd see Terra Poison, because then you just get bonus damage on Sludge Bomb. Steel, I feel like, accomplishes a lot of the same defensive attributes, where, again, like, you are just heavily resistant to most things, there's very little that hits you super effective, and you bring your weakness to ground, but what can you do? I don't know what the steel coverage would even really get you, because Earth Power hits Rock super effective, Sludge Bomb hits Fairy super effective, and that's like what steel is typically useful for targeting into, so I don't even know why you would, I guess? What else does steel hit super effective? Is it just those two? Oh, and I guess Ice, but nobody cares about that. Ice types will fall to a special Sludge Bomb or Earth Power regardless.
Not be weak to Shadow Ball, then it opens up options to fake out with Incineroar and start disrupting that way. So you might have to be a situation where a little bit of fighting fire with fire and having a Flutter Mane also on the field is going to be the best way.
Check out this sick Ivy cudgel in the replay. World champ difference, if only that crit, right?
Yeah.
The whole game would have been different.
Flutter Mane was so crucial in Wolf's game plan. Just throw out damage over onto Donghun's side of the field.
Amoonguss living through a Flare Blitz, not getting knocked out, is a big deal. I mean, yeah, like, again, that's like a very bold-faced play to make, not terrestrializing. Well, I guess terrestrializing wouldn't save you there, because you're just going to Terra Fairy. But just like, if that had been a crit, which it's a high crit chance move, then your Flutter Mane's gone, and the whole game is different. But, just, I guess, yeah, what else are you going to do? Terrestrialization wouldn't save you. Swapping out's certainly not the play there. So, nothing to do but tank it and just hope for the best. Incineroar the Arrogant, I like that.
The momentum of the game, and Ursaluna ended up having to take a Dazzling Gleam anyway. If you had just taken the Dazzling Gleam on the
At least Wolfie's a little self-aware.
Oh yeah.
Onslaught of the attack. Now you still would have dealt with an Urshifu coming in, but there would have been unrevealed Pokemon.
So again, I don't know what Ursaluna does here. This is like a really rough matchup because like you're weak to the close combat. You don't want to get hit by knockoff. Blurblur? That's a great Blurbeer? Speak if you're in the chat. I want to know how you pronounce your name. I can't quite read. Is it Blurber? Blurblur?
Blurbeer.
Oh, Penny sent you. Blurbeer. Okay, nice to meet you.
Yeah, I put out a tweet. Blurbeer is a friend.
Put out a hit. Thank you. We're watching the Orlando Regionals. A lot of players I know made it to day 2, and they keep getting paired into each other, which is really sad. But it should be a real barn burner of a top 8. We have another whole round of Swiss after this one before we get to top 8, which is crazy. Okay, so like, yeah, cool. We've
here's the
Terra Normal, and then you have to click follow me on Ogerpon, right? I'm assuming it has that. I haven't been paying attention. Oh no, we've lost Ogerpon. We're in really bad shape here, actually. Interesting. I wonder why they didn't just go for the close combat. I feel like that's like really safe. Well,
oh, there goes Incin.
Yeah, I mean now you just get to delete somebody, so that's cool. I don't know. I feel like Urshifu should go for close combat every time there. I don't know what the downside would be. Because like they swap in anything, like it doesn't want to eat that. Maybe I'm just not thinking all my lines correctly. But like with the Surging Strikes, you've got the opportunity for it to be like I don't know. I think close combat's always the right call. It would be at best neutral into everything on their team. On Brian's team here.
Flutter Mane to stop it, and Urshifu can just aim as Surging Strikes at the Incineroar on the other side.
Or does Brian have like a Flutter Mane or something, or like a Goldango on their team? Because then I guess I could see the reason to not want to click close combat and lock in if they have the option to swap into a ghost type in theory. I mean, we know they didn't bring one with them, but yeah, that worked out really, really well, right? But like, I'm trying to figure out why it worked out so well.
Terrestrialize into the fairy type, so you know, Flutter Mane just trying to go all on the all out here, getting.
But now, do we get the double knockout with Dazzling Gleam?
Urshifu uses Surging Strikes into that Incineroar slot, so.
Oh, it's going to be single target Terra Fairy, maybe Moonblast.
Third Surging Strike here, and well, this Ogerpon is going to be very vulnerable right now to whatever this Flutter Mane wants.
I don't know that it worked out well anymore. We got the one cool shot from Blood Moon Ursaluna. This is going to hurt real bad.
No reduced damage because it is a spread move, and Ogerpon takes a lot from that.
Yeah, just a ton of damage, and once again, we're in a situation where Wolf just found the right damage output to make things impossible for Donkman. That Dazzling Gleam boosted by Terrestrialization would have KO'd the Ursaluna, which meant it couldn't stay on the field, but Incineroar couldn't do anything to stop the Surging Strikes coming in. No Terrestrialization available to save it, no Citrus Berry to help.
Do we think Furrygraph has what it takes to eat, presumably Surging Strikes and single target Dazzling Gleam? Or no, no, okay, yeah. There's not going to be Surging Strikes because there's a Follow Me in play, and we know that's the fastest thing. So you'd have to switch out now, yeah? That's true. You have. This is forcing the Urshifu out. Urshifu's locked in with Choice Scarf to Surging Strikes, so that's actually a pretty good play. The Water Absorb on Ogerpon with Follow Me support totally prevents that, but so it'll definitely survive a Dazzling Gleam. There's no chance it wouldn't. But this is the last turn you get to do that because Ogerpon's not long for this world.
Yeah.
The other thing is that Amoonguss is slower than Urshifu, so even in Trick Room you can Spore. And you don't have like Terra Grass or anything. I don't think it's possible to have a slower bear than Amoonguss in Trick Room. Because Amoonguss is like 30 speed, something like that, 35. It's faster than Torkoal, but slower than most other things. So I don't think you get to click too many buttons.
Furrygraph cannot deal with Amoonguss in one turn, and is also slower than Amoonguss itself. So even the second Psychic will happen after the second Spore, even if you're able to protect the first.
Ursaluna also hit Protect? Yeah.
Yeah, it did.
Also just try to get through this turn and attack itself, or it could just be a double Protect. Lots of Protects coming all around. We get that speed relationship.
Ooh, double Protect.
Oh, okay. Well, that's bad though, because now you can't protect against the Spore. Unless you go for the double Protect in your own Trick Room, which is like, does not feel good, certainly.
You know, prediction for Wolf, right? Because he burns the Protect on the Ursaluna on the other side.
Oh yeah, this is what I was talking about. Amoonguss is just slower even in Trick Room.
The Ursaluna and keep it from attacking. You have to imagine that will mean it never attacks, because a Dazzling Gleam is going to come out at the end of this turn, and Furrygraph is not going to be able to stop it.
Yeah, Furrygraph uses Psychic here, wants to try to hit at this Flutter Mane, but Flutter Mane, especially bulky, doesn't take that much at all, and here's another Dazzling Gleam from that Flutter Mane. We'll get the KO on that Ursaluna. Furrygraph hangs on, will be able to eat that Citrus Berry, but again, Wolf
has the username here.
It's the World Champ difference.
Asgod 11. Hey, I've seen someone use an Urshifu Rapid Strike, Terra Fire, Fire Punch, and lost due to me having a Sun team, and use my that's definitely like a global challenge type thing, right? Is when it's like closed team sheets or like in-game ladder, running some very, very strange off-meta thing. That is cool tech. I agree. It's the secret third form of Urshifu, the Urshifu Fire Strike. But I've seen that a couple times where they do Terra Fire, Fire Punch, because it has all the same properties where it goes through Protect and everything like that. And you still have a very high attack stat behind that. Welcome to the show. We're watching the Orlando Regionals. I'm joined by my friend Penny today.
Hi.
That made it very difficult for Donghoon to ever come back in that match.
You know, it's real fun. Instruct burns a turn of sleep. That's correct. Anytime you act, you are burning a turn of sleep. So you can make somebody act twice in a turn with Instruct. That's correct.
For Donghoon, because Wolf just had all the pieces in at the correct time, right?
Urshifu double strike and it's just Calyrex Shadow Rider. Yeah.
That Flutter Mane,
I'm still waiting for Calyrex Earth Rider where it hops on Ting Lu's back. And you get Aswan, Unnerve, and Vessel of Ruin.
Photosynthesis boosted Dazzling Gleam. Game 2, Wolf made an adjustment, sent out that Incineroar, sent out that Urshifu. That Urshifu immediately threatened that Blood Moon Ursaluna. Yes, Donghoon was able to terrestrialize that Blood Moon Ursaluna, but also, like,
Brought a grass type and got crit by a fire punch. Oops. Oops, yeah. I mean, so it was a rapid strike you were saying, right? Yeah. That's very cool. That's very funny. Those rocket shorts go hard, and they're also like $100. They're literally over... I think they are literally triple-digit USD value, despite them being, I believe, mostly just regular track shorts with like a vinyl decal. Worth.
Is down to 50% health and could no longer take a Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam, then Donghoon just has no options. And, you know, it's very difficult to decide to just sacrifice those Pokemon, get out of that position and hope for something better out of the back. And so Donghoon makes switches that just softens damage everywhere. And I think Wolf was really smart at almost every position in this game to put out...
Yeah, this is a quick one. This was actually even quicker than the Trick Room game we saw last series.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I don't actually know. Hold on, let's look it up. Let's see.
Put Donghoon further and further behind.
Yeah, so again, that's just position play. That's all it is.
Oh, I'm wrong. Sorry. Is it these?
You always want to be the first one moving on the field, right?
In which case I was off by quite a lot. But I know the whole collection is very expensive.
Well, it came up, but
these are only $50.
Because Wolf immediately had that Amoonguss in to be able to battle it. We saw it in game 2. You said
I was thinking of like the shirt, which is like $80, and the track pants are $100.
And then the next turn, the Ursulina paid the price.
Yeah, I mean, you could see even those small plays where Wolf gets further ahead probably weren't actually...
Yeah, this stuff is expensive.
...going to KO Amoonguss in one turn, and so the second Spore would have landed. But maybe if Ursulina is able to double protect, get through...
I only want the shorts. They're comfy and easy to wear. So...
Hey, I'm always saying this.
Many are saying this.
He's never trying to guess whether Ogerpon will follow me or not, or where the switch will happen. Just puts out damage in a way that means he's incrementally moving further ahead, and there are no real positions that...
Who was running Zoroark? Sorry, I was just flipping through on Top Cut Explorers. Like, what other... We were last looking at a Mamoswine team. What other Pokemon have only one representative? And I'm seeing top 128 Zoroark. That's a +1.
Pick up
Oops.
PKOs, one with the Hyper Voice, one with the massive Blood Moon, but again, like, it might look like it's a fair trade on paper. You said it.
After I win LA, I see.
It wasn't. Like, it was just momentum being sunk.
An interesting aspect of Pokemon.
Come on, Pokepaste.
A lot of times these relatively...
So what do you pretend to be with Zoroark on this team? We've got Zoroark, Dondozo, Urshifu, Talonflame, with a Life Orb.
With a Pokemon that's going to move
what?
And is too low.
Okay, so Gale Wings is an ability that makes your flying type moves have a increased priority if you're at full HP. And we're running Life Orb out here in these streets. What's going on? Can anybody explain? Chat, is this real?
Ursaluna was so low at
Glim with Sand Tomb and Mortal Spin. What is this guy doing? He made top 128. That's incredible. Like, I'm assuming you just like don't think about turn 2 and you get +1 priority Brave Bird with Life Orb and you immediately perish to the recoil and from both Life Orb and the move, and like that's good enough. But this is interesting. This is dangerous levels of cooking.
I'm a big fan. I love Talonflame.
Talonflame is incredible. It's one of the most beautiful Pokemon ever.
Yeah.
It's better than Heal Pulse for a Switch. Is it though? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That's interesting.
It's always a balancing act.
And then we got the Sand Tomb on Glim, so you like Mortal Spin to poison and stop him from switching out, which is kind of crazy.
Pokemon that are slower than Amoonguss. Multiple answers.
Bless you, I think.
But that can have a harder time.
It was a cough.
Okay.
I'm eating a red curry rice noodles right now as my snack, and I got a bit of spice caught in my throat.
Skill issue. Sableye. Who's running Sableye? Top 128. Oh my. Now here's a team.
I saw Comfey on a clip earlier, and I was incredibly intrigued.
So Comfey's gonna come back in the next format because Terapagos really likes being at full HP all the time. I mean, who doesn't, right? But Terapagos particularly enjoys it. Wait, are they gonna make Wolfie play Pokemon Snap?
Our round 14 winner on stream. Congratulations.
We'll come back to this. We'll talk about Comfey in a bit.
Here in Orlando. Yeah, that tough set against Justin.
That team was on stream?
against Donghoon, you got that 2-0 victory. So how'd that?
Yeah, I saw the Comfy clip earlier.
These Ursa Luna attacks, so I certainly hope I can deal with it before it deals with me.
Yeah, I was really surprised at how the match started because obviously you have a lot of.
Leaf says that team was grassy gliding into its own Annihilate, so you get like the +1 priority attack, just so that you could boost Rage Fist stacks. That's nuts. I gotta watch yesterday's replays. Comfy is cool, yeah.
Tools available like the Blood Moon hits that can OHKO almost anything, and like they can match your aggression. How does that affect your decision making?
It's really hard, you know, like when your opponent can kind of get rid of any of your Pokemon in a single turn. Like the only Pokemon on my team that can survive a Terra normal Blood Moon is Tornadus, and that's just because it has the Focus Sash, so like nothing can KO it in one hit. So yeah, understanding that, I basically said, you know what, I'm not going to try and stop the damage from coming in because I can't. Like I'm not going to try and tank it like because I can't. Instead, I'm going to say, okay, you know what, your Pokemon are just naturally slower than mine, so I'm just going to try and make damage trades and say, all right, you're going to get this kind of like first turn if you want it. Like you're going to get a KO and I'm not. But I have a second wave of offense, which still has the speed advantage. So in game 1, it was Urshifu in the back, and in game 2, it was Fluttermane in the back. Like I was using Fluttermane and Urshifu basically to apply the first like wave of pressure, and then hoping to use the second one to close it out.
And then you also had your Terra Steel, right?
I was wondering about this.
Where sometimes I feel usually we'll see like Terra Poison.
I literally said this. Why not Terra Poison?
What was the decision?
Thank you, Joe.
Going for Terra Steel this time around instead of what many other trainers would use Terra Poison.
Thank you.
So I basically thought that like I wasn't using Terra Poison offensively very much. That's the main advantage. Is if you use Terra Poison, your Sludge Bomb gets stronger. But like the situations where I would go for that were pretty specific, and like resisting Torrent's Bleak Wind, resisting Icicle Crash, like those felt like a lot more value to me. So yeah, that's why I decided to go with Terra Steel.
Okay, yeah. So you're obviously you're not guaranteed in cut yet, but you're playing well. More than you're playing well. Are you feeling well? I know you had you were just in England, then you had a rough trip. You know, getting here.
I think they're gonna get Wolfie to play Snap.
Getting to Orlando. How are you feeling?
So yesterday, I think the word that most kids nowadays are using is bad. Let me tell you about my life, okay? I went. Cheerio, I got a lot of fish and chips. Then I came home and I was like, great, I'm home. And then on Wednesday I said, you know what? I kind of want to play more Pokemon. Like I wasn't planning on going to Orlando. But
What if you were a silly little guy, Wolf?
So I booked a ticket on Wednesday.
Oh,
Thursday, my good friend Dr. Aaron Trailer, I went to watch him.
Dr. Aaron Trailer.
Thesis. And so I went there on Thursday, got it Thursday night, watched him Friday morning defend his thesis, and then I trained up to Boston to catch a flight, which the flight was trying very hard to get away from me. So I got here at like 2:30 in the morning, I think, and like showered, like jumped into the little cot and like got like 3 hours of sleep before rolling up yesterday. So at the end of yesterday, I was like, what day is it? What year is it? Like, I don't feel so good.
I don't feel so good.
I feel like we have so many different stories in VGC where players are like, oh, the best I ever did was when I had 2 hours of sleep. And then other people are like, I need 8 or 9 hours to be fully rested to play. But like, you were able to perform on a lack of sleep.
I ran out of gas towards the end. I went from 6-0 to 7-2. So
it's when you start playing on instinct, when your brain actually shuts off completely and it's purely chemicals piloting your decision making. That's when you play the best.
First game goes to time. I'm like, I want to go to bed. I don't want to be here anymore. Like, I shouldn't have come. But yeah, I slept like 10 hours last night, so I'm feeling.
Wow.
I had Revolve. I ate so much.
What I would give.
Yeah, like I was like a little bummed to go 6-0 to 7-2 yesterday, but my Dr. Aaron Trailer. Was like, listen, going 7-2 on 3 hours of sleep is nuts. And there are a lot of players who are like, oh, like I always do well when I don't sleep, and that's because they are young, they are youthful. They're maybe in their like late teens, early 20s.
Wolfie needs to watch his mouth because he is younger than me.
But I've been doing this for too long. Like I don't get like at least.
But he has been playing for a long time. That part's true.
I think this is a young man's game sometimes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they'll learn sometimes. You get into that Tinglu Doza matchup and your back just starts hurting.
Leap is asking if there were 10 hours between the last round yesterday and the first round today. I don't know, but it's possible that Wolfie was asleep for the first 2 rounds today. I don't know.
Wolf came here to defend the crown, winning the biggest regional ever in Orlando. And like, we thought that it was planned. You were going to be here the whole time. I didn't know it was kind of a last-second decision. So
I'm surprised that there were slots still for him to register so recently.
Say yes, no, yes, no, yes, or is it like kind of like every couple months you check which ones you want to go to?
There's something in the middle. Last year I basically went to so many events and I just burned out so badly. Like by the time it hit September after Worlds, like I wasn't doing so good.
I hope that's not true. I don't like that theory of Leaf. If you're right, that's a bummer in my opinion. That they have like slots in reserve for like VIP battlers.
I was thinking about going to Knoxville, but after I won Charlotte and like I qualified.
You might be right. I don't like that idea though.
So my plan was just to do Pittsburgh and Charlotte, EUIC, NAIC, and then like Worlds. But yeah, like I thought, well, like you know, it didn't fill up, and I'm enjoying playing, and like I really liked my team. So yeah, I decided to come here and give it a shot.
Yeah, you know, fingers crossed. We're hoping for you because that would obviously be a great story. You'd also be the first person to win 2 regionals in the season, get 2 photos. Have you thought of a new pose if you get a second title to be on the graphic?
I want them to let me sit on the. They have like a little table back there with the plushies. I want to let them sit. Like I want to sit on the table and kind of like I want to do a seated pose. You know what I mean? I'll sit on the floor too, but I think it'll be harder for the camera. I don't think they're gonna let me do it. I actually
Sorry, I have to retweet this. This is very important. Congratulations to the only player guaranteeing a spot in Top Cut after round 14 in Orlando, Zach Weed. Let's hear it for Zach.
On Big Pikachu's hard drive of doing just a
Thank you.
And they didn't use it. They didn't use it during my match. They haven't used it yet. I wonder if I'm just very bad at winking.
I mean, you're back here now. You could try to, you know, plug a flash drive in, try to, you know, do something, get that information because I would love to see.
Let's go. Only player to secure Top Cut as of this round. Everybody else has to play them all out.
I'm sure now everybody at home wants to know what your thoughts on Regulation G in the upcoming format are going to.
Wolf, what's the best legendary?
If this regional was next weekend and Zach Weed was the one taking it on 420 weekend, that would have been crazy.
That would be kind of crazy. I agree.
Format in my memory is like during one of the Players' Cups for Sword and Shield. So I think that it's going to be a format where there are a lot of viable Pokemon. Like sometimes we saw like the year that I won Worlds, there was like very few restricted Pokemon that are viable. I think it's the complete opposite. I think that like we'll see even like more niche picks like Ho-Oh.
Yes, Ho-Oh mentioned. He's so right. We are going to see niche picks like Ho-Oh.
Like those formats can be kind of.
Thank you, Wolf. Validating my brain process.
I was gonna say, you've been validated a lot this day too. Got a Torkoal team in Top Cut.
I've known Torkoal is good. It is not a secret. I'm just not a very good player. I'm very cautious, and I think with a hard Trick Room team, you actually need to play really aggressively, because if you at any point waste a turn doing something suboptimal, you just lose. So I think it is known that Torkoal is incredibly good. I feel bad that I can't do it justice, but it was nice to see. And then yeah, Ho-Oh. I arbitrarily chose Ho-Oh because it felt like, to me, a, quote, honest legendary to use. Whereas, like, Calyrex is like a dishonest legendary to use. So, I thought it'd be fun to build around.
My parents might be, and my brother and
mostly though, just the vision came to me was like, wouldn't it be kind of messed up if you had Ho-Oh being able to pivot with Amoonguss, and they both had Regenerator, and they had opposite weaknesses, and you just kept switching back and forth all game. And that the team then manifested around there. As I was talking about way earlier at the very beginning of stream today with you, Penny, there are quite a few Pokemon currently in the meta who really love to switch in and out. So I was like, actually, I can see where Ho-Oh fits in here all of a sudden. Between like Rillaboom and Incineroar and Amoonguss and everybody.
The Machamp Donk back in like 2000 and
Torkoal is sick no matter how much I talk shit about not liking to play against it. Yeah.
I mean, I've also said it before on stream, I'm a big fan of pivot-heavy teams.
It's been interesting for me, because like, I'm a Trick Room player, and I keep saying, the game ends at turn 6, one way or the other. There is no turn 7 for me. So now suddenly playing like a balanced team that's very much about positioning and whittling out like incremental advantages has been learning a lot, but it is cool because I get to see more of opposing teams, so I think I'm finally learning in a good way. Hey Ricky, nice to see you, Dr. Ricky Hirsch. We're watching the Orlando Regional. One of my local players who just aged into the oldest age division Masters is currently the only player guaranteed top 8 so far, because he is 13-1 across 14 rounds of Swiss in his first season as a Master. It's awesome. And then I've got, I think, 3 other friends who are in some degree of contention for the top 8. So today's a very exciting day. I was not planning on streaming this whole event, but I really want to see my friends do well. And I need to prove that New England is the strongest region.
So we have 3 cue cards here, and you have to choose 1.
Alright, we're not watching Wolfie Glick play Pokemon Snap, so I'm tapping back over to whatever the hell we were doing.
I think we were just looking at teams.
Yeah, I was flabbergasted by this Life Orb Talonflame. But, there we go. Who else is out there? I was mostly just looking at the very bottom of the list. Oh yeah, okay. this team with Comfey. We were talking about Comfey. Apparently they were on stream yesterday. I would have to go watch the VOD for this. Leaf was saying that they were using Grassy Glide into their own Annihilate to stack Rage Fist that way, which is crazy. That's like the side beat up strategy, except I would imagine you're actually doing damage to yourself at that point. Beat up is weak. Grassy Glide is very strong.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's.
It's 55 power boosted by 30 because of the terrain, and you get same type attack bonus on Rillaboom, who usually runs max attack. So I don't know that that's a play that I would make, but they must know their calcs. But then yeah, Comfey is awesome. You get not +1, not +2, but +3 priority on Draining Kiss and Floral Healing because of Triage as your ability. It like guarantees that your heals will go before anything. You can potentially Floral Heal before Fake Outs, which is crazy. And then, yeah, so it's cool. It's got a middling speed tier, so you can either reverse Trick Room or set up your own, depending on how fast your opponent is. I've been thinking about wanting to run Sableye on my Regulation G team, because I want to be a dual screens gamer with Ho-Oh. But it has, like, almost no bulk. Its only claim to fame is that, by virtue of being a ghost type, it's immune to Fake Out. So, like, you don't have to invest a Covert Cloak or burn a Terastallization on your Grimmsnarl or whatever, and you just get, like, a screen up. But you're probably only going to get one of the two screens up, which might be fine. I have to do more playing and figure out if that's acceptable or not. They also, like, don't have any offense. This guy's running 4 status moves. And then, Evil Moltres, British Moltres, their whole thing is that every time their HP dips below half, they get a boost to their special attack that stacks. I can see this going very well, especially with the Comfey, where you take a hit, you're whittled down below half, and then you immediately heal up the next turn with Floral Healing, and then you can go below half again, and continue to stack boosts that way. Kind of similar to Annihilate in that regard, where like the more you get hit, the stronger you become over time. And so you go for like Terra Poison to just be very durable. That makes sense to me. That's cool. What are we doing here? Got 5 whole minutes until the next round, the final round of Swiss. Kinda crazy.
We're once again seeing the World Champ difference.
World Champ difference. Great. Oh, it's got Indeedee separately from Indeedee F. I was like, what are you talking about? Only one Indeedee team? Penny, do you have a Pokemon you'd like me to try and find here in the Top God Explorer?
We already saw one of the legendary birds, at least the British version, but I guess any of the others, although I think the only other one that would be played is a cheesy Articuno team.
Oh, we got Galarian Zapdos. They're kind of popular.
Really?
Yeah. You see them sometimes on Trick Room teams, because they're kind of slow. And they've got Defiant, which is the thing where if you get intimidated, you get an attack boost. And I think they know Coaching. Let's see, what are we running here? No, okay, they're just like Brave Bird, Close Combat, U-Turn. Kind of like what Urshifus do. Not that we don't already have Urshifu at home.
And Urshifu on this team.
Yeah, but like you just have like pivot ability with U-Turn, good speed. You resist Intimidate, which is nice. I've seen some run min speed and have like Coaching, where you can buff up your Ursaluna. But, I don't know. These are kind of in the middle tier.
Leaf did say vanilla Enteids, which I think would be interesting to see, but possibly doubtful.
Oh, I wouldn't be so surprised. 17.
Huh.
Several of them in day 2, in fact. That's interesting. So what is our vanilla Entei run these days? I'm assuming it's extreme speed. Oh, yep, okay. I'm surprised to see Sacred Fire and Flare Blitz on the same team, or on the same guy.
Yeah.
So Sacred Fire is 100 power, very low chance to miss, 50% chance to burn. This is a signature move of previously only Ho-Oh, and then they gave it to Entei somewhat recently. Flare Blitz is 120 power, but you take recoil, and has a much smaller chance to burn. So extreme speed is also like his claim to fame. You're one of those inner focus type guys, can't be intimidated, can't be faked out. You lock in your priority. It's like Dragonite and Vanilla. Tantrum is interesting. It's ground coverage, I guess. So this kind of makes sense. The rest of the team is just like hyper offense. Move fast, hit hard, sheer force. Oh, this guy's running taunt instead of substitute. That's interesting. And then Urshifu. Not a whole lot to write home about for that one. I'm assuming they're all kind of the same way. Extreme speed, sacred fire. Okay, everybody's opting for the flare blitz. That's interesting. Okay, this one's going for snarl instead. That's cool. And this one's assault vested instead of choice banded, so you can swap up your moves. That makes sense. They got the extreme speed they need from the other Terra Normal Inner Focus Haver. Dragonite. Dragonite who snuck into top 12 usage, actually. Where are you?
Insane.
26 Dragonites across the tournament, and they're almost all in, or I guess half of them are in day 2. That's wild. Oh, am I gonna get DMCA'd for this? Hold on, I gotta mute this. Okay. Got spooked there. They were playing Victory Road. If Jacob wins, he will probably be top 8. I could not possibly want anything more in this world right now than Jacob winning and getting top 8. That would make me very happy. I would feel like a proud father. I think top 16 at this point is probably very attainable. But Jacob making top 8 would make me feel like a father watching his son like graduate college or something. I'd be very happy. Who's running Araquanid these days? What's the Araquanid team look like? What on earth?
This rules, actually.
Cool. And it's also the only Malamar. Okay, so we got Contrary.
Two of my favorite Pokemon.
I do love Malamar. I've been thinking that people need to run Malamar with Topsy Turvy as the Dondozo counter. Give somebody the old negative Omni boost after they switch in. But this one is not. It is running Superpower, which normally lowers your offense and defense, but instead because you have Contrary, you boost it. Knockoff because you get same type attack bonus, very powerful move. After a couple boosts, kind of go crazy. Iron Crown and Indeedee go together like... Oh, this is boy type Indeedee. Okay. So the difference between boy type and girl type Indeedee is girl type Indeedee has Follow Me, and she's a little bit more defensively oriented. Boy type Indeedee does not have access to Follow Me, but does learn Expanding Force. So you can kind of just set your terrain and make use of it immediately, which is neat, I guess. But it's a completely different role than being like the redirect type guy. So you can turn 1 lead with Indeedee and Iron Crown, and you can just double lock in Expanding Force if they have... Oh, hold on. Thank you.
This isn't really a situation that a lot of players have had practice with.
We care about what Gabby has to say. But yeah, you can lock in double Expanding Force if they have no way to reset terrain or no dark types, which is funny.
Shoutouts to Zachary Weed, who is currently the #1 seed and at 1 loss throughout the entirety of the tournament.
Real and true.
Guaranteed to move on into cut. I love seeing one of my locals actually just go show up and have a great time this weekend, and hopefully we'll get to feature him on stream in Top Cut finally too.
Hopefully, that would be so great, Gabby. Let's look at some of our Swiss standings so far. Like you said, Zachary Weed
clapping insanely. Jacob top 16, let's go!
But plenty of players right behind him looking into those final 8 spots as well.
This is the greatest standings of all time.
Including, I believe, 4 of those names we've seen on stream this weekend, plus Charles Moses, who we hopefully get to feature later on. But Gabby, what do you make of these top 6 so far? Obviously, Zachary is locked, but do you think those other 5 are in a pretty good position as well?
I think so. I mean, at the end of the day...
I apologize if I, clipped the microphone. I don't actually apologize, but I hope I woke some people up.
To determine if you get into Top Cut. For those of you who are unaware, the way that...
1 second. Ballin is looking at me very angrily.
...is based off of something called resistances. So it's how well the people who you lost to have done in the tournament. So the later you lose to someone, theoretically, the better they've done in the tournament. Therefore, you are more likely to move...
Room is Ballin right now, and she's saying I'm too loud, so I'll have to temper my enthusiasm.
I would would assume that even if you do lose this last round, you should be okay. But that is definitely a risk you don't want.
13-1.
You can just lock it into your
Little man dropped 1 round across 2 days of this entire tournament. That's like Emilio. Lorcy's from Connecticut, so it depends on how you want to assess it. But I would say yes. I will claim him as one of our own, for the sake of making these standings look more invincible.
With
one
like
of the
the printing
old
out
ones.
the results
Yeah,
of
yeah.
I'm pretty sure he's from Connecticut also. Yeah, this is Zach's first season as a Masters. He won a bunch of regionals last season as a senior.
Let's take a look at the next matches we have. Again, this is our 15th round of Swiss. Like
New England is a state of mind also.
Get to say too often, and a whole extra round of play on.
There's no way.
We'll get to show you a match between 2 11-3 players, Aaron Brock.
How Zach has still not been on stream yet. This is sickening. I guess because he's locked in, they know he'll be on stream for top 8 no matter what. So you might as well give other people a shot. But it is kind of like, okay.
And Ben Grissom are playing each other, and then Andrew Zhang versus Daniel Reyes. And, you know, I would love
give it. Yeah, I want Jacob up here.
all of these matches. There have been some really exciting ones.
Then put Jacob on. I agree.
To be able to bring you a former world champion playing a win-in for the top cut here at a regional championship, you know, especially knowing that Paul Ruiz doesn't really make it up to the North America region so often. Usually,
All right, what are these guys running?
Tournaments in Brazil and around that area is really exciting to see.
It really is. Yeah. No, it's always great to get to see players from other regions interact. You know, we have a lot of Latin players that can make it up to Florida or make the trip for NEIC. Easier to justify.
Okay, so we got Aaron Brock.
But for the most part, it's hard to see these Latin American
Paul.
players get to play against some of our, you know, American and U.S. and.
So Aaron is running.
So great, and obviously Paul is doing.
Corviknight.
He's done in the past at the international stage.
I like that. Corviknight walls out Landorus, as I was talking about earlier. As a flying steel type, you can't be hit by Earth Power or Sludge Bomb.
Former world champion.
Very exciting.
Brock, I believe, also got top 4 at the very first regional in Scarlet and Violet, all the way back in San Diego.
And then
Okay.
Paul Ruiz is running Komodo, so that's cool. And crucially has a Landorus. So
Game
this
is about
Pokemon-
to start.
Okay, cool.
It's a different bird.
I was just looking at the team sheets. So yeah, Paul has a Landorus here, and then Aaron has Corviknight, which says Landorus is not allowed to play. I'm curious if either of them will ever be brought to any match.
My caster prediction.
Because, like, it's like a one sword keeping another in the sheath kind of thing, right? Where it's like the threat of a Corviknight keeps Landorus out, but you might not actually even need to bring it.
Recently is when we've seen our caster friend Len playing on stream.
Yeah.
So it's cool to see someone else.
I love Corviknight. Genuinely great Pokemon. I wish it didn't just outclass Skarmory, because I think Skarmory is also a very cool Pokemon.
To keep it away from the Tinkatons of the world, if you will. But if you're able to find alignment with the right Pokemon, you know, Mirror Armor will reflect any stat drops back at that Pokemon. You have Tailwind for speed control, and if you can slow your opponent down and get some bulk ups in, it's just impossible to take down.
It is. That Corviknight will be joined on Aaron's team by Incineroar, Ogerpon, Hearthflame, Raging Bolt, Amoonguss, and Rapid Strike Urshifu. And Aaron is chasing a championship after multiple top cuts. Like we said, at least that top 4 back in San Diego.
I like the Snorlax and Articuno plushies despite neither Pokemon being present on the team.
And of course, we would love to see.
I mean, same with Gastrodon.
That's
like I said, this
true.
is the real meta.
Gastrodon as a mascot.
Shadow Claw on Komodo. I ain't never seen that one before.
Wellspring Mask, Landorus Incarnate, and Komo-O. I gotta say, I love the Komo-O. Favorite Pokemon. Shadow.
Yeah, the pushing meta is the most important one.
Run alongside of Iron Press, or Body Press and Iron Defense.
No, it's not, and it kind of makes sense too. If you're kind of
Gastro, otherwise known as Ogerpon Wellspring, is that what you're talking about? Not quite as good. Or not quite the same. But I guess Follow Me Water Absorb is functionally as good as Storm Drain.
super effectively and not just neutrally with possibly, you know, a Flash Cannon and an Iron Head like we see in the other options.
Yeah, and if you're looking to go back and watch an incredible match after this set and, you know, the rest of the stream as well, Paul Ruiz was our 2018 Masters Division World Champion, winning the World Championships in Nashville, Tennessee. It was an incredible weekend. Definitely go back and watch his win. But for now, though, we are going to be getting into game number 1 shortly. And, you know, we've talked about the Komo, we talked about the Corviknight. I'm curious, Jake, how you think these teams are going to match up, because beyond those two standouts, they do feel, you know, somewhat similar. Not exactly, but, you know, I see one of those genies there. There's difference in Ogerpons. It's going to be a really unique matchup for that reason.
I actually think Corviknight's set up pretty well here. The fact that it's bulk up and not running something like Body Press or another attacking move like we see sometimes gives it a lot more of a threat into Paul's team. Just looking at the Pokemon Paul is packing, it's once a bulk up or two gets set up, it's going to be very hard to break through. And of course, Corviknight's kind of main calling card is being very, very good into Landorus.
Yes.
Landorus with its Earth Power and Sludge Bomb cannot deal damage to Corviknight at all. So if that's the position Aaron can get this Corviknight in, he might be in a very good spot.
Well, we get to see the flavor picks hit the field, yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. Corv has a very good matchup into Komodo, though. So
Incineroar versus Urshifu.
And this, again, kind of a great spot for Aaron to be.
Aaron has a much favorable advantage here, I think, or a favorable position.
That -1 attack. Perfect chance to get one of those bulk ups going if that's what he chooses to do. And of course, the
Both Pokemon on Aaron's side just do not care about the Intimidate.
Surging Strikes, especially considering Aaron is running the Mystic Water item on this Urshifu to even further boost the power of those Water type moves.
Fake out from Incineroar will stop Urshifu from attacking this turn, and Komao not wanting the Corviknight to be the only Pokemon to set up this turn.
Here we go. Let's go.
So already we have +2 defense on the field for that Komao, +1 defense and +1 attack for the Corviknight.
Another setup turn there. I mean, the Corviknight and the Komao kind of had nothing better to do. Really good position. I think still for this Corviknight, obviously the Komao gets 2 stat boosts quicker than Corviknight can because the Iron Defense boosts defense by 2.
I am glad that they brought their flavor Pokemon. If this was just like the other samey guys, same 4 into each other, it'd be like, yeah, all right.
Brave Birds off. You are threatening
But
super effective damage into that Komao.
I'm happy to see these 2 very strange niche picks.
And the +1 defense on Corviknight, really not threatened to hold.
I'm very curious if Paul has Landorus in the back, because that would be very bad for him if he does.
Those bulk ups in. Amoonguss certainly will not be stopping it this turn for Paul, switching out that Incineroar to send that Pokemon to the field.
Uh-oh.
Way better suited to take these 3 Surging
Uh-oh.
Strikes as well.
Surging Strikes comes through, and with that Rocky Helmet, a lot of chips.
Classic Urshifu Gambit. They can't stop themselves from putting their hands on the hot stove. They see a target, they want a Surging Strikes, and the guy has an Amoonguss on his team. They just don't think. They shut their brain off. They just want a Surging Strike so bad.
Like a little bit of a rough spot for Aaron to be taking that damage. I think that chip damage on Amoonguss can be very valuable.
Yeah, and
So now Ursh is at half HP because of that maneuver.
for yet another Iron
Oh, this rules. This slaps. Let's go.
Let's go.
I do think Komoo's body press is going to start. Yeah, what Gabby's saying. I'll let her take it over.
well, especially with Brave Bird having that higher base power, having that, recoil damage, seems like would be a great pick for Aaron if he wants to break from this setup phase.
It is, and Brave Bird now threatens super effective damage onto both of these Pokemon on Paul's end. Like you said, Gabby, the defense now at +4 means that you're taking a little bit less damage from that Brave Bird, which is coming from a +2 attack. But that kind of is made up by the fact that the Brave Bird is super effective, whereas the Body Press wouldn't. And of course, if you want to terrestrialize away from that flying weakness, if you're the Komao is Terra Fire, which staring down an Urshifu is really not the place you want to be.
No, Amoonguss could have terrestrialized as well into Terra Fairy, but instead just going to redirect some damage this turn. Close
More chip.
combat,
Rocky Helmet's so good.
damage than the Rocky Helmet recoil. So this Amoonguss has done a great job so far of doing the most damage for Paul. Here comes the body press from Komao, brings the Corviknight down
The
to
Corv has the Rocky Helmet.
Corviknight returning with a Brave Bird into the Amoonguss for the KO.
And that's also more Rocky Helmet chip.
First knockout of the game, but
Is anybody not taking a massive chip damage here?
by recoil.
Despite all these defensive setups.
Urshifu has not taken an attack, I believe, other than a possible fake out from that Incineroar very early on. But
And yeah, now
very low and
Corv is easily within knockout range from pretty much anything.
The Komao has gotten a Brave Bird off, a Body Press off into that Corviknight. The Rocky Helmet, the Brave Bird recoil also put that Corviknight into range for what looks like one more Body Press as well.
Yeah, and it's slower. So I don't know what you do here with the Corviknight anymore.
It's possible as well that this Corviknight
Yeah.
have the opportunity to go for Roost, which is usually what they want to do
'Cause
in
it's
this
slower.
situation, because we saw
You just have to hope that Paul's last Pokemon is Landorus, which it's not. And then you could like switch out Corv and just whittle everything else away.
That could also stop it from attacking. And on top of all that, you also have the Wellspring Ogerpon now, which is more than fast enough to outspeed Corviknight and secure that KO.
This is actually like a pretty easy double KO here if you're Paul. Obviously, any kind of grass type attack into that Urshifu on Aaron's end will be enough for a KO. And then I didn't even realize how low the Corviknight got taken by that recoil.
Yeah.
And that is quite clearly body press range at this point. So even though the 2 turns of setup both went off pretty cleanly for both players, the double the double effectiveness of the Iron Defense setup for the Komao in the form of Iron Defense proving very useful here for Paul.
it was also the addition of that Rocky helmet and Amoonguss that has put Aaron into a tough spot, but he still has 2 Pokemon remaining. Will detect this turn to stop any damage from the Ogerpon, but body press enough to pick up the KO on Corviknight.
Big KO there. The Corviknight is kind of a big threat. If it is allowed to get a roost off, this game could get pretty dicey. But a smart target there from the body press. Make sure that Corviknight will not be able to attack before it gets knocked out by that body press. So now Aaron has to decide whether to bring in the Raging Bolt or the 4th Pokemon remaining. Raging Bolt does hit the field though. I believe it is that Terra Fairy, which we usually do see on Raging Bolt, so that does actually give you a great way to resist those body presses and possibly threaten some super effective damage with a Dragon type move.
Yeah, Terra Fairy and Assault Vest. It does mean that this Raging Bolt will not also be able to set up its own boost, but usually you only want 1 or 2
Penny, what's your favorite Ogerpon flavor?
role, and in this case for Aaron,
Just like based on any metric.
and that Corviknight.
The issue
Oh, I'm gonna get a picture of all of them on the screen. Because I like the maskless Ogerpon the most.
That's fair.
Unfortunately, though, that is a move that Paul's Ogerpon is packing, unlike some we've seen on stream earlier this weekend.
Here comes another Ogerpon, but this time wearing the Hearthflame mask on Aaron's side of the field, going to switch out that Urshifu and save it for later. We do also get the first terastallization of the game from Aaron, turning his Raging Bolt into that Fairy typing.
Now it will resist body press, which is great.
I'd probably say Wellspring.
That's
I like the little sad mask.
Yeah, she's cute.
So you do have to worry about trading off those defenses.
I actually think I like the vanilla teal mask aesthetically the most.
It looks super good, yeah.
But you are right, like maskless is the way to go.
Down to just below half its health.
Yeah, because she's just a little guy.
Really is. How do you feel about her having no arms? What's up with that?
I think really smart play.
It's fine.
Just Ivy cudgeling, presumably with like telekinesis.
Inside is really smart for Paul. Urshifu is low.
Well, I have to find the alt art again, but there's a new alt art card for her that's coming out soon. That's I guess she holds the mask with her like fin thing.
Her like poncho.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So maybe there are hands in there. We just don't get to see them.
If you get caught going for a Draco Meteor into a protecting Kommo-o, or
We will see in the eventual movie or anime episode.
True.
bit of damage there from Thunderbolt. Looks like 1 more should be enough for a KO.
1 more should be enough for a KO.
Okay, so earlier people were saying like, oh, Ogerpon's just not coming back if they don't bring Terra anymore. But they should just make a new mask that's like the Dynamax mask or whatever, and it lets Ogerpon Dynamax better. Like they could
The Dynamask.
Dynamask, yeah. They could just like make a new mask that like plays into whatever the new gimmick is, I feel like. And that would be fine.
And it has to be the Kommo-o, given that the Incineroar returned to the field for that Ogerpon.
Like the Mega Mask to give her a Mega Evolution, something like that.
Here to not take super effective damage from a potential Draco Meteor from Aaron's Raging Bolt. We also see a Spiky Shield from Aaron's Ogerpon to protect itself this turn. Body press.
Wow.
Ooh. Honestly, thanks to all those iron defense boosts.
That is a lot of damage. That is resisted, and Raging Bolt is a naturally very bulky Pokemon.
A little Electro Web.
It's pretty cool.
Gets 2 iron defenses up, and the Raging Bolt.
Very, very cool move.
Used to be a Galvantulo's signature thing, right? But now it's like everybody gets it.
Yeah.
Like you said, Gabby, it does prevent super effective damage from Draco Meteor. And the nice thing about having fire in this scenario for Paul is that oftentimes we see players go for steel on their Iron Defense Kommo-o, but that would actually put you in a much worse spot against this Ogerpon on Aaron's side. Fire, though, allows you to resist both the Ivy Cudgel and any kind of grass move from that Ogerpon while dropping that Dragon weakness.
I think Bro's about to get body pressed.
Stop the Raging Bolt from attacking this turn, but Aaron finds an opportunity to set up once again. Swords Dance on his Ogerpon to boost attacks.
So now we have a rather wounded Ursh in the back and a +2 Hearthflame Ogerpon.
At +1 attack overall.
But I don't know.
It is a big threat.
I guess if you crit, you might be able to actually get some hits in on the Kommo, but it resists it still. Even if you bypass the defense boosts.
Surging Strikes actually just KOs it.
Oh, that's true, yeah, if you're faster.
Urshifu is kind of a big problem, and of course, because of the Unseen Fist ability, you cannot protect either of the Pokemon on the field. Unfortunately for Aaron,
I was forgetting that Ursh is faster.
Won't be able to attack for more than resisted damage, so that Sword Stance does go up, which is nice. It kind of keeps you in this game a little bit. But if your Urshifu doesn't take kind of 2 KOs in the next 2 turns, I'm still not sure it'll be enough.
there's also the Ogerpon Wellspring mask in the back of Paul's party, which could swap in for either Como-O or Incineroar.
Oh, that's true. There is still a third guy. I didn't even realize. I thought this was a 2v2.
So there's a ton of pressure
Okay.
on Aaron to
This is actually like almost impossible for Aaron. Because the one thing in the back absorbs water moves for free. So you can't just freely click Surging Strikes into the Como-O.
If you're close combated and Como-O absolutely survives this turn, you have to call whether or not Paul.
But he didn't switch.
No switch at all, just a Swords Dance instead.
Huh.
Como-O is going to stay on the field, but unfortunately
Oh no.
for its trouble, and after all 3 hits, it is enough to pick up that KO. Good information for Paul and for Aaron to see just how that might have actually missed the KO if it was still at full health going into a next game. But for now, Como-O has been knocked out. Incineroar will use Parting Shot to drop the attack of that Urshifu by another stage. And just like that, both of these trainers are down to their final 2 Pokemon.
They are.
So now you click Horn Leech into the other Ogerpon, right? I would assume.
Surging Strikes would hit one of those slots.
Very safe, very free. I mean, you're gonna get faked out. You still have fake out pressure.
Will be in range for either an Ivy Cudgel or a close combat.
So I'm assuming here you fake out the Hearthflame Ogerpon, and then you can't use Surging Strikes, and you're at like -3 on Urshifu. So without those guaranteed crits, it's gonna hurt.
Is that +2?
I think you spike your shield here.
I think it might still come down to some protect and fake out reads here.
Yeah.
You do still have to worry about the Unseen Fist, but if you're Aaron,
Now here's a turn where double fake out, double protect makes sense. I was talking about it earlier, but when you know they've got fake out pressure, then yes, it makes perfect sense to do that.
Yeah, I really like how Aaron just went for the double protect play here to ensure that neither of his Pokemon would be flinched and caught off guard. I'm more curious about how Paul targeted this, because I would think you would prioritize the fake out onto the Ogerpon, knowing that after all those Sword Stances and Intimidates, it's now at +2 attack, and then just double into that slot. We actually see the Horn Leech
Whoa.
with the Incineroar trying to heal that Ogerpon up
Wait,
with its health.
that's so smart. Because if you bring because if you bring Incineroar down, he eats his own berry. So they both get regen. It's free HP on the table. That's so smart.
It's free real estate. It's just free real estate.
That's really smart.
making sure you fake out the Ogerpon, I think, is the right play, but capitalizing on the double protect there to make sure you're not getting caught by a fake out.
Wow. Okay, well that really makes things more interesting.
Have a close combat from this range now too, but also your Incineroar is at higher health than it was when it started that turn.
It is because of the berry.
It's going to come down to the speed interactions between the 2 Ogerpon. If all
That's
Ogerpon
such a
goes
cool,
first
smart
and
move.
go Aaron's Ogerpon, then we might see it be able to survive a close combat. And no, Aaron's goes first.
Here comes the Ivy Cudgel, and it's
Oh well.
enough to pick up the KO.
Nevertheless.
Paul's side of the field, Paul shaking his head. Urshifu is guaranteed to be the next Pokemon to attack, and even with the extra help from that Citrus Berry,
It was a cool play though. Like I don't think you had any other outs there regardless. So might as well make a good play.
one game
Kind of strike fear into your opponent's heart, knowing that you've got the brain that can make plays like that.
Game there. I think at certain points, I
That was very
actually
cool.
thought earlier on that Paul was in such a strong spot with that Como-O, but thanks to him being forced to terrestrialize by that Raging Bolt threatening Draco Meteor, that meant Urshifu could come back in and threaten that Surging Strikes to KO through those Iron Defense boosts. And I think Paul maybe possibly made a mistake not trying to catch that Surging Strikes with the Water Absorb from the Ogerpon, because at that point when Como-O went down, and especially because Aaron capitalized very well with those Sword Stances, it was much more difficult for Paul to make any headway.
Yeah, one play that I was curious that we didn't see from Paul was the use of Follow Me on Ogerpon in particular, because it did seem like there were a couple of turns where, yes, you do have to guess, is it going to be Surging Strikes or Close Combat from the opposing Urshifu? But I do think that the Ogerpon would have helped its partner by taking some of that damage away. But for now, I agree. You know, you were just saying this was a very good start for Paul and Como-O. I absolutely agree. It just felt like the Urshifu and the Ogerpon just out-damaged Paul's Pokemon at the end of the game.
Yeah, and that's what it came down to. Once the
Yeah.
Como-O went down, that was kind of all of Paul's offensive threat at
Hello.
the time.
I didn't see who that was. I'm typing something right now. Is that Densuo? Densuo usually spams that. Yes, it is. Hey, Densuo.
Aaron's or even Stefan's.
Scared the shit out of me.
Oh, did you hear that? You can hear that?
Yeah, because I'm watching through your stream on Discord.
Oh, that captures audio?
Especially
Only that.
the rest of his Pokemon. Yes, the Urshifu took a lot of damage from that Rocky Helmet earlier on
That's
in the
weird.
game. But
I was a little bit zoned out messaging someone, and
into the defense.
Absolute jump scare.
I don't know why that goes through Discord.
Does make me wonder if Paul's going to consider
Cool.
adjusting
I'll figure that out later.
going into game number 2 here.
Because it's a virtual audio cable. I don't know why that would go to Discord.
Felt like they were there
Because the virtual webcam should not be able to pick up audio.
to admit this as a Como-O believer. I don't
No
think
clue, but that one did.
Pokemon to one attacker in this matchup, knowing how offensive your opponent was playing game 1.
Yeah, we did get to see kind of how the Iron Defense and the Bulk Ups interacted, though. After 2 turns of both Iron Defense and Bulk Up, the Como-O was definitely out-damaging the Corviknight. So I guess that's something for Paul to still keep in mind. You know, if I do get the chance to go for that setup again, maybe I prioritize keeping Como-O healthy. Maybe I do use that Follow Me, like you said, Gabby, or possibly use that Amoonguss to put things to sleep, use that Rage Powder as well. And now we have the Como-O Incineroar lead again from Paul, again getting intimidated by its own self.
Wow, we've been here before, huh?
And the Corviknight Ogerpon from Aaron.
I think Incineroar could take a little intimidation. I don't know. Maybe it needs that little blow to its ego. We'll go for the fake out.
Fake out into the Rocky helmet.
Stop it from setting up any bulk ups this turn, whereas Como-O goes straight for the Iron defense. Funnily enough, though, Aaron already showcasing an adjustment here. Not only did he lead the Ogerpon Hearthflame, but also immediately switched in that Raging Bolt so that it can now threaten both the Pokemon on Paul's side of the field.
Smart swap there from Aaron. The Ogerpon there was doing absolutely nothing, especially because this Como-O was absolutely going to be Iron defensing this turn. And in its current state, it is resisting both the Grass and Fire type moves from the Ogerpon on Aaron's side. And that's, I mean, kind of a clear fake out into Corviknight there too. You know, Corviknight is the only thing that threatens any kind of damage. And of course, if you get one Iron defense up...
It is definitely cool that by having this Corviknight, you've basically made your opponent here only have 5 guys they can pick from. Landorus is like not coming, I'm assuming. There's just no way that's a safe play if you're Paul Ruiz.
Imagine some kind of Terastallization or Protect and
which really narrows stuff down.
This turn if necessary.
Well, interestingly enough, we see Aaron opt to Terastallize first. Oh no, excuse me, that was Paul. Never mind. Como-O and Corviknight
straight into the Terrifier.
This turn. I agree with this play, if only because judging by what we saw in game number 1, Como-O was so central to Paul's strategy, you just have to protect it. But we already see an adaptation from Aaron.
Interesting,
again.
so you're ditching Steel Flying. So if there is Landorus in the back for Paul, you're fine. Because now you can hit it with Poison.
Will resist the body presses for sure, but we also could see this play out later. That's a +4 defense Como-O. You said that body press is going to do a ton of damage
Tailwind.
to not a Fairy Raging Bolt. Here's the opportunity.
Not even a bulk up coming out. Tailwind instead, and Draco Meteor does come out from the Raging Bolt.
Ooh, it's a nice amount of damage though.
Damage well over 50% of that Como-O's HP, so that Terastallization did save it from being one-hit KO'd. But now, unfortunately, this Raging Bolt finds itself at -3 special attack thanks to the Draco Meteor drops and the parting shot from that Incineroar.
You just crit. If you crit every turn, it doesn't matter if you're at -3. Just crit the next 3 Draco Meteors.
And Raging Bolt will definitely outspeed the Amoonguss coming in, and the Como-O as well. So even though Raging Bolt is at -3 special attack, Corviknight has more than ample opportunity here to use Brave.
I don't think Brave Bird one-shots Amoonguss though.
Possibly knock out the Como-O. It does feel like Aaron is still in the driver's seat and should have an opportunity to sneak that Raging Bolt off the field if he decides he wants to do so.
He
But yeah, you definitely have to swap Bolt out, I would think.
If Paul decides to go for Body Press into that slot, we did see the +4 Body Press, you know, would have 2-hit KO'd that Fairy type Raging Bolt.
Or do you just keep hitting it until they make you leave with Body Press? Yeah, that might be the play.
Aaron could possibly switch in, survive a Body Press.
You don't, yeah, because you don't want to switch into something getting body pressed at that point.
You're not going to get knocked out by Brave Bird. Amoonguss probably survives this as well because it's such a bulky.
Oh, wow.
Just straight up when it
Oh, wow. That crit might have mattered.
I think that definitely mattered.
In one go. Corviknight will take some recoil.
I mean, good riddance to Amoonguss, but like... Oh, please let this be a crit too. It'd be so funny. Okay.
Como-O able to hold on in the red body press. Here's that Calcin. It is enough for a one-hit knockout there. I think you're okay with that though if you're Aaron, because trading your Raging
Dude, the Amoonguss is a big deal.
Amoonguss feels huge.
That's a really big critical hit there. I think it's...
And this time we have Tailwind up, so we are faster than the body presser.
Thanks to it being a naturally very bulky Pokemon, even though that is a, you know, same type attack bonus Brave Bird. Unfortunate critical hit because, you know, if the Amoonguss sticks around, it can either redirect some attacks later on, possibly put some things to sleep, but you do in turn get the big KO onto that Raging Bolt. Yeah, you're trading one Pokemon for one Pokemon, which is kind of nice and all, but with Tailwind up and with this Corviknight and Ogerpon, you know, relatively healthy still, you can't fake out them both, obviously, if you're this Incineroar. This Como-O is now at very low HP. There's no kind of Pollen Puff or any kind of healing other than the leftovers on this Como-O to get it pretty healthy again. So you really have to worry about, you know, how many times do I have to, how many more chances will I get to attack with this Como-O?
Oh, we're clicking Roost. We're locking in here.
Aaron is approaching this turn as well. It does feel
Actually gets to click Roost this game.
Very exciting.
you're probably gonna flinch one of my Pokemon.
Now you can shed that flying typing, finally. Ha ha ha.
So I don't take damage. At the end of the day, I would just be stalling out my own Tailwind.
Right.
So I'll give you a choice. You know what my Ogerpon wants to do, and you can probably guess what Corviknight wants to do at this point. Let you choose.
And this should be a free Roost, actually.
That Incineroar, though, so Aaron is
Definitely looks like it, yeah.
what he wanted from this turn with the protect from the Como-O
no.
as well. That means Ogerpon
Oh no.
negate the Intimidate and go up to +1 attack. And now Corviknight as
Oh,
well
no.
going for Roost to heal up half of its health. That's going to put it basically back to full.
That's a bit of a disaster turn for Paul there. Not a bad assumption to make that Aaron will try and play a more safer turn. Obviously, Fake Out was in play because that Incineroar had just switched in, but Aaron takes such good advantage of that. Like you said, Gabby, why would you want to double protect in your own Tailwind? Like, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go straight for that Swords Dance. Aaron's been very aggressive with those Swords Dances throughout the set, and it's paid off very well. He's now at +1 attack on that Ogerpon, and even with the defense boost from Como-O, that may be enough for KO, especially considering you have the option to attack with that Corviknight as well. Obviously, Ogerpon on Paul's end cannot Terrastalize, cannot drop that flying type weakness, so a Brave Bird coming through would be super effective as well.
Incineroar taking the field once again to negate the attack boost from that Ogerpon. But this Corviknight is still, I think,
I love Mirror Armor. Such a cool ability.
for Paul's team. Ivy Cudgel into the
Whoa.
Ooh. Oh my god.
Wow.
We move. We move.
Wait.
Oh my.
There's no way.
That was not very effective.
And we've got Fake Out pressure from Paul's side now. It's a disaster.
Brave Bird would do so much more than that.
We move.
That's crazy.
Corviknight's no slouch, and Brave
And your
Bird-
Tailwind's over. Oh, it's a disaster.
I am still in this.
And they still have the Wellspring Ogerpon in the back, just like last game.
More body press KO for the road. Obviously, Urshifu
So you
now
can't just
should be able to
Surging
cover
Strikes.
the
It's not
threshold.
safe.
Still in that position that we saw
But no,
last
if you don't crit, like, you're not doing any damage to Como-O.
as well. You have the option to kind of absorb those Surging Strikes with the Water Absorb if you.
But if you swap out Como-O, then you're losing all those
on this
defense
current
boosts. So
turn,
it is a
because you don't really want
trade.
to get a Brave Bird coming in. At the same time, your own Como-O has already done so much. You could possibly try and finish this game out just with this Ogerpon and Incineroar, but that survival from Como-O, the double up with the neutral Ivy Cudgel at that point, and then the Brave Bird from Corviknight, that was insane.
Yeah, Aaron relying on Ivy Cudgel's secondary effect of having a higher critical hit chance there, trying to break through the
Even if that crit, though, I don't know that would have actually done enough damage because, like, it's not very effective.
Fake Out will stop the Urshifu from attacking this turn. Here comes the
My god.
into that Urshifu.
We move.
This guy's gonna
We
win with
move.
5 hit points.
For Aaron, Brave Bird goes into the Incineroar and brings it down.
Well, it was looking really good for Aaron
It does,
with, like,
especially
the Roost and everything and the Sword Stance.
Even though it is still relatively healthy, it does resist this body press, does not have any bulk ups of its own, and because this Como-O didn't take any damage, that might still be out of range for one more Brave Bird. So another body press, maybe an Ivy Cudgel from the Ogerpon in the back. Paul has clawed victory from the jaws of defeat in this game here, Gabby.
He really has,
The
yeah.
Como-O is down and out, but clearly it had other plans.
Yeah, I will say that in this kind of endgame situation, you would expect to see Incineroar really pivot heavily, typically, so that you could continue to rely on Fake Out. You could continue to stop Corviknight from boosting its attacks and defenses with bulk up, for example. But because Corviknight's Mirror Armor ability is in play, this does mean that Parting Shot would not work against Corviknight. It would just bounce the stat drops back to Incineroar, and then it would not be allowed to switch.
This is crazy.
Rough interaction there.
Like, when you're at this level of defense, also, we saw how much damage an Ivy Cudgel didn't do.
Coming in.
Like, less than a Leftovers heal. Every time you heal with Leftovers, you're getting that much more out of it. with defensive boosts like this. It's absurd.
Eventually, you should
I don't know what Aaron is gonna play for here. I would personally have tapped out here and just gone to game 3, but maybe you just.
One body press coming through here just barely does not KO Corviknight.
You do have a Rocky helmet. This is true.
Actually, a Roost following Corviknight too.
I mean,
no way.
A long enough time scale, we do.
But the Flare Blitz then
has limited access to recovery here. That being said, though, the Flare Blitz is able to drop down this Corviknight to below, I believe, the body
press range, right?
Here. So as long as Paul goes for another body press this turn, I think he should be able
Possibly?
I think so.
Looks like he just clicked Roost.
Yeah, he's going to click Roost, but I think another body press from Komo gets the goods.
Matchup. And if you think that with the
because you do have Rocky Helmet, so you actually are, that's your best way to do damage right now. Oh!
You are able to win. It looks like Komo is knocked out by Rocky.
Popping off at Rocky Helmet damage over here. And we get the Roost. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, anything can happen. Literally anything can happen now, because we have super effective damage into the Ogre Pawn. And we're going to keep doing Rocky Helmet and self-damage chip to the Ogre Pawn, or to the Incin.
Eventually, the Rocky Helmet will outdamage Leftover's recovery.
Oh my goodness.
Have a chance to keep attacking. And again,
this is actually kind of a sick match. Now, Ivy Cudgel doesn't make contact, so it is not a Rocky Helmet involved move, but you do have a defense. You got one bulk up on yourself so far.
Cudgel does have an increased critical hit chance, but it doesn't get the crit this turn.
So Incin's knocking himself out no matter what here. I think.
Again. And now as these turns...
No, he's got a move that's not contact.
Closer and closer to Corviknight.
So now you actually have to deal with him, though.
Because keeping Incineroar healthy and on the field is really important. That
it
means
is.
Aaron can't keep roosting over and over and over, and he has to eventually attack and possibly knock himself out with a Brave Bird after a certain number of turns. And the more that you let this Ogre Pawn on Paul's side go for Ivy Cudgels, the more chances you're getting for a critical hit. With that,
it's true. A crit here would end the game, I'm pretty sure.
Going way back and forth, Gabby.
But this is still could be anyone's game.
And Roost is gone.
Yeah, we're out of Roosts is the thing.
Had 5 uses throughout this entire.
Wait, why did he only have 5 on here? Why didn't he Bro, why didn't you PP max the Roost? No, not like this.
No. No.
Won't be taking damage from the Rocky Helmet. Instead, Corviknight has to go for a Brave Bird at some
But the recoil is going to knock you here, I think.
For the KO, here it comes. It's a one-hit knockout.
But the recoil.
Incineroar versus Corviknight remaining, and Incineroar is just hanging on.
The Snarl does it, I think, right?
Oh, maybe not.
Oh my god, whoa!
Hangs on and will win this match for Aaron. Oh my gosh, Gabby.
Paul Ruiz had it. He had a path.
This was incredibly hype, actually. I take back all of the detraction I was having earlier, where I was like, oh, these World Championship players we've seen many times before. This is probably the craziest endgame I've actually ever seen.
That was incredible.
Corviknight is him.
He's him.
That is insane.
If any of those Ivy Cudgels had been a crit, though, it would have completely ended right there.
And
no need to ask his pronouns because he's him.
He's him.
Using your PP ups, your PP maxes, possibly.
Yeah.
And Paul might have been counting those Roosts because at maximum PP, that's a possible of 8.
That's really rough for Paul. I feel very bad for him, though. That does not feel good.
Open team sheets, obviously, but the PP on there is not listed, so there's no way for Paul to have known that the Corviknight ran out of Roosts. If Paul knew that the Corviknight could not Roost anymore, he surely would have selected Flare Blitz on that turn, just because that means that even though there's the Rocky Helmet...
Yo, that's actually a good point. That might be why we're not PP upping. Like, because you're going to count for those, right? You're going to count that you have, like, 5 or 8, right? So then if you think he can keep roosting, you don't want to take chip anymore. But if he can't roost anymore, then he's going to go on the out. Oh,
Pokemon fainting order.
I'm not cut out to be a player.
That person would win. So because
But Corviknight did not leave the field upon being a lead here, so that was quite cool.
That would have guaranteed that Incineroar would have fainted last and that Paul would win. But, you know, that's a great call out about the fact that Aaron did not have all 8 uses for Roost. I think a lot of times, especially in formats where there is a lot of fake out, there is a lot of like damage cycling and Pokemon switching and all that, you kind of think, do I want to have the maximum possible uses for my move so that way maybe I don't get encored and then I get locked into a struggle or something? But Aaron just showcasing that Corviknight had just enough in the tank tank to get the job done. And
Yeah, it was 2 HP at the very end, right?
Yeah.
Use case for not maximizing your Pokemon's power points is baiting your opponents into not using Flare Blitz.
Yeah.
We've unlocked the new level of team building.
You know, especially after the
Leaf, I know you were complaining about this being the stream match, but this was actually one of the most exciting nail-biting endgames I've ever seen in my entire life.
chance to get the cool
Like Rocky Helmet out here getting knockouts instead of actual damage. Like just the tiniest slivers of HP holding us on.
I think there were multiple times in both of those games that kind of
Corviknight literally winning with 2 hit points. Incredible stuff.
Getting to 11-3 without knowing exactly how these matchups play out.
It was quite good.
Using that terrestrialized Corviknight to make sure that it can't take nearly as much.
But like, this is again why I can't be a player, because if I was on either end of this match, I'm pretty sure I would just get up and faint.
There were no critical hits from that Ogerpon's Ivy Cudgel, so that.
Oh yeah, I mean I don't really like the community choice Twitch thing either personally, because it just favors people who are already popular instead of allowing new people to become popular, I feel. I know they've tried with like listing the archetype instead of the players and things like that.
It was so
but
amazing to see him just commit to that strategy in game number 2.
There's not really any one good solution, I feel. I don't know.
Corviknight was just one step ahead. It had the flying taxi just waiting for it. Like, I gotta go to top cut. Or,
Aaron called the flying taxi to take him to top 8.
Well, that's the end of Swiss, so we're starting at top 8
that's so cool.
after this one.
Obviously, he's put himself in a position where, based on how the tiebreakers play out, he might find himself in.
I will be right back. I'm going to put some new things in the laundry while I'm assuming getting a winner's interview, which will probably be very good.
I will also take this to go get some more water.
Good idea.
In top 8 this weekend. That was really fun.
That was an incredibly close match.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to hear from Aaron as to kind of his game plans for that match, just because there were so many different pieces to be moving around for both players, really. Paul, obviously, that Coma O is the big kind of checkmate piece. Like you said, we've seen it have some great success this year. I won a regional, I believe, in Sacramento with Michael Zhang, and Paul's been running it for a while as well. But unfortunately this time, not enough to break through the Corviknight.
It's okay, and I don't think Coma O will be making an appearance in Regulation G either, but I feel like this was the perfect send-off match for Coma O. It was very exciting, it was very hype, and we even got to see Coma O be a shining star.
True. Yeah. It was a cool fire terrestrialization too.
Yeah,
that's something that I personally haven't seen just yet. And so it came in really handy against the Ogerpon on Aaron's end. Kind of just a different set of defensive resistances that, in this case, were very good.
Yeah, well, thank you for indulging me on my Coma O love. I really appreciate that. But I think it's time we send things over to the Corviknights in the room. Joe, why don't you take it away with an interview with Aaron?
Thank you very much, Gabby and Jake. That was an exhilarating matchup. We are here with our round 15 winner, Aaron Brock. What a match. Congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
Thank you. I am feeling amazing. I played my win-in on stream at Vancouver, and it didn't go so well. And hopefully this went a little better. I got the win, so I did my part.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. You got to see, obviously, how the cards play out. You know, this is kind of new territory. We don't as often get 15 rounds of Swiss compared to our normal 14 that we've had over the last couple of seasons here in Scarlet and Violet. And you know, like going into that match, you've made multiple regional top cuts. You performed well. And
Hello.
obviously, play with the best of the best. But you literally were facing one of the best of the best as in a world champion, Paul Reed. So, how did you feel going into this match?
Yeah, I mean, I have the utmost respect for really anybody here. Anybody could be anybody in this game, and really when I saw the matchup, I was just okay. I can't freak out about it. I have to take it just as any other game and do my game.
Yeah, I think it definitely makes sense, and you stuck to that strategy, and you stuck with your Corviknight. And I think it's always funny, Aaron, because whenever I think of you, I think of the San Diego Dreadnought team. But you also use Corviknight, so you've used some other really fun things. So what led you to bringing this Corviknight, inspired team here to Orlando?
Yeah, well, I thought Corviknight has been really good for a long time in this format, honestly, because it just completely blanks Landorus Incarnate, and its mirror armor ability is super broken. Flying coverage is really good right now in the format, and it's very bulky. So I just thought that it would be a nice way to help deal with Landorus on a team that otherwise didn't have any ground switch-ins.
Okay, so this is where we need to get, because we were all popping off back here watching this. That the crowd was going crazy as well. Everyone was invested in this matchup, Aaron. And talk me through the end game against Paul, where he has multiple Pokemon. He's got the +4 defense on Como. You just have Corviknight in a dream, basically. And how do you map out, you know, those last 4 or 5 turns in that match against Paul?
So the turn before, it was just Corviknight when I lost my Urshifu. I expected that Paul would read my Protect and switch to Ogerpon, but obviously I didn't get the call right and ended up losing Urshifu for nothing. So honestly, I had all but given up. I was like, I'm gonna play it out, but I did not think I would win. I was like, okay, I need to try and spam out. Maybe he'll knock himself out with the Rocky Helmet chip, and maybe I can survive hits long enough to be in a comfortable range to get another Brave Bird off on the Ogerpon. And I just kept clicking Roost, and he ended up hitting me twice. I lived on very small HP both times, and Corviknight was able to clutch it up.
Well, I mean, your Corviknight, it did so much damage in that set, especially since it's not like you had the Iron Defenses set up or anything. Like, you got the full knockout onto Amoonguss, the one-hit KO onto Ogerpon Wellspring as well. Is this something that happens often? Because I think most people see Corviknight and think, you know, defensive wall. It's just, you know, it might not get knockouts, but it's going to be able to take hits. But no, yours was actually claiming KO after KO.
Yeah, I thought Corviknight normally is typically a really bulky Pokemon that can kind of just sit there and absorb hits. But at least for my team specifically, I thought that having the 4 moves that I chose and only having Brave Bird as my attacking move, while giving me the ability to set up with bulk up and have the utility, I thought that was the best kind of combination of roles for it.
Yeah, it was just such a cool match. I know, like, how do you feel? I know you have when you're on stage, you have the noise canceling headphones and everything, and you got music in the game to try to keep you in the zone. But are there ever times when you're on stage where you feel the crowd, like you feel it after a crit or after a big play, even if you have noise canceling headphones on? Do you ever just feel that energy?
Yeah, definitely. If something like that were to happen, I could feel the energy, especially if the crowd noise kind of bleeds through sometimes if they get loud enough.
So, all right, how many regional top cuts, if this is enough to get you into cut here, what would this number be for you?
This will be my 3rd regional top cut if it ends up that way.
Okay, and how do you feel this team composition, this team construction that you have of this core of 6 compares to your other, you know, prior regional top cuts?
I'd say it's kind of about the same. When I look back on what teams I've...
Okay, so it looks like the standings for this round are in, and it looks like Jacob is 13th, so which means that they're not going to top 8. They will not be on stream, after all. But we still got our champion, Zach Weed, in 2nd seed. At a 13-2 record, it looks like right now.
Yeah, I think
and then we've got Ben still going with the Trick Room, Joshua Lorsi as 3rd seed. We're doing quite well.
And then I'll make 5 Pokemon that revolve around it, or do you have a conventional team of 5?
Really wanted to see Jacob on stream though.
Round this out nicely.
Yeah, at least for this team, I had I was borrowing a friend's team, Sven, and his team, I believe it was Chen Pao over Corviknight, but when I was testing it, I just did not like how defensively weak it was to Landorus, so I thought, okay, this does kind of the similar things. It gives speed control.
Welcome back.
And
I've been here. I was
okay.
just a little. I was letting you get your standings out of the way.
Yeah. So yeah, we're doing all right. I really wanted to see Jacob on stream.
Unfortunately, it's gonna take a lot because he definitely can't compete with the
Next time.
Reg G, but we'll see.
All right, yeah, I figure maybe a future regional Pokedex or something like that where Dreadnought's in. I'll keep my fingers crossed for you. But I do have, because let's get your mind working here, because we have one last set of trivia questions that we were not able to ask the rest of the field, and you know, get you rested. You know, you got time before Top Cut and everything like that. So I think you should be pretty well equipped to answer some of these questions. All right, so
let's hear it.
as we all know, if you get all 3 of the trivia questions right, you're going to win a free Play Pokemon t-shirt.
Oh boy, big prize.
Oh boy.
Question number 1. Should be a toss-up.
Let's do it.
All right. Aaron Brock with the last trivia set of the weekend. Name one of the 6 Pokemon on Shohei Kimura's 2023 World Championship team.
Fluttermane.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just a given.
Slam dunk.
You knew. For fun, just for extra credit, can you think of any other Pokemon on the team? I have all 6 listed.
Urshifu Rapid Strike.
Yep.
Dragapult. No, that's the other guy.
Amoonguss.
Yep.
Chenpao. And Iron Hands.
Wow, okay. Wasn't bluffing, actually knew the team. Dragapult was the other guy. The other guy, Dragapult Frigg.
Right? How did that go?
I almost made top cut. I went 4-3 on day 2.
Okay, all right. This year, Hawaii is your year. We're getting day 2. We're getting day 2 top cut.
100%.
Or well, I guess just top cut in general. In Hawaii. All right. Question number 2. Now you should be very intimately.
Go anywhere else besides behind my PC.
In honor of G-Sock Lee winning the first Pokemon Scarlet and Violet Regional Championship in San Diego, his Garganacl was distributed as a reward.
Sure was.
What was the terrestrialization
Poison.
type of
Poison.
G-Sock's Garganacl?
Everybody knows this. It's poison.
It was poison, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was Terra Poison. I was so worried you were about to say Ghost, and I was going to say, Aaron, no, it's Poison. Yes.
Poison?
Did you face G-Sock or no?
That boy is poison.
In top 4, yeah. Oh, that San Diego was so long ago, but it was really only like a year and a half ago, if you think about it.
Yeah.
Feels like so much has happened.
It feels recently, but also it feels like like ages ago at the same time. It's
All
weird.
right. Now here's the kicker. How long have you been playing VGC?
I had started over COVID, so in like 2020.
All right, so not 2009? Is the
No,
one you got it?
definitely not.
All right, this is question number 3 for the T-shirt, Aaron.
Oh man.
In 2009, Kazuyuki Tsuji won the first video game championship. Which of the Sinnoh first partner Pokemon was on his
Empoleon.
team? So you got a 33% chance to
Empoleon.
get it right.
Was it Empoleon?
It was
Yeah.
Empoleon. Aaron Brock with the Play Pokemon
Yeah.
t-shirt, the Trivia Master. How does it feel? Hold it up to the
Wow, the real trophy?
Look at that beautiful green. Nice
No. I did not
We're
go to
out
San
on a
Diego.
night at town. We're to the club.
Real and true is me responding to you saying to think Jacob almost didn't make it to Orlando because of their flight getting canceled. Yeah.
I don't know.
That's real and true. I did not go to San Diego. I have never been to a regional as a spectator.
Awesome set there. Fingers crossed.
That's real and true.
And see how you can perform the rest of the season all the way up to Honolulu.
Stop that. Hey.
But for now,
Penny, I'm not going to cut it out.
I believe I was somewhere else prior.
Pat's being a little freak right now.
All right.
Now, so I'm going to talk to myself at some other point in time. Here I go.
Whoa.
Florida man.
Brady Smith, you're here. You're a regional champion, Daytona regional champion, right? So you're no stranger to success in Florida.
Oh, yeah, you could say that, I guess. Yeah.
You could say
All right,
that.
so what would be more to you, being a regional champion or winning a free t-shirt by getting 3 trivia questions correct?
Okay, the answer's so obvious. T-shirt every single time. Come on, guys, t-shirt.
It's the t-shirt, definitely. All right, so Brady, are you ready for your trivia
on.
questions?
Yes, of course I am.
All right, we're going to start off with a softball for you, okay? Which of the genies has not won the World Championship in the Masters Division?
Okay, so 2013, Arash won with Tornadus. 2015, Shoma won with Landorus and Thundurus, so that has to be an Amorous.
An Amorous, see, I thought I was going to get that, you know. We thought an Amorous, it really hasn't done anything, right? And Shohei didn't have it there. So, yes, you are correct. Poor Enamorous, the pink one, has not gotten there. All right, question number 2. Now, I know you're a big fan of the stream, you're a big fan of VGC history, so hopefully you're going to get this one, Brady. As a counter to Mega Kangaskhan, which Kanto fighting type Pokemon did Mark McQuillan use in the 2015 to make the Boston crowd go crazy and win the Seniors Division Championship?
Mark McQuillan is my
Machamp,
dog.
right?
I love that guy. He used Machamp,
Yeah.
champion. I love that guy with dynamic punch, no guard. He punched Mega Kangaskhan in finals. I remember that.
Yes, that was a great time. Correct, the Machampion, as Shady and Dwee decided to call Mark that day. All right, question number 3. This is the tough one. This is the T-shirt is on the line.
T-shirt's on the line.
Okay, I think I'm ready.
All right. In GS Cup format years 2016, 2019, and 2022, how many times did Xerneas win the World Championship in the Masters Division?
3.
Okay, so I'm going to go through this one by one. So the highest placing Xerneas in 16 was Eduardo Cunha in top 4, so did not win there. 2019 did not win. Lunala Groudon won, so not there. And then 2022, Eduardo won with Zacian and Calyrex. So Xerneas has not won a single Masters Division Regional Championship.
Brady
wow.
Smith, the VGC Encyclopedia.
That's incredible.
Congratulations. You won your t-shirt.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to Disney World.
Is he allowed to say that on stream?
I was just about to ask.
Are
is
you
he
allowed
to say that?
Are you allowed? Cut the feed. Cut the feed.
This weekend, but at least you got your shirt. So you still.
I don't think you're allowed to say that.
So thank you to Brady.
I'm like reasonably sure you're not allowed to say that. That's very funny.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokemon Center.
All right, I don't need to see the USC Pokemon Center. All right, so we're at our top 8. I have the standings, which are these guys, as of the end of this round just now. So Zach didn't win the final match in the round, but I'm assuming this is because they were taking it easy. Nothing on the line really for that. So they're 13-2, second seed next to Charles here, so everybody's 13-2. Unfortunately, my boy Jacob is 13th, which is still top 16, which is incredibly good, but it does mean that we will not have a chance to see them in top 8 on stream, so I feel kind of swindled in that regard. So we're doing good there. Ben is still in the running with their very cool Trick Room team. Aaron we just saw come through with Corviknight, though they're not a local, so not that huge a deal for me personally. Good showing overall from the region, I will say. It's cool that, like, 2 of our players, arguably 3 of them, have placed better than Wolf so far in today's event.
The New England difference.
It really is. It really is. Oh yeah, so like, what do the teams look like from here on out? We've got a cool Reggie Drago, I'm seeing. Can I make this even bigger? Justin Karras is running Reggie Drago, which is neat, and Iron Crown. Zach obviously has that Screamtail that we very badly want to see. In top 8. Kinda samey. Yeah, I guess the real standout drafts here are like this one very clearly different Trick Room team. Then we've got like Reggie Drago's kind of odd, and this is kind of odd. Everything else is kind of similar, I feel, in the top 8 at least. We got like your Urshifus, your Insins, Raging Bolt is there, couple of Rillabooms, Ogrepon, mostly Hearthflame up here actually, which is kind of interesting. Only one Wellspring and it's top seed. That's actually really interesting. Usually Wellspring is the dominant one. And none of those top 12 usage Dragonites made it to top 8, unfortunately. Highest one seems to be 11th place.
相手のパーティーのリキキリンとウーラオスをどのように倒すかが鍵となっていて、それらに対抗するためにテラスタイプを変更したモロバレルが、鍵になると考え、臨みました。なんだろう、勝利することも大事ですが、その対戦相手がいることによって、得られる、友情だったりコミュニケーションが僕の中では一番、このゲームの大切なところ。
Oh, my stream has died.
Oh, mine also just went down. They cut the feed because the guy said Disneyland before.
There we go. Just give it a refresh. Oh, no, never mind. It is,
We've been DMCA'd in real time by the Mickey Mouse Corporation. Yeah, this is just gonna get stuck again, right? Yep. Interesting. Is it still going on Twitch? Nope, it is not still going on Twitch. Cool. Well, How's your day been going, Penny? How's your cat currently?
It's being a little bastard right now.
Please clean up your language on an official Pokemon restream.
Sorry.
It is okay. It was not meant in malice. It was fine. But be mindful. That's the kind of thing. You can say Mickey Mouse maybe, but you definitely can't say that.
Gotcha.
Even if it's true.
Unfortunately, very true for him right now.
What do they do? You said they were getting tangled up in your PC cables or something?
Yeah, he was going behind my PC. He's just grabbing stuff from all over, trying to chew on cords.
Aw. Cats love chewing on things. Well, mine doesn't, because mine doesn't have teeth, but...
I was gonna say, in your case...
I'm told cats like chewing on things.
No, he's a little antsy because he ran out of food this morning, and I'm just waiting for my partner to come back with a fresh bag. But he'll live. It's only been a few hours.
I hope I get to watch Top Cut. That would be cool. Because I'm pretty sure the matchup that, based on standings that we're going to get, is going to be Zach Weed versus Wolfie, which is kind of funny.
Well, I gave it a refresh and it played for a few more seconds, but...
I'm not having any such luck.
Yeah, I got like 2 seconds out of it, and then it was back to...
Man, but he's so excited about his new friends.
As he should be.
I agree. Based on what I'm hearing from boots on the ground, the stream match for top 8 is in fact Wolf versus Zach, though, so I really want to see it. Because Zach has managed to dodge stream this entire tournament despite being top seed. Oh, are we back? With no audio.
We are back, yeah, with no audio.
That's fine. Okay. That's fine. That means I'll have to prove myself as a commentator. Though I would really like to hear Gabby commentate this match because, as she mentioned before, Zach Weed is a local for us. So, and yeah, Leaf, I agree. Having players bubble out of top 8 is really silly when we've got enough players easily for a top 16. But I do not make the rules. So.
The time now,
Oh, audio's cut back in. Excellent.
Boston area. I attend
Oh,
New England.
not on my end.
Little,
oh, there we go.
Server and all that good stuff, and I gotta say,
oh, perfect timing.
The community come out to Orlando in particular and support each other.
Hey,
I mean, there were multiple people who day 2'd, multiple people who got a lot of championship points this weekend.
Yeah.
It's just incredible to see the community, you know, at the local level, just meeting up every Thursday night for their weeklies, where you know there's no points on the line.
That's me. I'm Thursday night.
Make friends, and I think there's cool prizing
hey.
that Pokemon sends out.
Oh my gosh, hold on, I'll be right back.
Go to the premier challenges, you know, support each other there. Yes, it's a competition, but you know, I really liked that team idea that you had. Why don't we kind of get something going here, you know?
I'm down.
Why don't we collab?
Yeah. I see. I think we got something. I think we're onto something here.
Yeah. It's just really special to see. So shout out to the New England community in particular.
She's so right.
Let me shout out my people
shout out
too.
Your community too.
I host some tournaments over in the Dallas-Fort Worth area where I live, and we had 2 people make day 2 as well. I believe Jonathan Zuniga and Lahu Shen were both of our Dallas day tours, so it was really fun to see. But I was checking along with our local communication server as well, and I think we had 4 or 5 that were playing like win-and-ins for day 2, and everyone was talking like, oh, let's root everyone on, and it was so cool to just see everyone following along from home, but still rooting on their community members, and that was really fun. So Texas VGC, I have to shout them out
yeah.
too.
And on top of all that, I don't know if you've thought about this yet, Jake, but so there is a nice little period between the North American International Championships and the World Championships where championship point events cannot be held.
Yep.
That's it.
Yeah.
You're just done for the
You're
year.
just done. It's true.
It does mean that you can run fun events.
Mhm.
Have you thought about any fun events you want to run for your local
I cannot wait to run like an entire month of Little Cup. This is my dream.
Because that does sound pretty fun. You can probably come up
Or
with
Pokemon Snap.
pretty kooky ideas.
You can do whatever. They don't care. They might care.
Well, if you want the Chaos Cup teams, I got a guy.
What if there be one?
Pokemon Snap would go hard.
I don't know if you can do that for a VGC event, even if it's not pointed, which is what she's talking about. Like after NAIC, you can't do pointed events anymore, but there's still a long time before Worlds.
It was awful.
So I can keep doing my Thursday night local stuff because those aren't pointed, but you could also get goofy with it. Depends on what players want. I'm assuming they're gonna want practice for Worlds, because based on today's results, we're gonna have a few players going to Worlds.
It was a good time.
That is funny.
But speaking of our local communities, let's go check in with social media. As
Mhm.
if you are here in person, you can tweet. But if you are watching at home, you can also join in on the community as well. And here we go. Shout outs to Dan, a long-time VGC affectionate.
Dan, at Dan VGC.
Retro Cup format here. It's a side event format. Those are 2DSs that those trainers are playing with, in case you don't recognize them. And they have a bunch of the 3DS games that you can just be given a console, be given a team, told have fun. So it's Chaos Cup with the added technology on top of it.
There we go. That's so fun. I love playing old formats. Any of the formats in the
That seems fun.
Yeah, I agree. The side events are genuinely very cool. I have a newfound respect for them after having worked an event in Vancouver. They have some good ideas.
The Sun and Moon era, the Sword and Shield era, get to experience some of like the X and Y, possibly even the Black and White era games. So I absolutely love this is happening.
Yeah, and I was actually talking to Dan last night, and he was telling me that, you know, these are on-demand pods. So basically, once you get 4 or 8 people, you just run the tournament.
Oh,
and
nice.
you can
My friend Tom Hayden actually just ran last week before, or 2 weeks ago before the. No, it was last week, before the 3DS servers went permanently offline. He ran a VGC 20, I think it was 2013, no, he ran VGC 2015, 16, 17, 18 tours on 3DS. Like, every night he was doing a different online tour, where you would, like, play on cartridge in one of these old 3DS games for, like, one last tournament.
That's incredible.
It was really cool.
Those are two cuties. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they are very cute.
Maybe
but
there's a caption, but I'm too busy looking at those two people. Okay, let's read
no
it.
shame in that, honestly.
I don't know what Gabby Snyder said, but Pancham is throwing some serious shade.
So, you know how you
Is that
can
a lampshade
have
joke?
one favorite Pokemon.
Yes.
And you know how every Pokemon thinks that they should be your favorite Pokemon?
Of course.
Pancham is not my favorite Pokemon.
Me neither.
Yeah, we kind of got into a little bit of a scrappy disagreement backstage, and while I do hope that we can we can work through our differences in a friendly manner, I think we might need a mediator. So if anybody is a trained mediator in the room or in the hall, please come see me and Pancham later.
We'll get it
We
set
have
up.
some stuff to work out.
All right, next tweet of the afternoon. William Bauer. Oh, this is so great. Such a beautiful day out. Let's mix it up and enjoy watching Pokemon with our
Whoa,
class group.
imagine,
Peace-side.
outside.
So cool.
I love
Now that's the plushie metagame right there.
That's the real meta right there.
You can legally bring them all to the table, as far as I'm aware, based on the rules that I've read many times. You are allowed good luck charms with no numeric limit or volume specified in the ruling. So I think you could actually bring all of these guys to the table with you if you wanted.
We're finally getting rid of winter and transitioning into spring, and it's just been so amazing to see the flowers blooming.
But now that's got me thinking, like, I've got a life-size Dunsparce. Could I bring that to the table if I were a player, in theory? Could I claim that this is my good luck charm?
We love seeing your.
That's a great question.
I feel like, as a judge, I would say, I'm like, sorry, this is going to obstruct, like, the play space in a way that is beyond what we can deal with. But I don't think there's actually anything in the letter of the rules that would make that the case. they just say that you are allowed good luck charms, and specifically call out plushes as a thing you're allowed to have.
In the lounge, and we are
So,
preparing everybody here to get
I'll have to ask those more in the know.
the Orlando Regional Championships. And Len and Dwee, you guys have been looking, you've been crunching the numbers backstage, you've been writing down all the information. I'm gonna acquiesce to you in this segment. You know, we have 8 trainers, 8 Urshifus. Is that
Do we really?
storyline, or is there something else I'm missing?
Well, first of all, these 8 trainers all got here in different ways, have different teams. We've seen a lot of them on stream, but a few of them we haven't actually seen yet. Our 1 seed, Charles, has a Tailwind team with Glamora and Urshifu single strike that feels like it's reminiscent of the metagame from a couple months ago, but is obviously still having a tremendous amount of success this weekend. We also haven't seen Zachary Weed on stream yet.
Sure haven't.
Screamtail and Sword Stance.
And as you explain this, Len, we do have the bracket available if you want to continue explaining it.
Yeah, so
everyone can see.
I think those will be, those 2 players are going to be our first 2 stream matches to get them showing. But we've
Yes.
also, Justin Karras, Aaron Brock, Josh Lorsey, and Ben Grismer are all on stream already.
Yeah, another player that we have not seen so far on stream is Neil Patel, who's coming off of really great success at the Vancouver Regional Championships, just has been a consistent player throughout. He's a player that's at my locals, and he's always a threat to
Everybody's got the local players showing up. It's awesome.
mid-season showdown, or as seen here, you know, Vancouver Regional Championships top cut, now here in the Orlando Regional Championships top cut. So Neil Patel piloting a balanced team that is utilizing Urshifu, Rillaboom, Incineroar, Qianpao, Raging Bolt, and a Hearthflame Ogrepon. So really traditional balanced team right there that just you know, it's one of those Raging Bolt teams, right?
Yeah, I mean, a Raging Bolt team with that core of Incineroar, but still a lot of offense behind it, right? Having the Ogrepon, Hearthflame, and the Qianpao means it can also pilot modes that are a lot more aggressive than some of the balanced teams can manage.
Yeah, utilizing that Qianpao's ability, just, you know, making sure that the defenses are weak over on the other side of the field to open up for, you know, all those physical attackers, the Hearthflame Ogrepon, the Urshifu, the Rillaboom, the Incineroar. So, you know, it's a cool take on it.
It should be an interesting matchup against Charles' Tailwind team of Ogrepon, Wellspring, Chiyu, Fluttermane, Glamora, Tornadus, and Urshifu single strike. That's a 6 Pokemon core that we've seen together quite a bit. If you've been playing at your locals, you've probably played someone who used those 6 Pokemon. It's been a pretty popular team, but I think it was more popular a couple months ago. I just think it's really interesting to see how maybe it got countered a little bit in the metagame for a while. As it started to be used less, some of those counters dropped off, and then it's able to have just an incredible run with the a player who is able to pilot it, probably knows it very well to be able to run it so well and get into this #1 seed in our top 8.
I do want to point or pat ourselves on the back as 5 of the 8 trainers in Top Cut were on stream already, as you mentioned. So
It's crazy that not all of them have been on stream, though.
in Orlando.
Again, Zach has been top seed this entire tournament.
And Wolf Click on opposite ends of the bracket. We'll cross that bridge if we get there. But for now, I want to focus on Joshua Lorsey and Ben Grismer. Len, that's where I'm really excited. Lorsey having a bounce back performance after EUSC, making Top Cut here in Orlando. But Ben was the #1 player after day 1 of Swiss, so it's not going to be easy for Josh.
No, absolutely not. Ben's got this really tricky, hard Trick Room team with the Indeedee, Smeargle, Urshifu, Single Strike, and Hatterene. I think one thing that's going to make it harder for Ben compared to the match that we saw on stream is that Lorsey does have a Rillaboom, so that Psychic Train.
Okay, I think we're going to see Zach and Wolf up first. They're going to do 2 of the top 8. I'm assuming it's going to be Charles and Neil and Zach and Wolf. But I have received a photo from the venue of Zach and Wolf sitting on the stage, so we're going to see them soon.
Okay.
On the field and following.
That's crazy.
Setting up Trick Room and then just getting the sweepers in to deal as much damage as possible. Again, my motto of Pokemon, knock out their Pokemon before they can knock out yours. I mean, we saw that happen in the stream set with Ben, where Ben would set up Trick Room and just 4 turns. 4 turns is all Ben needed in order to secure that victory. So
Trick Room games end in 6 turns no matter what. like
you said, I mean,
that's just all it goes.
Under his belt in order to deal with his Trick Room team.
It's always interesting as well to have, you know, when you're building your team, I'm sure Lorsey has thought about his hard Trick Room matchup, has practiced it some, but it's not necessarily the matchup that you expect to have to play at the highest level once you get into the top 8 of a tournament.
People always say this. They're always like, oh, Trick Room's good, but it's not great. They're wrong. They just don't know.
How he wants to disrupt Trick Room.
They lack the vision to click Healing Wish turn 1 with nobody in the back.
Are different in the ways you're going to have to disrupt Trick Room against a player of Ben's caliber who knows all of the tricks.
I'm going to be thinking about that forever. Like into Gen 10, I will be thinking about Oh, you can just
Have to head back to the
like
casters, but before we do that, do
you can just do that.
want to risk it? I know. Do we like to believe in things? Do you believe in any of the 8 players?
You believe in them?
8 of the players.
Good answer.
That's a good answer. I like that.
Come back to me. I'll have an answer. I'll have a real answer in a bit.
Finals?
Yeah. No, not after finals. After Len gives his answer.
Okay.
I'm excited to see him for the first time on stream, but I'm starting to believe in Zachary Weed.
Yes!
This offensive team with Screamtail has just been really strong all day in day 2. He's going to be up against Wolf, so it's going to be a big challenge in the top 8 round. But yeah, I think he's a player to watch for sure.
All right. Well, quickly.
What Len said.
That's a great answer. This is why we paid Dewey the big bucks. All right, we're gonna head back to the casters so we can get ready with our first top 8 match here of the Orlando Regional Championship. Gabby and
What's
Jake,
up?
Take it away.
I don't know why the big bucks comment just got me.
Boys spelled with a Z, of course, Gabby.
Oh, of
because
course.
That's very important in this context.
Of course, it makes them 20% more cooler.
Of course, yeah. And that's what we need is more cool on this stream.
Or more heat, as we are ready to get into our
We are in
first top 8.
Top 8. Let's go. Zachary Weed versus Wolf Glick.
This match here, Zachary Weed.
He's a baby.
Glick, Zachary, someone who I've seen do.
Let's go, Zach.
I'm kind of sad they're not up there, honestly. But top 16 in Toronto, top 64 in Pittsburgh, won the seniors division in Charlotte last year. This is actually his first year competing in the Masters division, and he has a.
And now he's going to destroy Wolf Glick on stream. Top 8.
I will forsake
With
my.
Screamtail.
I'm forsaking my Oshi for this.
It's time for the next generation, Penny.
It's time. No, I'm saying that.
Yeah.
I'm saying I'm forsaking him.
I know. I
It's-
understand. I'm agreeing with you. It is time for the next generation.
Screamtail, just as a move in general. And for those unfamiliar, it's a single target rock type move that lowers speed by 1. So that can be a really great option for speed control. Screamtail does have Thunderwave at its disposal, and of course Trick Room as well. But if you want a move that deals damage and also lowers speed, that's honestly probably its only option. But obviously it works well enough for Zachary to make it all the way into top 8 here.
I want to see this Rock Tomb tech on stream, but I also want Zach to win. So like whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Regional at the Masters division level. I've seen him top cut many locals, and it's no surprise to see him here. But you know, you have the newcomer against
The grizzled veteran. This is crazy.
time. You know Wolf Glick. You know he's the 2016 World Champion. Won Players Cup 2 back in 2021. Won NAIC
8x regional champion. Mio Dio.
Regional Champion.
Mamma mia.
That is a spicy meatball.
Once again, vying for that championship title.
Wolf has been winning regionals since before Zachary was born, I think.
Yes.
Oh no.
Wolf again, like we've seen on stream, running this team of Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Incineroar, Fluttermane, Mungus, Landorus Incarnate, and Tornadus Incarnate. And I kind of want to call out this Fluttermane. It's kind of become just kind of a run-of-the-mill thing you see on every team at this point in the format, because it is so very good. Lately, though, we have been seeing more commonly the kind of bulky speed boosting sets with the booster energy boosting speed from photosynthesis, running something like Icy Wind for some speed control, but Wolf instead opting for the special attack boosting set and going back to the much more offensive moveset of Moonblast, Shadow Ball, and Dazzling Gleam. And we've seen that Fluttermane do a lot of damage lately throughout this tournament, and it's something that people might have their mental damage calculations off a bit for, because we're kind of used to, you know, less offensively oriented Fluttermanes lately. And of course, they often are not running Dazzling Gleam anymore, but if you're all of a sudden forced to confront this very strong Fluttermane, that is...
So I will say, to Zach's advantage, Wolf's team is very standard. Like there don't appear to be any tricks. It is just good stuff piloted by the best player.
Decision into another top cut. I think he's talked about that a lot on stream already. One thing that I want to focus in on, especially as these trainers transition into team preview and get ready to get started, is Wolf's approach to these matchups. We had that interview video with him earlier on where he talked about how
I mean, I guess Zach's team is pretty standard stuff too, other than the Screamtail, but
limit them. And I think his
The Screamtail's what makes the difference.
it might be the difference, yeah.
damage from
My point being that like Zach has probably practiced a very similar matchup a lot of times,
Shifu Rapid
which
Strike.
would be good for him.
It just gives him plenty of ways to try and find that control. And against Zachary's team, the one thing I can't help but notice is that a Pokemon like Screamtail with Encore, with Disable, that's really meant to shut down those modes of control. So do you think we're going to see that Screamtail in this matchup?
I think it's quite likely. Screamtail being one of the few things that could outspeed the Choice Scarf Urshifu that we see
This
on
is
both
true.
sides of the field.
Screamtail's insanely fast.
Very, very strong tools for shutting down strategies, like you said, Gabby. And I think in this case, Zachary's team possibly has a few more tools to disrupt opponents than Wolf's does, even though we did hear him talk about, you know, limiting options. I think when you're
Wolf is going crazy with the note-taking.
Intimidate, Rock Tomb, Encore, Disable, Snarl, Electro.
But he usually does these for videos where he has like very, very clear play-by-plays for like every match he plays. So
Yeah.
he's a very good note-taker, which definitely plays into why he is so consistently good.
For support, and the Incineroar as well with the Intimidate and the Parting Shot.
It's a very hard skill to practice also.
To see how these two trainers kind of face those tools off against each other. If one trainer is able to leverage, you know, for example, their fake outs better, if Zachary's able to get a perfect position for like an
One interesting note that I only picked up on the team preview here is that his Rillaboom on Zach's side is Clear Amulet and not like Assault Vest, which is unusual. Makes it immune to this Intimidate though, which is kind of big.
Orlando, we have the Urshifu.
All right, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
For Zachary versus the Incineroar and the Tornadus out on the field for Wolf.
And immediately the Clear Amulet.
Clear Amulet paying off immediately.
The Intimidate will not work into that Rillaboom. It will remain at neutral attack. And the Fake Out on Rillaboom will move quicker than the Fake Out on the Incineroar on Wolf's side, thanks to the naturally faster base speed of that Rillaboom. So a decent start here for both players, I would imagine. The Tornadus on Wolf's end is not a Covert Cloak. It is not Terra Ghost. So if you do opt to Fake Out the Tornadus this turn, there's no chance
Ooh.
Tornadus will switch.
That was just a sneeze for real that
okay.
time.
The Radiant taking its spot.
Not a Rocky Helmet Amoongus critically. Otherwise, this would be very bad for Zach.
Crystallization from Wolf here in turn one.
Ghost, right?
This game, Incineroar.
No, Grass, okay.
Walking into that grass typing.
Interesting.
Deleting any of the resistance or the weaknesses to the Urshifu.
Surging Strikes, yeah.
Will take resisted damage from.
But we're not going for that yet.
From close combat. Fake out into that Incineroar, so a great fake.
So Amoongus is not going to take damage here too much, but critically it is not a Rocky Helmet. Otherwise, it would be very bad for Zach. And I guess he probably wouldn't have made that play had he even had the possibility. Yeah.
Yeah.
Citrus Berry. So Urshifu at the end of the turn emerges relatively.
Still has that Focus Sash intact, really importantly.
The Tornadus is holding the Focus Sash, so you really don't want that broken. And even though you could protect against the Fake Out, you of course cannot protect against an Urshifu. With
Relatedly, this is my favorite battle track from Scarlet and Violet.
The Incineroar does not get
The Ace Academy one.
There's no Parting Shot. There's no.
Incredibly good.
It's really good.
Zachary's two Pokemon should outspeed both of Wolf's, and he has a little bit more agency on this turn.
Yeah.
You can only hazard a guess as to what my favorite one is.
Is it Cassiopeia?
All of his options for
Yeah.
Okay. That's Jacob's favorite also, for what it's worth.
Urshifu and replace it with Ogerpon Hearts.
It's a banger. I got my own boss music out of this game.
It's true.
Any of these two Pokemon to sleep, but Zachary actually makes a double switch here. So
Whoa.
Amoongus for Raging Bolt.
Raging Bolt comes in here, and it is the Assault Vest set, as we do see. So there's
Interesting.
no Spore immunity anymore, and especially now that
That slot was a Rillaboom 2 seconds ago, right?
Yeah.
Which had a
where
Clear
Raging Bolt
Amulet.
is.
Yeah, but it had a Clear Amulet, so that Parting Shot that Wolfie just targeted into it would have done nothing had he stayed in.
against the Raging Bolt, so we might see.
That's a crazy play from Wolf's side, I mean.
Playstyle that Wolf I think is very comfortable with, just knowing what Pokemon to switch in and when, knowing that he sent in a Tornadus here, that does to me imply that whatever is that last Pokemon probably does not want to make an appearance here, and is most likely Wolf considering, I'm going to switch out this Tornadus immediately again to get that Intimidate down onto the field. And you know, Amoongus looks like it's more than capable of picking up the knockout on Ogerpon as well, thanks to that huge Sludge Bomb.
Really smart Sludge Bomb there. The Urshifu.
It's messed up that Amoongus can have any offensive pressure whatsoever.
You know, Parting Shot.
Like, Sludge Bomb being able to do anything. I know it's super effective here, but like,
Still.
I don't know, it's messed up.
Wolf targets it with the Sludge Bomb, gets a huge chunk of damage, and puts it in surely Bleakwind Storm range, unless Zachary does opt to Terrastallize. I think Terrastalization here, not a bad option at all. The Incineroar in the back for Wolf is now a Grass type, so if it wants
That's true. Wolf has already used Terra, so we can't Terra out of the weakness on Amoongus.
if Zachary does
That's a good point. And you're tearing out of the flying, the flying weakness on Ogerpon. So I think that's good.
Terastallization from Wolf.
I don't think Bleak Wind can KO from this range, but I've been wrong before.
Would be making an appearance, but here it is on the field, and Body Aspect will boost its attack up by a single stage. And
Oh, okay.
and intimidate from that Incineroar. This Ogerpon is more than able to take advantage of that.
Oh.
Protect from Wolf will stop any damage.
We get a little more grassy terrain recovery on Ogerpon, which is always welcome.
Still a huge threat moving forwards.
Really big threat here, especially now that it will get one more turn of grassy terrain recovery. You have to imagine there's no way this Tornadus can knock it out with a Bleak Windstorm, barring something like a critical hit. Hopefully you didn't just curse Zachary with that one here, but Raging Bolt also will not get any damage done thanks to the double protect. And unless Zachary opted for the hugely aggressive Swords Dance there, that's again a very safe double protect coming out from Wolf, allowing Wolf to scout out the possible terastallization, specifically from Ogerpon. I think now knowing that Ogerpon...
I think the Fire Ivy Cudgel is relatively safe into the Amoonguss slot because anything that comes in there is not going to be happy about it.
Yeah, for sure.
Incin's Grass now. I don't know what the last guy is. I'm guessing it's Fluttermane, and you don't want to show it because you want to preserve that booster energy. Like once it comes out, you use the item and you lose the boost if you ever swap out again.
Yeah.
But it's not going to want to eat a Ivy Cudgel no matter what, so.
With that speed drop on.
But maybe we'll find out right now.
You see the switch come through from Wolf this turn, though. It is the Incin.
No, okay, still Incin.
Will be returning to the field for that Amoonguss. Will have.
So we're back to 0, neutral for Ogerpon. Loses the +1. Bleak Wind off the rip, misses the Raging Bolt, but hits the Ogerpon. That grassy terrain felt pretty good right there, I bet. Speed drop is not great, but this should get the knockout on Incin, like no problem.
Yeah.
Thanks to the terastallization, will be KO'd straight up by the neutral.
But the speed drop on Ogerpon hurts really bad, because now even with this Electro Web coming out, you're not going to be faster.
Yeah.
But you do have Spiky Shield, so you can hang in there for a little bit. Oh, wow.
Big break for Wolf there. That would have done a
Oh.
That would also been really damaging, yeah?
obviously because of the Focus Sash, but the single target Electro Web would have done so much damage, broken the Focus Sash, lowered its speed. And
That's really rough. That's only like a 5% chance to miss.
Miss chance on Electro Web.
Oh, okay, Lando.
Not only is that true, it also would have ensured that the Ogerpon could still potentially.
But she was like half a second behind.
Okay.
That Bleak Windstorm speed drop come through in the previous turn. Unfortunately for Zachary, though, this Raging
Double G needs a healthy meta.
Very healthy meta.
Damage against the Landorus, which is a ground flying type Pokemon. And I think if this Raging Bolt wants to do anything this turn, it's going to be forced to either go for a Dragon Pulse to do neutral damage, or maybe hope that you can connect a Thunderclap with the Tornadus, which given Wolf's playstyle, I don't think that's something Wolf will, give Zachary the opportunity to do.
Especially given that he now has the chance to preserve.
Interesting.
No Thunderclaps coming out because Rain Dance will be dropping the power of any fire type moves.
Good chip with the Grassy Glide.
Ensuring that you get to attack at least once.
The fact that you can survive a super effective
will do a lot of damage, but Assault Vest keeps it coming.
Earth Power.
Yeah, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Like the fact that you can endure a Sheer Force, Life Orb, Earth Power, same type attack bonus, super effective is goofy.
Did help the Landorus hang on. The one thing you have to keep in mind here is that Ogerpon.
It's just the power of giraffes.
Yeah.
Grassy Glide this turn, and then there's also the.
This is rough though. Zach's in a really hard spot.
Which could easily pick up that damage on the Landorus.
Because now Bleak Wind's never going to miss because of the Rain Dance. So Rillaboom is not a safe switch in. I think you just click damage from here on out on Wolfie's side.
Of course, and now especially that this Raging Bolt
or
really threatened as much by the Landorus on this turn because of the possibility.
Yeah, so we set up grass again, I'm assuming, and go for the Grassy Glide into Lando, but I'm assuming Lando's going to protect.
Specifically into the Tornadus.
Tornadus only has Bleak Windstorm as its attacking move, and if you have to knock out a Pokemon with Tornadus, that does mean.
Oh wait, he didn't Grassy Glide. Okay.
To connect. For now, though, we see Spiky Shield from that Ogerpon as Rillaboom comes in to take an Earth
Just does so much.
from the opposing Landorus.
I think a bit of a missed opportunity for Zachary there to try and claim that KO on Landorus.
But we've got Grassy Glide back up.
Go for Grassy Glide again.
Yeah.
To be knocked out.
That said, Amoonguss can easily click Rage Powder.
To protect on this turn, you did bring in the Rillaboom, which cannot be redirected by Amoonguss thanks to its grass typing. Now you still do have the option to, of course, pin the Landorus with Grassy Glide this turn, possibly go for a fake out into that Amoonguss as well. But Zachary,
yeah, I think that's the only play.
Doesn't doesn't get burned by it too badly because Incineroar, of course, does resist that Earth power. But now Amoonguss is on the field in the rain, which is great for Wolf. The thing that Zachary has to most threaten Amoonguss
Oh,
is
Zach's really thinking.
Ivy Cudgel from this Ogre Pond, but Rain will be having that damage.
It's coming down to the final seconds.
I mean, he got
Okay,
it.
wow. Good.
Grassy Glide to pick up the KO onto Landorus. It is just the Tornadus and Amoonguss remaining for Wolf, and here
Now, in the rain, this is going to do a lot less. But
Yeah.
which allows Amoonguss to hang on and activate.
I hate that this thing can hold a berry. I hate Amoonguss. I'm using it on my Rig G team because, like, you gotta. But, it's obnoxious. Zach is back in a really good spot, though. Amoonguss has limited offensive potential here. We saw Sludge Bomb hitting pretty hard. But we still have the full HP Ursh in the back. Yeah, I think, yeah.
Is not holding the Assault Vest. It's that clear amulet item. With the rain up, Tornadus has the option to go for a Bleak Wind Storm, guaranteed to connect, and especially because it's probably a little bit trained offensively thanks to that focus.
I think you just gotta sack the Ogre Pond here, unfortunately.
It's a tough spot for Zachary to be in because even though he has the Pokemon advantage, Amoonguss has the ability to put anything that's not Rillaboom to sleep, and it's really going to come down to how much damage the Bleak Wind Storm does.
But we have a full HP Ursh in the back with rain up, so even resisted hits if the Ogre Pond redirects are going to do, or sorry, if the Amoonguss redirects, they're going to do a lot.
Amoonguss went for? Did it go for that Sludge Bomb? Did it try and catch something on a switch? What was Wolf thinking in his approach? Just full-on offense. And I gotta say, the Sludge Bomb on Amoonguss is such a unique pick for the metagame right now. It is such a great move when you're facing off.
So now here you can Thunderclap, I think, pretty reliably into Tornadus. And then if Amoonguss tries to redirect that, you can just Surging Strikes, yeah?
In the metagame right now, they're
really not going for the Thunderclap.
They are. Sludge Bomb actually a big deal here because it does allow the Amoonguss to threaten more damage into Raging Bolt. Also importantly,
really? Okay, interesting.
The thing that Wolf has to, Bastion this Tornadus against the...
Both hang on. Well, I mean, obviously the Focus Sash, but...
It does damage into Urshifu, bring it down to its Focus Sash. Does not KO Raging Bolt here, and now they will both have a chance to attack.
Zachary unable to go for a Thunderclap on the off chance that Amoonguss went for a Rage Powder, but with the offense, able to return a KO onto the Tornadus. Wolf is down to just that Amoonguss. Dragon Pulse brings Amoonguss down into the yellow. Sludge Bomb, though, will...
Oh! That's crazy.
Oh my goodness.
1 HP.
Before the grassy terrain, one with a Focus Sash and one with the...
Well, that's that. I'm reasonably sure.
To confirm this game is locked up in Zachary's favor. Very well.
That's incredible. I thought it was still fairly safe with... Well, no, I guess because the rain ended, you lose the damage boost. I was thinking, like, even if you got Raging Bolt there, you would have been relatively safe.
Means that even if the protect does come through, it does KO the Tornadus.
They're both literally at like 1 HP, minus the terrain recovery we just got. Wolfie just has to do 2 HP of damage, but I don't think he can do it.
We did talk about the more offensive potential of Sludge Bomb on him.
Like, even if you protect here, you just get Surging Strikes.
Not enough in this case.
Yeah.
And you don't have Rocky Helmet. If he had Rocky Helmet, he'd be in great shape.
To ensure that its special defenses would help it withstand the storm. Even though Amoonguss is able to hold on through 3 Surging Strikes, you know the Raging Bolt is going to use Dragon Pulse. We saw how much...
Oh, wow. Zach, showing why they're top seed.
Let's go.
Really well played by Zachary there.
I'm so impressed.
To be commended for not panicking after that Electro Web miss. The game is much, much simpler for him if Electro Web does connect with that Tornadus earlier on in the game because it would have been at very low HP, would have had no Focus Sash left to its name, and it would have been a much simpler endgame for Zachary. But knowing exactly when he needed to start attacking, even took good use of Wolf's own Rain Dance thanks to the Surging Strikes from his own Urshifu, and keeping his composure. Very impressive for someone in their first year in the Masters Division, especially going up against the Titan that is Wolf Click.
Yeah, and I do gotta say here, and this may be me projecting and forecasting a little bit, but seeing Zachary play at locals in particular, I mean, the New England region has so many former Worlds qualifiers, so many regions.
I love hearing Gabby say this.
Just players with a lot of that momentum that Wolf has, that gravitas, if you will. So it's no surprise to see me or see him keep his cool to me in this critical matchup. But I mean, just look, both these trainers, pure, just focus, you know, accepting, yes, this is the game, this is how I adjust. Worked really well for Zachary in game number 1.
Wait, yeah, that was the same. That was all a game 1. The Raging Bolt ate both a Sludge Bomb and a super effective Earth Power that game. That Pokemon is crazy. You can just do whatever with Assault Vest on a Raging Bolt, huh?
Yeah.
Had 2 like critical beyond the odds survivals.
However, it could not switch back into the Ogre Pond later on in the game, and that essentially, I think, might have been the difference maker. If Wolf had that Incineroar available to him later on to possibly go for some fake outs, get some disruption in, maybe some more parting shots to lower offensive power from Zachary's Pokemon, he might have been in a spot where he could be a little bit more proactive.
I'm glad they're still using the Ace Academy music. This is the best one. I love that saxophone.
The same exact leads from game 1.
So no Pokemon adjustments apparent here in turn number 1. However, you have to wonder what the game plan adjustments will be here. I believe we saw the Tornadus switch out previously and the Incineroar terrestrialized turn number 1, but no terrestrializations this time around.
For the best.
Take out flinching the opposing Incineroar. Blink Windstorm.
Rillaboom dodges.
Rillaboom.
But hey, Ursh gets to attack for free.
Focus sash all
Are you gonna go for the Incin? Just remove it immediately?
Huge. That's a really big miss.
It's a big miss, yeah.
Would have taken a good amount of damage because again, it is not holding the Assault Vest. Urshifu will have the option to go for a Surging.
I don't think that clears.
It will be just short of a KO, but could put Tornadus in range for a Grassy Glide from this Clear Amulet Rillaboom.
It sure can.
With the ability to dodge intimidates thanks to that Clear Amulet, this Rillaboom is in a great position here to try and pick up an early knockout on the Tornadus, but that does make you wonder how the Incineroar will fare this turn. It seems like a very obvious play for Zachary.
This is a safe Grassy Glide, I'm pretty sure.
That Incineroar to try and pick up the
Definitely.
allow him to do it. No Pokemon switching out this turn.
And even with Tailwind, Incin is not faster.
On the Tornadus' final turn on the field.
Whoa, hold on, wait. Wait, hold on.
Hold on.
Wait.
What is he cooking?
Oh, okay, he is faster. I did not think, even with Tailwind, Incin would be faster.
HP, and the item being consumed from
I actually thought we were going to get Surging Strikes into Incin, and Wolfie was going to be down 0-2 in the first turn.
But I love how Wolf's Pokemon are trained here, because typically you would expect Incineroar to not outspeed Urshifu even after the
exactly what I was just saying.
You know, typically you do see Choice Scarf on Urshifu as well, which does make the speed interactions a little different. But just knowing that Incineroar was fast enough to outspeed and do that little bit of extra damage has put Wolf back into the game.
Yeah, so both of Zach's Terra types here are weak to Lando, which is really rough.
Again, calling out the lack of Assault Vest on Rillaboom means that a possible Sludge Bomb from this Landorus is much big of a threat. The Raging Bolt we already have seen able to survive at least 1 Earth Power.
But it requires you to make a really good read here in order to capitalize on it. Like, he's going to Terra Poison on Rilla. You'd have to be targeting a not very effective Earth Power into Rillaboom for that to matter. And you're going to get crazy damage in, I think.
As Zachary's is. So if you want to possibly catch them, trying to go for that Fairy Terra and smack it with a Sludge Bomb instead, you have that option.
He's going for Steel, okay.
Terrestrialization from Wolf with Steel typing on to the Landorus Incarnate. A interesting choice for sure, but Zachary as well opting to use his Terrestrialization this turn, and interestingly enough, it's actually the Rillaboom.
I've not seen Terra Poison Rillaboom. This is very interesting to me. I'm a big believer of Terra Dragon on this thing, just because it makes you resist fire, water, and grass. Oh, wow. Well, really good read.
Big read.
That's a World Champ difference moment.
Yeah.
No way, that is a crazy read, and it makes sense too, because Flare Blitz there probably also targeting the Rillaboom, which would have allowed it to KO afterwards anyway, but that Earth Power is a massive, massive read, because now the Dragon Pulse coming into Incineroar, it does even a pretty good chunk of damage, a critical hit.
Yeah, but now your Terra's spent.
To attack, which is so big there. It didn't have the option to go for possibly a high horsepower, which could have done some pretty good damage to that Incineroar. And more importantly, the Landorus remains at full HP in Tailwind, and Zachary's Terrestrialization entirely put to waste.
It was a tough call to make there for Zachary. I think a lot of players would have been tempted to go for the terastallization onto the Raging Bolt.
Yeah.
But just the fact that Wolf committed to that double up with Earth Power and with Flare Blitz into the Rillaboom, a fantastic call, showcasing his years of experience in this game.
I think even knowing that Ogerpon was probably the most likely candidate to be the 4th Pokemon there for Zachary makes that Earth Power Flare Blitz combo even stronger. I think nothing that Zachary had left could have survived the possibility of those two attacks at the same time, but the way that Wolf chose to go straight for that...
Lando is too strong.
Even just the one straight up one-hit KO Sludge Bomb from this Landorus is taking names this game.
I think Zachary was...
Yeah, we got game 3 though, it's cool.
...out-predict Wolf and anticipated that Wolf would think that he would spike a shield there to try and get through the remainder
Probably Amoonguss in the back.
I would assume so.
Offense.
But it could be Fluttermane.
Though Wolf with the Pokemon advantage and really with all the momentum on his side of the field, able to go straight for that Sludge Bomb into the Ogerpon, catch the KO, and most likely bring us into a game number 3 here in top 8.
This is such a great match so far, Gabby. Wolf has played this game incredibly well. We saw him a little bit on the back foot all throughout game 1, but as soon as this game started, even on that second turn, when he got the Tailwind up proactively and then was able to bring in the Tornadus as he KO'd the Urshifu, Wolf has been on the gas this entire time, taking 2 huge KOs into that Rillaboom and Ogerpon on consecutive turns with 1 hit each. This Landorus has scored 2 one-hit KOs on consecutive turns here.
I think also Wolf recognizing a team advantage that he has with
you're right, Amoonguss.
Tailwind in particular. All of Zachary's speed control is very reactive.
Yes.
Electro Web will happen later on in the turn. It'll drop the speeds for the next turn. Even if you were to bring the Screamtail, for example, Rock Tomb would still go after a potential Prankster Tailwind because that ability ensures that non-attacking moves will always move first. So if you go for that early Tailwind on the Tornadus, even if you lose it, that works out better for you because then your real attacking Pokemon can come in onto the field and take advantage of all of those turns of boosted speed.
Great call out, Gabby. Like you said, the speed control options from Zachary a little bit limited compared to the Prankster Tailwind. One more Earth Power again confirms it will not be able to KO.
Oh man, even in Tailwind, the Amoonguss is faster than Bolt. That's wild.
And Amoonguss showing that is actually faster than Raging Bolt in Tailwind, so a little bit of a good bit of info there.
It's good info for game 3 though. That's all you can really do at this point.
Yeah.
Run Trick Room just to have a bit of a better Trick Room matchup, and now Zachary knowing that if Tailwind is up, my Raging Bolt actually is not safe against this Amoonguss either.
Yeah, so Zachary really needs to focus in here and figure out how he can shut down Tailwind in the next turn, given that that was the key difference from game number 1 to game number 2 for Wolf. He does have access to Fake Out, and you could think, you know, maybe I Fake Out an attack or something, but against someone like Wolf, you know that he's going to be thinking about that game plan as well, and I think that's exactly why we've sort of hit the brakes here on this game number 2. Wolf, I mean, just look at his composure right now. I think he's trying to run through all of these options.
We are in the first match of top 8, Sari.
That's correct. Oh.
Go into game number 3. Zachary will lock in the forfeit though, and here we
go.
Sorry, I was kind of so focused
not
on
looking
the
at chat,
match.
Yeah.
I was just zoned in.
Yeah, so Zach is a local player. This is their first season as a master, and here they are in top 8 against Wolf. They were up a game, now tied.
As much time as you might like when you're sitting at team preview. I believe it's only 90 seconds to decide which 4 Pokemon you're going to bring to this matchup. And of course, a limited time between games as well. But Wolf, with all of his experience, knows, hey, I lost game 1 because I was...
So now we got to bring Screamtail in to use Rock Tomb, right?
Some different strategies in game 2, and obviously it paid off very well. It made some
the counter to the Tailwind.
I want to see it so bad.
It's not going to work again in game 3. Do I need to come up with some other ideas? This lead with the Rillaboom and the Urshifu and the Tornadus and Incineroar, I think can go pretty badly for Wolf. For example, if Zachary faked out the Tornadus on that first turn instead. And so you just have to wonder, you know, what can I get away with?
Yeah, he was talking about that on stream earlier. I didn't realize they still had like player slots available that late in the game here.
You know that the Rillaboom is not going to be the most effective Pokemon for you in the matchup long term. You can set up grassy terrain so that your own Ogerpon can go for those priority grassy glides, and I think that's a key part of this approach for Zachary, but you really need to make sure you can stop Tailwind, because at the end of the day, if you're grassy gliding into a Landorus or a Tornadus, you're just not going to match the damage that they can do to your team in return, and maybe you accept the Flare Blitz into your own Rillaboom as a consequence. But when we go into game number 3, we see the first Pokemon adjustment of this set. Wolf actually leading the
Amoonguss.
next to the Incineroar.
And a great lead there for this Amoonguss. It is not threatened at all by damage from either of these two Pokemon, especially considering the Intimidate support from that Incineroar right next to it. And now Incineroar obviously still does not like facing Urshifu Rapid Strike at all, but it does have an Amoonguss next to it, which can Rage Powder any of those attacks away. Give it the chance to safely swap.
But then if you fake out the Amoonguss, the Incineroar is going to fake out your Urshifu, I would assume.
Yeah.
So you can stop it from redirecting Surging Strikes, but then Incin's just going to clap. Yeah. Cool. Great turn. And then Grassy Terrain's going to heal us up, right?
Amoonguss and Urshifu both unable to move, but
I
notably
believe so, yeah.
Not back to full, unfortunately, though. Ursh needs one more turn for that.
there for Wolf, because unless it gets another turn of Grassy Terrain recovery, it will be able to be knocked out by one single hit. That could come in really important against the possible Bleak Windstorm from Tornadus. Even an Earth Power from Landorus, usually strong enough to win at KO and Urshifu, if it's not holding some kind of bulky item like an Assault Vest like we've seen on some sets, but in this case, obviously not relevant for the match. Urshifu, again, heavily threatens Incineroar, which is really important for Zachary, but the Amoonguss there next to it, especially considering the Rillaboom on Zachary's side, is sitting so pretty. These are some pretty free Rage Powders, just to make sure the Incineroar does not get hit by a close combat or a Surging Strikes.
Amoonguss is just so annoying. Golly, it's so game warping when there's one of these things on the field.
So much that it can do in
That sounded spicy.
if it's unable to move.
It's going to be more spicy.
Horsepower connect with the Incineroar, but the Flare Blitz in return from the Incineroar.
Now, does Amoonguss Sludge Bomb? Oh my god.
Taking a ton of damage from recoil. Sludge Bomb will pick up the knockdown onto that Rillaboom.
Really smart targeting from Wolf there. The fact that Zachary's Urshifu now is back up to full HP, certainly Wolf saw how much it was recovering from the Grassy Terrain, knew that Zachary probably wanted to get back to the full HP mark where that Focus Sash becomes viable. Double targets that Rillaboom with a Flare Blitz and Sludge Bomb. If it did
So I think you have to not Terra Ogerpon here despite the temptation, because you lose the immunity to Rage Powder if you Terra.
Incineroar did trade a lot of its health for that big KO, but I do think that's a really nice turn of events because now
I actually feel like if you're going to Terra somebody, it's going to be Ursh this game, but
reset it up and re-enable the priority from Ogerpon's Grassy Glide.
It does open up a potential win con for Wolf here that he could stall out Grassy Terrain, and especially if he has something like Tornadus in the back, you then have your
and yeah, you got to be immune to Spore also.
are going to take
Wolf is Terra Grass?
of this
It can't be Amoonguss. Oh, okay. Well,
terrestrializing the Amoonguss into a water
well, now you're weak to, like, whatever the Grassy Glide move, I guess, is.
damage from those fire type Ivy cudgels, but Ogerpon does
I really respect Zach for making a aggressive play here. Or, like, greedy, I guess.
Yeah.
And not Terraing here is bold. I'm assuming it's going to be a Spore into Ursh?
to attack. Wolf opts to go for
No. Oh, yes, okay. Sorry, the small delay made me think it was going to say, like, but it didn't work.
Incineroar does get knocked out. Ogerpon now is a full HP with +2 attack. A massive, massive boost in attack for Zachary. Unfortunately for him, though, the Tornadus does come in, and as we've seen earlier, it is...
The threat of Landorus in the back is still really scary. It makes me think about not wanting to Terra. But you also don't want to Terra, or don't want to take Bleak Windstorm damage. So you're kind of stuck. Like, that is why they are such an effective combo.
It does, and we're in a really unique spot for Zachary, where I think he wants to get this Urshifu off the field, but at the same time, the longer it stays on the field at this point, the more likely it is to wake up in time to threaten.
I don't know that you want to Terra, but you go to +3 attack if you Terra here.
It's a very tough
which is
call
huge.
because we know what his
Definitely one-shots the Amoonguss.
Bolt would love to stare down the water and flying type
If
Pokemon.
with enough terrain turns left, you might actually be able to one-shot the Lando because it can't Terra Steel. At +3, Grassy Glide might actually just be able to clinch it out.
Activating the embody aspect, getting to +3 attack, and all of that power is going to not connect with the Amoonguss.
Opts to protect and does.
I hate that Amoonguss has protect.
A great turn from Wolf there. No
Very obnoxious.
big threat for Zachary.
But Bleakwind also honorably missing.
One target does not hit the Ogre Pawn. Brings Urshi through.
Focus Sash finally used.
Down to 1 HP, and thankfully for Zachary, he did have the option to get that Urshifu back up to full HP, which reactivates that Focus Sash. But I think the more important target there is that Ogre Pawn, which now is still at full HP, will require at least 2 more Bleakwind Storms to be knocked out. And of course, now still threatens this Amoonguss with, I think, one final turn of grassy terrain.
The grassy terrain is so important here. Wolf has already used Protect on his Amoonguss, which means it's not guaranteed to succeed a second time. You could try and swap in that last Pokemon into that Amoonguss spot.
I'm assuming the last Pokemon is Landorus.
You're going to be taking neutral damage.
I can only assume, yeah.
Okay, cool. Get rid of the mushroom, but
That +3 attack from the Swords Dance and Hearth Flame Embody aspect coming in huge. Able to dispatch the Amoonguss before Tornadus goes for a Bleakwind Storm, which is able to connect.
I think Zach is still in trouble here, though. I think if Landorus comes out, we're in trouble. And I don't know why it would be anything else.
We've yet to see the final Pokemon from both of these trainers, but Grassy Terrain notably does end. If Landorus is the final Pokemon for Wolf, this is a great spot for it, Gabby. The Tailwind, the possible speed drops from Bleakwind Storms will ensure that Landorus can attack first.
Yeah, there we go.
It will stay weak to Earth Power, but of course the Raging Bolt does still threaten decent damage into Landorus with Dragon Pulse. Of course, Tornadus is one of the worst things you can use against a Raging Bolt if you're trying to defeat it. It's going to be really interesting to see how these players opt to target here, because of one wrong Earth Power, I think, could end this game either way.
Yeah, it's worth noting that the Raging Bolt has Assault Vest, which means it cannot protect. So if Wolf is anticipating a protect, you have your Pokemon go for Bleakwind Storm plus Earth Power into the Raging Bolt and hope that's enough for the KO. But if Ogerpon attacks instead of goes for that Spiky Shield and is able to connect an Ivy Cudgel with the Landorus, that could be game over for Wolf. We're going to take a moment, set up Tailwind. Earth Power will target down
That's that, I think.
for the knockout. Now Wolf is just
Yeah.
away from moving on to yet another top 4 placement at the regional championships. Dragon Pulse from Raging Bolt though will find the connection with the Landorus, but it's not enough to pick up that knockout.
I think that's probably the safest thing Wolf could have done. Zachary probably needed a double Spiky Shield there to protect that Ogerpon. And of course, because the Raging Bolt on his side is not running Draco Meteor, but instead Dragon Pulse, you're not threatening a
This is so sad.
It's a bummer, yeah.
Let's say, for example, is Zachary a Draco Meteor? That's a much more difficult decision for Wolf, because when Landorus goes down, if Raging Bolt stays on the field, Zachary just kind of straight up wins. Tornadus really can't touch Raging Bolt.
Maybe Bleakwind will miss. It's fine. We're going to miss a Bleakwind. Earth Power's not going to quite KO. Yep. Bleakwind's going to miss.
Oh.
Earth Power's not going to quite KO. This will KO.
Oh, here we
And now we can just click Thunderclap.
missing means that Dragon Pulse connects with the Landorus.
But we do have a full HP with Focus Sash intact, so I think we're actually...
Yeah.
He's not going... Did not go for Thunderclap. Aw. Aw.
With the Raging Bolt for the KO, Wolf Flick winning against...
The only way you win there, I think, is if they go for you go for Thunderclap, they go for Bleakwind, and the Bleakwind ends up missing.
I thought that
And then you do it again.
Storms to KO that Raging Bolt. And if that was the case, it actually could have been a bit of a mind game end there, because
That's unfortunate.
So you got to worry about
Incredibly unfortunate.
potential to stall it out, but thankfully for Wolf, the final Bleakwind Storm does connect, and it does KO that Raging Bolt, sending him into top 4, and unfortunately ending Zachary Wheat's fantastic run here at the Orlando Regional Championships.
What an incredible run, though, this weekend, making it all the way to top 8 here in one of the largest Pokemon tournaments yet. This is only his first year competing in the Masters division. That is such a huge accomplishment, and you could just tell from his plays, you know, he was balancing a very delicate board state incredibly well, committing to the same lead all 3 games, recognizing, you know, what Pokemon were the threat, what Pokemon he had to save for later. It was just a Bleakwind Storm at the end of the day that gave Wolf the advantage.
It was, and I think as soon as you give Wolf a little bit of an advantage,
I will be right back.
hard to take it back from him. Wolf has so much experience and so much knowledge about how much damage things do, what pieces I need of my team in certain situations to give myself a chance to win games. But you really have to stay on the gas pedal the entire time, and that's exactly what Zachary did in that first game. You know, he forced Wolf into awkward defensive positions that he couldn't really recover from. But I think especially once that Rillaboom went down for Zachary early on in that game, Wolf knew that, you know, if the grassy terrain ends, there's no way that I can get these priority grassy glides thrown at me, and that is how I can beat this Ogerpon before it can damage my Landorus.
Yeah, and also just knowing that the Landorus was the final Pokemon to be revealed for Wolf versus the Raging Bolt from Zachary, I think really just kept things in Wolf's favor at the end of the day. It's one of those, you know, really challenging sort of rock, paper, scissors type matchups here in Regulation F. Raging Bolt is amazing, but if your Pokemon is a ground type and you can't go for those Thunderclaps and you're forced to go for Dragon Pulse and you're already slower, it's just that much harder to find an advantage. And, you know, I think that Stefan Mott was actually talking about that end game with Clefairy.
Yeah.
You know, you can redirect the Dragon type move, you don't have to worry about the electric type attacks as much, and I feel like we're seeing a similar thing sort of play out here as well. But congratulations to Zachary. Like, that was such an incredible top 8 set. I cannot wait to see you at our next local, and I cannot wait to see where we're going to go from here.
So
you're
true.
Definitely one of the rising stars of the Masters division.
Absolutely, and we saw he had some smaller accomplishments earlier on this year. I believe at top 16 and top 64 at regionals.
Yeah.
Hopefully, maybe with some points from a future regional or an EIC, we could see him at the World Championships as well.
Yeah, or locals.
Of course.
Just max out your locals.
Yeah, of course.
Please.
No, but it's like getting to top 8, getting a possible invitation to the World Championships in your first season in the Masters division. Nothing to scoff at all. So huge congratulations. But of course, Wolf Glick, our 8-time regional champion and reigning Orlando champion, will be the one moving on to the semifinals.
And has an opportunity to keep defending the title, which I think is something he wasn't necessarily anticipating when he decided to show up this weekend, which is incredibly exciting for us to watch.
I think the only person left in the field that could possibly make a repeat appearance on our current season regional championships graphic, as well as the reigning Charlotte champion.
That's true.
That's correct. So we'll have to see.
Hopefully.
I know, we still have one more top 8 match to be played here.
I will also be right back. I'm going to go swap out some more laundry.
You know, we've talked about social media stuff in the past, and I gotta say, I've been looking at that hashtag Play Pokemon. I want to see who y'all are rooting for at home, and I also want to see trivia questions. I mentioned this at the top of the show. Trivia questions. I mean, Joe Brown has been absolutely crushing it with these trivia segments. I want some ideas.
I love trivia. Like, give me some trivia questions, answer on stream. I would happily get them right, always, of course. You can never stump me. This is gonna, I'm gonna have this like clipped and with me like missing a trivia question later on today too. I'm ready.
You're ready?
It's gonna happen. I know. I've already doomed myself.
That's okay. Are you ready for something different though?
Okay, let's do it.
So apparently Joe Brown is not only our resident trivia expert, he is also an expert at Pokemon Stadium minigames. And I believe there was a bit of a caster showdown that happened out in the hall earlier. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at that while we get our next top 8 match set up.
All right, well, I hear a gauntlet has been thrown. An egg emergency showdown is about to happen. I'm here to mediate these two competitors. Boo, Joe, what are your thoughts?
You know, I see this not only as an egg competition, but a TCG versus VGC competition. So I'm here to represent my people and catch some eggs.
Any response, Joe?
Listen, I will never back down from a fight. She posted it online. She threw the gauntlet down, as you mentioned. Said she.
Hey, hello.
Come take her in egg emergency, and I'm here to protect our game, protect our reputation.
Doing this for the honor of VGC. All right. Well, I think competitors, take your seats and let's get this egg emergency showdown underway.
Make sure you mention that it's on hard mode.
Yeah, it is on hard mode.
It's just supposed to work, right? I'm not crazy.
Yeah.
Let us know when to start.
Or are we now doing Pokemon Stadium mini
It
games?
looks like it, yeah. It certainly looks like it.
Oh, I see. All right, let's get it underway. This egg emergency showdown. Let's start it off.
Are we doing commentary for this?
Joe
We should have another top 8 match coming up. Then we're going to do the top 4s and then finally finals. So I think we have 4 more matches on stream. I think they're going to, they do one more top 8, they do both top 4s, and grand finals.
You don't want any early mistakes. You got to keep that perfect score. Still all players at 6 out of 6. 9 out of 9. No mistakes yet. You know, things will accelerate, though. Things will start picking up. Those Voltorbs will come flying. Those Voltorbs are devastating. You get hit by a Voltorb, like that one Calm just did, and there's really no coming back. 2 players of this caliber will not make enough mistakes to let you sneak back into a game if you lose a bunch of your eggs to a Voltorb. Still perfect scores, 38 out of 38. No mistakes yet.
Okay, so I'm receiving intel from the inside here that based just on standings even from yesterday, just making it to day 2, let alone the top 8, Zach has secured his Worlds invite with points as well. So
sweet.
Could be
we love
worse.
to see.
We do love
we
to
love
see
to
it.
hear it.
But top 8 certainly helps.
Has taken a Voltorb, is falling behind. Joe, I think, still has a perfect score. Oh, there was a miss, but not a big enough window. Joe,
This seems difficult to commentate.
Out of 100 and the clear victory, 16 egg deficit. Boo.
I love the thread here that Joe seems to just hyperfixate on the N64 Pokemon spin-off games, because he's like trying to inject the Pokemon Snap thing into the winner's interview.
Another big impact here.
Curious playing Pokemon Stadium minigames with perfect accuracy.
Like expert performance, take some notes.
That's fun.
I had 3 teams that I could have brought, and I didn't know which one I was bringing until the car ride on the way here. And I had, you know, prepared all of them, but I wasn't sure because I wasn't sure what the metagame was going to be. And this metagame has been super diverse, very difficult to predict. And I thought I was going to fight a lot of the teams like Luca Paz's team that I fought in top 4, and those are very hard matchups. I had played 10 games against that team in practice and not won any of them. So that win was the product of a lot of hard work and a little bit of good fortune, I guess, in like getting some plays right. As far as like navigating through the event, I was just focused on playing the next game. That's something that you get told early on that feels trivial, right? Like, of course, I play the game in front of me. I can't play the game in round 7 when I'm in round 5. But there's a fear that you can get of like, oh, well, if I lose this game, this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen. Play the game in front of me, right? My strategy doesn't change in top 8. I think I'm a little weird in this way. I think a lot of players prepare really heavily. And I do to an extent, right? I think about the matchups because I know they'll think about the matchup and we can't improvise. But I think Pokemon is the most fun when I'm figuring it out, when I'm showing my work, in a sense. So yeah, when it comes to top 8, it's like, I feel like it's the most fun when we have no time between the matches, when we're flying into them, and I just have a little bit of time to refresh myself on what they might be bringing and go for it, you know? I think the hardest match I played was Justin Tang in round 13 of Swiss. He had that Raging Bolt Lando I team that I fought Luca with, and he played it really well. It felt like he really knew the matchup. I was scared of Avery in top 8 because she had played so well in Swiss, and I had won that matchup cleanly the first 2 times I played it, and then she pushed me to the ropes both of our games. So I was really scared of the adjustments she was going to make because I felt like I was so secure in the matchup, and that's exactly when you can fall. And then I think, of course, like, again, that Raging Bolt balance team with Speed Booster Flutter with Icy Wind was my boogeyman.
We've got 2 amazing players, Tuller Webb and James Evans, just waiting to take her on this finals.
2 former senior division world champions. This is all built to what should be a really epic clash between 2 of the best players in this tournament and in the world.
I felt really confident, actually, when Tornadoes came in right away and was not damaged. Because I knew at that moment I was going to get a Click Weak Windstorm like 4 times. And of those, if I hit 2, I'm good. So I have to go slightly worse than average for it to be bad. And then it was just a question of hitting attacks. But obviously, I mean, I clicked a lot of inaccurate attacks in that game too. Snarl, Leak Wind, Draco. I had to click all of my inaccurate moves in the matchup. So every time one of those hit, it was a little heartening.
And Tuller Webb wins the Knoxville Regional Championships!
I'm excited to win. I'm really glad. I felt like the kind of player that can win a second regional for a long time, but never gotten there, and I hope I can play well enough to do it again.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 Pokemon Regional Championships here in Orlando, Florida. We are down to the top 8 here of the VGC.
Sorry, I'm back from more laundry. Did I miss any cutting insight?
Not really, no.
Not really, huh?
Now we've already had a couple of eliminations, one on stream with Wolf taking down Zach Weed last round.
Hey, Lynn.
I was gonna take a quick peek at TCG on my end.
Oh yeah,
they are also they are also on break right now.
Oh.
Should we just pivot to only egg emergency streams?
I think so.
How do they have time for a break? TCG is always going to time.
Might be a little bit more entertaining.
Oh,
I had a lot of fun watching that video. I had a lot of fun watching the first.
TCG hasn't even started top 8 yet.
Oh my goodness.
Do you think you could stand up?
That starts in about 2 minutes.
Len, why don't we go ahead and read it out?
Yeah, Boo is not proud. I lost to a VG player in an egg game. I have shamed my people. Well, I guess Joe did us proud. Was able to take down Boo in that egg competition. It was pretty tense. There was a lot of words said before that match got underway. Both players very competitive about it, but
And the break for the TCG stuff is just showing off the Pokemon Go stuff.
Oh.
You hate to see it. I mean,
To me, that is like the Subway Surfers of the Pokemon Kingdom. It's just like lots of things flashing on screen.
Immediately when
I don't understand any of it.
from filming that segment, I mean, Joe was really proud, and Boo seemed extremely defeated.
it was pretty good work from Joe to keep that 99 out of 100. You know, you might have got 100 out of 100 if you'd been there, though.
No, absolutely not. I mean, we played this on broadcast before, and I do not do well under pressure at all. But, Len, we're not here for egg commentary.
Well, I'm here for egg commentary.
GC commentary, and top 8 is ready to go. The second match of our top 8 featuring Neil Patel and Charlie Moses. Let's go ahead and throw it down to the players as they are seated.
So I don't know anything about either of these players' teams. Love the fit though. I really like that line.
The fit goes so hard.
And he's got a Dunsparce and a Ducklet as his plushies.
Also his first ever top cut.
Yeah, it's his second season.
Good meta picks. Good meta picks.
I'm obsessed. His accomplishment is Global Challenge Top 32. Global Challenge is the ladder tournament that they run 3 times a year on like the cartridge.
Success at locals.
That's awesome.
Points at the regionals he's been to.
Good job, Charlie.
This team of Ogerpon, Wellspring, Chiyu, Fluttermane, Glamora, Tornado.
And he made it all the way here, so.
Sure did, yeah.
A team a lot of players out there probably have seen before, will have played.
I do like seeing Glamora.
I'm a big fan of Glamora.
At the Knoxville Regional Championship a bit ago.
I was thinking about trying to run it in the restricted format, but I think it's simply too frail. It's not fast enough to go crazy with like a Focus Sash.
Those Raging Bolt balanced teams, and that's exactly
I
what
don't
we're
know.
going to be playing up against today.
Yep, Charlie has already qualified for the World Championships.
It's a very cool Pokemon, though. I say this every time I watch any competitive Pokemon on this channel. I'm so glad they finally made rock types that do interesting things. They made 2 of them this gen.
They made 2 of them.
It's great to be in the top cut, and Charlie, you have so much.
They made another one of my favorite 3-stage rock guys.
Yep.
Make this kind of finish such a strong field with a team that.
Now, I personally think if you've got the mental fortitude to be top 32 in the Global Challenge, you are stronger than any regional's top player. Personally, the Global Challenge is insane. You fight like the craziest. Like somebody was in here earlier talking about how they got hit by Terrafire, Fire Punch, or Shifu, right? Like Rapid Strike becoming Fire type. That's the kind of thing you'd see in Global Challenge, where it's closed team sheets. Oh, of course they just had the magic silver bullet to counter my exact thing that I could never have predicted. That's Global Challenge. So being able to make it to the top of that is very cool. Terra Stellar on Shenpao from Neil's side here, which is interesting.
Interesting.
The theory there is that Shenpao really only survives like 2 turns anyway, so you might as well get a power boost on both the attacks you click instead of just one of them. But I don't know. I feel like Ghost has to be better just to avoid fake out, because then you might live more than 2 turns.
That was always one of the moves when I was playing Red.
Are the like general like type boosting items fairly common? Because I saw the Mystic Water on the Ursh.
Yeah, sometimes there's just not a better thing. You don't want to be choice locked. You can't afford the Life Orb chip. You can't run Assault Vest because you're maybe need to use a status move or whatever. So yeah, they're pretty common.
Yeah.
Okay.
I used to run Charcoal and Tarcool because I was a coward and couldn't handle choice specs, but now I'm a choice specs gamer. It turns out doing 50% more damage is better than doing 20% more damage.
We're ready to get underway.
But I didn't like getting locked into Eruption because, like, towards the end of the turn, or if you couldn't get a guaranteed one-hit knockout, you might be suddenly at half HP and locked into Eruption, which is way worse than being able to switch to Heat Wave. Things like that. I'm a very cautious gamer. Is the problem? Glamora! She's here!
The early riser.
The Glamora.
Yeah, so the Glamora, no surprise to see it immediately on the field. It threatens so many of Neil's Pokemon. Obviously,
No surprise to see it immediately on the field, says Len.
With Meteor Beam or Sludge Bomb, and that continues to a lot of Pokemon. That
I mean, I do feel like it is a lead more than anything else.
Yes. You click Mortal Spin, get a hit, get Toxic Spikes out, and then you're good. Though this one is running the Power Herb, which lets it charge up Meteor Beam in 1 turn, which is pretty cool. Meteor Beam being a 120 base power special rock move. Turn 1, you get a +1 special attack bonus also, and then turn 2, you let it rip. But if you've got the power herb, you just like go crazy in one turn. And we're immediately seeing Terra Stellar. I don't know why. Unless you think this is going to make the difference somehow.
Some more offensive options here. Here's a sucker punch from that Chien Pao. Will land into the Fluttermane and is not able to get the one-hit KO. Fluttermane hangs on with just a sliver of health. And here's a
Was it worth it? You've commit Terra for this.
But here's Rillaboom with a high horsepower, connects into Glamora and picks up the one-hit KO there.
Yeah, so you can see the exact
Ooh.
moving after the Rillaboom.
Interesting. It's slower than Rillaboom. That's Rillaboom is very middling speed, like exactly middle of the pack.
Spikes down, but only one layer is something you can at least try to balance out with the grassy terrain down. Charlie only avoids like a devastating turn because Flutter.
I'm very interested to know what the Glamora's like EV spread would be like, or as they would say on the official commentary, how it was trained.
Yeah.
Because like that's odd. Glamora is like a pretty speedy rock type.
While it was a lot of damage back, doesn't necessarily change.
Well, it's good info for game 2 for Charlie if
yeah.
we see this matchup again. I would not have assumed that Rillaboom could be faster without like a truly lopsided. Or maybe conversely, I'm very interested in how this Rillaboom is trained, right? And maybe Glamora is normal speed and everybody else is way faster.
I was gonna say, I feel like training speed on Rillaboom. Don't know why I blanked on the name.
The funky monkey.
Yeah, the funky monkey. I just feel like that's interesting considering I feel like you use Grassy Glide priority more than most.
Exactly.
Fluttermane protects itself here. How is Neil going to react to this as Rillaboom uses Grassy Glide, trying to pick off the Fluttermane over on Charlie's side into that protect though. So here goes the Chien Pao. Yep, opting straight.
Ooh, Sacred Sword into the Terra Steel. Oh.
Will hang on.
So that's a great example of why Terra Stellar is kind of cool, because now we got same type attack bonus, or the bonus boost on the Sucker Punch and the Sacred Sword. And now it's gone. So exactly what I was saying. Chien Pao gets like 2 to 3 attacks off, and you're gone. So you might as well make him do more damage. But it's hard not to imagine that a different Pokemon couldn't have used Terra better, right? Like now you don't have Terra on your Rillaboom or whatever, and you're staring down a Bleak Wind or something. So I don't know. I'm glad it's not like the obvious right choice like on a lot of Pokemon, but it does feel kind of underwhelming. I don't know. It's a fine. I'd rather it be underwhelming than to be too good, though. I think. So that's fine.
From the grassy terrain, we saw how physically defensive it is. It might be able to get to the point where it can take a grassy glide, but it would take a bit. And meanwhile, Incineroar can also support with fake out into Tornadus, not a covert cloak Tornadus. It would be able to land.
I do not like this thing's shiny sprite at all.
No. I find the normal one much more preferential.
It's going to depend on what that fourth Pokemon in the back is.
Yeah. So. It's a tough spot right now. You don't want to be on the side of the field with 2 heavily damaged Pokemon and the other side of the field having access to 2 priority moves right now. So Charlie has to figure out a way to get around this here as Tornadus will protect itself. Does not want to flinch from the possibility of a fake out or get picked off with a
double protect. Once again, the only time I really ever see myself doing that is in fake out pressure like this. But even then, you're just gonna get grassy glided.
Will not be able to get any
next turn.
As Incineroar shows Will-O-Wisp trying to burn and possibly punish anything that would switch into that slot.
Yeah, Neil trying to catch a switch with Fluttermane leaving and get a burn. Expecting the Tornadus to just protect itself and not get faked out. That expectation is correct, and Tornadus protects itself, but Fluttermane also goes for the double protect and gets it, so nothing happens that turn. That leaves the time for a little bit of grassy terrain recovery onto Fluttermane and Tornadus, and a little bit of poison damage.
The grassy terrain recovery does not matter here.
Change the position.
I don't think. Grassy Glide, I think, picks up either knockout.
It's starting to get enough health where Grassy Glide isn't a sure thing with maybe one more turn of grassy terrain recovery. Fluttermane, you have to wonder if it is just going to be sacrificial at this point. It already was greatly risked. The last turn could have just failed that double protect and gone down to Grassy Glide. Charlie prioritizing the Pokemon in the back, being able to come in healthy after this, but it's going to have to fight a mystery Pokemon that he still doesn't expect.
Yeah, and Rillaboom picks off the Fluttermane, a little bit of more damage on top of that with a critical hit, as now Tornadus will be able to move. Will use
double Bleak Wind hit. That's always nice.
Pokemon here.
Yeah.
It doesn't even. It brings Rilla down to barely half.
Incineroar, and here's a knockoff from that Incineroar into that Tornadus. Gonna knock off that Rocky Helmet while taking some recoil back, and now it's down to Charlie's last Pokemon versus 3 more Pokemon over on Neil's side of the field.
Yeah, you
Definitely losing Glim turn 1 was not in the playbook for Charles, I feel.
Oh, for sure.
I feel like he was very confident that it would not be overrun by Rillaboom.
a couple turns of poison damage and a Rocky Helmet hit, but no, the Urshifu single strike is going to be doing single target damage. No spread moves. It needs at minimum 3 attacks to clean through this game, and you have to imagine enough damage would come back in the meantime to make that impossible.
Yeah, Urshifu does have the focus dash, so it will be able to at least survive 1 attack, but will it be able to get KOs and you know, kind of get around this perfectly? Here it is, Grassy Glide from the Rillaboom will break that focus dash there, and Urshifu will retaliate with a
Okay. I mean, Ursh is like one of the guys who's him, but I don't think a full HP unknown Pokemon in the back can do it.
About 50%, but Urshifu not exactly the bulkiest Pokemon, so
It's not like we have Tailwind up or anything either, so if it's anything faster than Urshifu.
But it could be tough for this Urshifu to claw back.
Yeah, the knockoff is interesting there. Neil maybe not thinking he has to risk hitting a Will-O-Wisp, which would have probably done more damage over time. And
Okay.
The damage coming in against this Raging Bolt, but you can see why.
So I know from experience a choice-banded Ursh single strike Wicked Blow typically gets a one-hit knockout on most Raging Bolts, but we don't have Terra here, so I don't think it still does.
Maybe it's bulky enough.
But it is poisoned.
A Dragon Pulse, that is Urshifu's best hope at this point. You can see how little the damage.
We shall see.
I don't think it gets the one hit. No, not even close. Wow.
The Raging Bolt, the Dragon Pulse coming back through.
And that's
oh,
to get the
okay.
There. So Neil Patel wraps up game 1.
Good game 1.
We got some solid info.
Away from making to the Masters top 4, that semifinal that he really wants to be able to break through after having 3 consecutive top 8s here.
Yeah, that game was the first couple turns of fireworks. Pokemon were just going down left and right. Neither player making extremely safe players, both having to take some risks. Charlie leaves the Glamora hanging, and it just goes down.
Game 2, I feel like you just lead with like Chi-Yu Flutter. You just like click the funny buttons. I don't know. Like I don't see what Neil's team does into that. Like you can Grassy Glide, Big Whoop. Sucker Punch doesn't get the knockout either, as we've just seen.
A little bit more safely.
So you just click D-Gleam and like Heat Wave, I feel like.
Dealing with Charlie's last couple Pokemon.
Yeah,
it's Choice Specs Chi-Yu also. Like nothing enjoys dealing with that.
Does not want this to be
Yeah. It seems just press buttons.
Just the game's always easier when your buttons that you press actually come out is the thing.
Yeah, true.
I always find personally. And that's why I'm a Trick Room gamer, because I don't like letting my opponents be able to actually have their buttons connect.
Tornadus, that same turn that it terrestrializes is pretty big as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But one thing to take from this game is that despite it being pretty one-sided, Neil dominating, that was because of those reads, those unsafe plays that worked out. It doesn't represent like an insurmountable team advantage in this game. A few things go differently. Maybe Glamora on turn 1 uses a Grass Terrestrialization to take resisted damage from high horsepower and just Meteor Beams the Chien-Power, Sludge Bombs the Rillaboom, and this game looks very different from that point on. And so it is just back to the drawing board. Charlie is down 1-0. He's going to have to get it right more than Neil is going to have to get it right to win the rest of this match, but he's by no means out of it.
No, Charlie has the pieces. It's just a matter of whether or not Charlie can navigate it, or if Neil will be able to hit those reads again in this game. But it's mind game now, if you think about it. Like, if Neil is
we're backing in immediately.
Make those slightly more dangerous plays, it could work out again.
Okay, so this time we're clicking Tailwind. We're not letting Glim be outsped by anything. Right?
Yeah.
Torn is like staring down quite the threat here, with both opposing Pokemon having strong, super effective moves into it.
Understand where the Chien-Pao should attack and where it is going to attack.
Yeah, he's just clicking. He's just clicking Tailwind.
This turn's going to look a lot better from him. But if it gets a big KO, things look a lot worse.
Tornadus on Charlie's side will set up Tailwind now, so Glamora...
Meteor Beam! Now we just need to connect this 90% accurate rock move.
Beam, it is going to boost its special attack here and throw out some damage.
Okay, cool, it lands.
Raging Bolt, but Raging Bolt's a very bulky Pokemon.
Wow.
With just a little bit of health, and here's an Ice Spinner from that Chien-Pao.
It's okay! Tailwind has been used. Change the world, my final message. And its Focus Sash got broken because it was a Rocky Helmet on Torn. So that's kind of huge.
God damn.
Sorry. That's okay. That one I'll let.
means that Chin Pao only needs one hit likely to go down.
It slipped out, and I was like, oh no.
I feel it. I feel it.
Tornadus is probably in Charlie's favor. Now has those last 3 turns.
It's really messed up that Meteor Beam has a chance to miss, by the way. You have to spend a whole turn charging it or commit your hold item to it, and even then you have a 10% chance it just whiffs. You still get the attack bonus, even if it misses. But, like, why can we not have a rock move that's reliable? Like, why is this so hard?
Bulky enough to take the
Yeah,
Gomora also has to watch out for priority moves. And another aspect of this, Gomora with the power herb already spent may not actually be able to KO Chin Pao. +1, this
With Tailwind, and Glim kind of goes nutty here, I think, though. Because nothing's going to be faster than it, barring your own Tailwind. Or, like, grassy terrain, right? You still have Terra in the back. I'm assuming it's Terra Grass.
It's going to be pretty important here as there will be terrestrialization happening here. It is
never mind.
Fluttermane terrestrializing into that fairy type to try to get.
I mean, Tailwind and Fluttermane with Terra Fairy also is going to probably get a double knockout here.
Landing into that slot.
With Deagleam, I would assume.
It did after the Chin Pao terrestrialized.
I believe that's what they clicked.
No reason not to. They're both very banged up. Okay.
Just trying to see what Charlie's going to do.
So now you could go for the Thunderclap and Sucker Punch into Fluttermane if you wanted. But then Glamora is going to take one of you out, I would think.
Yeah.
One of those just get burnt by a double protect. And then once...
But I do think Fluttermane actually gets knocked out by a combination Sucker Punch and Thunderclap, which is a scary thing to have.
Likely there could be switches trying to diffuse the damage, but this is Charlie's chance to capitalize it and try to even the Pokemon score, because right now he's down a Pokemon. Gomora's
we saw that Sucker Punch last game almost knocked out Flutter, right?
Is Sucker Punch doing
I think so, yeah.
But now it's resisted because you're Pure Fairy, not yeah.
This is
wow, okay.
Close. And that means the Dazzling Gleam can come out and KO this Chin Pao.
If only Chin Pao had Terra Stellar, would have gotten like a little bit more damage, you know?
Gomora will be attacking into nothing here. So
If there was any time to use it,
Pokemon, Charlie still has one more Pokemon.
even if Chin Pao is low HP.
Now this would have been an insane turn to click Meteor Beam again on Glim because you would get the attack boost. You wouldn't be able to fire it off immediately, but it would go off next turn when there's actually a target. If you like, for sure, you were going to get the double knockout there.
Rillaboom to take the field. So the final 2 Pokemon over on Neil's side, Rillaboom and Urshifu.
Alright, now we're in Grassy Glide territory for both of these Pokemon on Charlie's side, though.
That would probably just pick up 2.
But critically, it's only one or the other, not both.
Into Fluttermane, no Terrestrialization to help with it. You can't protect the Gomora. Makes it very
I would say you probably go for the Icy Wind here.
That's going to be a problem for Gomora, which we are.
Is what I would do, because your Tailwind is going to run out shortly, and you have no way to set it up again. And so your guy in the back can probably just clean up with the speed advantage.
Makes that trade of Tornado.
Yeah.
I think.
Just so much less valuable if you're still moving second every turn. After the Tailwind happened, we saw a double protect turn, then a turn where both of Neil's Pokemon moved before being attacked, and now we may see another turn where both of Neil's Pokemon moved before getting
Aqua Jet.
Aqua Jet
Golly.
Gets the KO right there.
And Grassy Glide, I'm assuming, is next, right?
Not going to matter at all because no other Pokemon are going to be switching in. So knockout right there from Neil's side. Again, so much priority being used over on Neil's side field. And here's a Grassy Glide boosted by the terrain.
Yeah.
Cannot hang on at all. It's not physically bulky, and it's already taken so much damage. So Fluttermane will get knocked out. And again, it's going to come down to Charlie's last Pokemon. Whatever is in the back and how it can deal.
I don't think Ursh can do the run back, though 2v1 is easier than 3v1.
Yeah.
Speed comparison between these two Urshifus, you have to imagine Charlie's still may be the fastest thing on the field, but once again, the same problem. It's only a single target attacker. It can only put damage in one place at a time. Charlie, no pivoting on the last turn, just opted to get into this endgame, but close combat isn't even enough to KO Urshifu.
Close combat does damage to Urshifu, but does not get the KO. The defenses will drop. Urshifu on Neil's side will get a close combat, bring it down Focus Sash, but here it is. Rillaboom will just connect with another move, and it looks like Neil Patel is going to be moving on to your semifinal.
Well, that was a quick one.
Yeah.
That was a little more decisive than the Zac versus Wolf series, which is interesting.
Not trying to slow things
But
down.
what can you do?
Raging Bolt, but just going out, attacking every turn, using the priority in his advantage to cleanly take 2 games and the top 8 match.
Yeah, so well played from Neil right there. You know, game 2, Charlie was able to pick up speed advantage because of that Tailwind, but, you know, it's tough to... You said it best, like, when we were talking about it during the game, but, like, You set up Tailwind, you burn 1 turn of Protect, and then you get 2 Pokemon knocked out, but before your Pokemon get knocked out, you get 2 attacks off anyways. That's devastating.
Yeah, I mean, it was speed advantage, but it was fake speed advantage. Charlie never actually moved first for the turn, any turn after the first turn of the game. Neil just has priority across way too many Pokemon on the team. If you look at it, 5 of the Pokemon have priority, and Incineroar is the 6th one out, which actually has Fake Out still. Just so much priority available for Neil to disrupt this Tailwind setup, and Charlie didn't have the pivoting tools to try to play defensively against that. Just had to keep taking the damage in. There was this turn with Glamora and Fluttermane both on the field. There was no way to try to get away from it. Nothing you could really do except let both Pokemon go down. Yeah, I mean, a bunch of just big KOs. I mean, a lot of damage is being thrown out onto the field with all that priority from the Raging Bolt and the Qian Pao, just so that the Rillaboom and the Urshifu can just clean up afterwards too, right? So well played by Neil right there to navigate himself to the top 4. Yeah, just played it very cleanly, understood his win conditions and how to play that match, and had a pretty good team matchup ultimately against Charlie. The Gomora was the biggest threat, but he was able to make sure and put damage, like, target it down in the first.
So we've got 3 more
in the second game
pairings, I think, right? Both top 4s and then finals.
Yeah, so that's you still got to congratulate Charlie. I mean, Charlie made it to top 8 here at the Orlando Regional Championships, a big tournament, first day to first top cut. Congratulations to Charlie for making it this far. You're going to North American International Championships. Best of luck to you there. Best of luck to you at the World Championships as well, which you have already qualified for. So, again, Neil Patel moving on to the top 4 here. And this balance team is a team that Neil has been using for a very long time. He knows the ins and outs of the team, right? This is a team that he's very comfortable with, and this is a team that he's using to pilot, and he's doing really well with it. Yeah, it's looking pretty strong. It is his own take on it. It's not completely identical to other versions of it, and like you say, he's comfortable with it. Looks very strong playing different modes of it. Yeah. Let's go ahead and take a look at the updated bracket now. All the top 8 matches have finished.
Okay.
We just watched Charlie.
Oh no.
Neil Patel.
So Wolf is going to have to fight another New Englander in top 4.
No.
But it's the really cool Trick Room team, which is like so radically different that it might actually like be able to cut the mustard here. And then I don't really care what happens, Neil versus Justin. Unfortunately, I have no horse in that race.
The top 4 is going to be Neil Patel versus.
So all in on Ben to win this one.
Versus Wolf Glick.
I would love to see Hatterene win the last format where it's viable. I think that'd be very cool.
NDD team, Ben's got the hard Trick Room NDD team. Both players outside of that will be right.
Sorry, I'll show you actually, because we got, I'm sure, a lot of downtime right now for no particular reason. Where is
faster psychic spam option? Should be 2 pretty interesting matches.
Yeah, and remember, we are.
Did I close his team already?
Against Wolf Glick on stream yesterday in day 1, and there's a possibility for that to be
this
here in the Orlando Regional Championship.
It looks normal. Everybody's got Psyshock though, instead of like Psychic, which is kind of cool. They got the Smeargle, but it's not the eject pack nonsense that I was running. This is just tried and true Focus Sash, Fake Out, Follow Me. Got the Min Speed, Choice Band Ursh, classic, tried and true. They got the Clear Amulet Hatterene, which made me raise an eyebrow. But what it does is it blocks Incineroar from being able to use Parting Shot into you, which because of Magic Bounce would make you then use Parting Shot into it instead, and force you to switch out. So Clear Amulet stops that in its tracks, which was very, very cool. Also, Indeedee here is running Healing Wish, a move that immediately sacrifices all of your remaining HP, and then brings in the new target with, I think, a
you throw into the dish
50% heal and status cleanse.
Healing Wish on the NDD.
I think.
Amulet on Hatterene.
Oh, they're talking about it right now.
But it's smart to be able to keep your special attack up in the face of Parting Shot.
I mean, it's good for Snarl too.
It makes it just a different look than what your opponents may have seen before, and it means that Ben is often probably 1 turn ahead, 1 thought process ahead.
But yeah, this Healing Wish, they were using it kind of like how I was using Eject Pack Smeargle, right? Where regardless of whether actually you're going to heal something in the back, you just hit this off rip turn 1, and your Indeedee faints. It's not a switch move. It's not like U-turn where you have to pick something to switch in immediately. You faint. So now at the end of the turn, you get a you know, air quotes, free switch into whatever guy you want, like Torkoal or what have you, because you fainted that turn. You can make it happen on your own terms. Really interesting stuff.
1-2 right at the start, so I was feeling really good, really hyped. I met so many cool people, saw so many cool teams. People are so creative. I learned a ton, and everyone was just really supportive and incredible. So I've been having a blast.
I love that mentality because we tell people all the time, set small goals, get the first win. That's want to win one, want to win two, and you'll eventually build up that skill. So how long have you been training and playing VGC to get ready for this event?
Yeah, I was doing ranked like ladder for about 2 weeks before the tournament, and I had never done a best of 3 before this regional. So I was just going in fully blind, basically doing my best. But I had a lot of fun, and it really is a different vibe. Like doing the best of 3s is totally different. But you learn a lot.
Making your first like local tournament Orlando is kind of wild.
You really get to figure it out.
Or like a regional is kind of wild.
You know, pros and cons, but also, how did the little Torkoal do?
I did have some Torkoal pop-offs. I love him. I named him Lentil.
So true.
He's my
Very
favorite
real.
mon on the team. I love him so much. It was a lot of fun getting that trick room set up and sending the Torkoal out with, you know, getting that.
No better feeling in Pokemon than Trick Room being up. It's literally like the sky is clear, my crops are watered. I am clicking Sun Boosted Eruption.
I feel like in ranked, I didn't get a lot of experience with it, but here I was able to get a lot more use out of it. So that was a lot of fun too. But I saw some really cool teams of like non-Metamons. There's some with a Dark Terra Flamigo.
Who's running Flamigo? Hold on.
I mean, they
Dark Terra Flamigo.
Hold on. We have the power to find out.
really interesting and really cool.
Hey, you'll learn one day. You'll learn all the ins and outs of all the VGC Pokemon.
Anthony, what were you running? Oh my god.
How long have you been, you know, catching those shiny versions of Pokemon, and what do you like? What do you enjoy so
Wait,
much?
what's she talking about? This is Terraflying. Unless it was like, it didn't even make, I guess, whatever the threshold for Top Cut Explorer is.
So
This is nasty though. Co-star into like, so this team's entire gimmick is spamming minimize on Muck until you knock out Smeargle. You inherit Moody with Power of Alchemy, and then you send in Flamigo after a couple turns to eat all the stat boosts off of Muck. So it's just like a chain of being really annoying.
like my hard work paid off.
Really funny, actually.
It is funny. Yeah, you just sit there and spam minimize until Follow Me has made Smeargle faint, you pass Moody, then you're getting +2/-1 every turn on Muck because Muck consumes its allies' ability when they faint, and then after enough of that you can send in Flamigo. And you copy that with Co-Star.
So importantly,
and you can purge off the debuffs with White Herb. That's kind of cool.
Just the coolest color on a Pokemon, and what's the longest it's taken you to get a shiny?
Oh my gosh, those are great questions. I think my favorite I've ever done, and this was surprisingly a quick one, was Game Corner Eevee and Heart Gold and Soul Silver. So that one I got, and like I think that when I got it, I sat down, I did 5 resets, and there it was, and it was a female
Wow.
too. So I was like super shocked. So that was probably one of the coolest shinies I've ever gotten. The longest is really hard, but I feel like it might have been Suicune and Dynamax Adventures.
Yup, that's where I'm at right now.
Dynamax Adventures all the time.
I hope to God this woman has some aloe for her sunburn.
I was just thinking, I wanted to make a comment when she was talking about being really excited about Torkoal. I was like, you may need to lay off the sunny day, but I didn't want to be too judgmental, but she is quite sunburned. Perhaps not equipped for the harsh Orlando climate.
I'm definitely spectating at NAIC at the
I hope she can receive the treatment she needs.
But I can't kill my wallet too much. As much as I would love to go to like LA or Indianapolis or anything like that, I gotta, you know, think about the budget. But I definitely want to go in the future. I want to keep up with it, do some more ranked, maybe best of 3s with some friends, and especially with the new regulation coming out, I want to try out some new teams and figure it out.
All right, well, best of luck. Hopefully we'll see you at future events. We'll see you on stream maybe one day in a win-and-in scenario. But thank you, Kathy, and we'll be right back with more coverage of the Orlando Regional Championships.
Alright, cool. Only a minute, apparently. Penny, have you ever been to New Orleans?
I have not, no.
Okay. Because they're moving NAIC from Ohio to New Orleans this year.
Huh.
So if I end up going to that, I don't know what to expect. Am I gonna get DMCA'd for the song? I feel like I am, right?
Possibly.
They always jump scare me with these. I'm like, oh, I love this wonderfully made trailer that you've got, and you've got this co-streaming policy to allow me to watch this on my stream. But then they throw in this copywritten music. So I guess I just have to remind everybody Audio Jungle or whatever. You know how it is.
Yeah.
June 7th to 9th.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 Pokemon Regional Championships here in Orlando.
Cards!
We are down to our top 4 here in the video game competition, so it's been an exciting top 8 so far, but you know what's even more exciting than that, Len?
Top 4?
Yep, alright, cool. Thank you for answering that question for me. Sure, alright. Cool. Yeah, no, exactly. Top 4 is more exciting than top 8 because now we're down to our top 4 players.
Yeah,
wow.
4 players who have braved their way.
Makes you think, huh?
Swiss going 7-2 or better.
Yeah.
Swiss getting to that 12 or 13 wins and then winning that first single elimination round in the top 8 to move into the top 4. Wolf and Ben, we've both seen them win on stream already. Should be a pretty fun match.
Oh yeah, I mean, we were talking about it. We have the team sheets in front of us. We've already seen their teams on the stream already, and you and I were talking about how much of a difficult matchup this could possibly be for Wolf going up against this hard Trick Room team that Ben has been piloting.
Yeah,
has been cooking up.
It could
Cooking up.
be an uphill climb. We've already seen Ben pilot this hard Trick Room team.
I'm all in on Ben winning this event. Like, I need Hatterene to win. If it can't be one of my local homies, it needs to be my favorite Pokemon team. So I gotta see Torkoal, Hatterene, and Didi like come in off the top rope.
Once Trick Room got up, Amoonguss was the fastest thing on the field. It could try to spore the Farigiraf or the Ursaluna. Well, that won't be the case against Ben. Torkoal and Hatterene make it impossible for Amoonguss to play that same role. It's still going to be a valuable piece. It can try to disrupt Trick Room going up. It can still play well against some of the other Pokemon.
Len has an excellent point, whereas in other teams we've seen Amoonguss is, you know, slower and therefore faster in Trick Room. That is not the case with the draft that Ben has. Hatterene is slower than Amoonguss and immune to it anyway. Torkoal is much slower than Amoonguss. Farig has, I forget if it has Goggles or Berry, but they've also got a lot of Grass Terras. Like Ursh has a Grass Terra on Ben's team, specifically to deal with Amoonguss.
Can't try to just parting shot down the special attack. Instead,
I'm actually kind of hyped for this. This is going to be a good match.
Trades may not be in Wolf's favor. So I think a lot of the name of the game may be trying to disrupt Trick Room from going up or making sure that when it goes up.
That said, I'm going to go pivot out some more laundry. Much like Urshifu pivoting in and out of the match, I'm pivoting out of the stream. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Basically just broke down all the team preview for everybody at home. Thanks, Len. Let's go ahead and throw it down to the stage right now where the players are seated across from each other, getting ready to basically go through that entire thought process for themselves.
I'm just excited to see it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad that you're excited to see it. On your left, you see Wolf Flick. He has won every single possible championship that Pokemon has had to offer. I'm talking about regional championships. I'm talking about Players' Cup championships, national championships, international championships, and the world championships. So there on your screen right now, presented to you is going to be the team that Wolf is piloting. Again, a key thing to note right here that Len has talked about is that there's no Rillaboom, so that Psychic Terrain is going to be going up over on Ben's side of the field. So, yep, one step closer to defending his Orlando champion title, also one step closer to being the first 2-time regional champion in this 2024 season. But of course, as we mentioned, it's going to be an uphill battle based on these two teams because over on the other side, Ben Grismer cooking up this Trick Room team, hard Trick Room team here. Got top 4 at the Liverpool Regional Championships in 2022. We know about that fact because of the fact that he went up against Luca Paz earlier on broadcast, who also did well at that Liverpool Regional Championships. Some top 32s here at the European International Championships. and 3 times top 32 at the North American International Championships. And here is the team that he is piloting. This is the most normal team that he had cooked up so far.
Yeah, still so many fun details on it. The Healing Wish that we saw from NDD earlier that can help you get into a really advantageous situation with the Trick Room up, the Clear Amulet on Hatterene, that Choice Band Urshifu Single Strike, which we heard Ben talk about, how a lot of times people are trying to get through Trick Room by just protecting through it. Well, the best answer to that is Unseen Fist. The Smeargle that we haven't seen on stream yet, with the option to decorate its partners and start boosting up their special attack.
Yep, then the spiciest prefix menu here in Orlando. You know, this team, would you give this team a chef's kiss, Len?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a really smart team, and obviously it must be, because it's doing so well in this tournament to make its way into the top 4 and be looking for even more.
Yeah, so players have now exchanged their team sheets and are now jumping into team preview, but of course a lot of these players have already been watching the broadcast, so they kind of know and have an idea as to what is being brought, and they kind of already have an idea as to what the possible game plans can be.
Yeah, it seems like so much of it is going to hinge on
I'm back. Did I miss any cutting insight?
Neutral or
Not particularly, once again. Just a little bit of team discussion, but we've seen both teams already.
Steel type, there may be interruption at any moment, is dangerous. But the Incineroar itself, pretty bulky against most of Ben's options. Of course, doesn't want to take a close combat from the single strike Urshifu, but otherwise can play into most of these Pokemon. And it can try to do damage itself, has knockoff, has Flare Blitz. Can try
I do like whenever the lineups are like this different, where they're, I believe, technically 6 different Pokemon, because it's different forms of Urshifu.
To prevent the trick.
So like there's no overlap here at all, which I think is always really cool to see.
Team is going to have a hard time trading damage within Trick Room.
Yeah, so both.
Also worth mentioning, not that it really matters, Wolf does not have a way to disrupt terrain. Like he doesn't have a nice spinner or a Rillaboom.
Wolf trying to defend his title, trying to add another regional championship to his belt here in this season. Ben trying to win his first regional championship, and Ben.
There they are.
Similar to what we saw earlier on the broadcast.
Putting them back on stream.
Indeed, while Wolf will lead with Amoonguss and Landorus.
Yeah, I think both the leads make sense from both players. You got to get the Psychic Terrain down immediately. NDD can help.
This is a good pin though, because you've got the Sludge Bomb, Earth Power, like either Terrify or don't, right?
Yeah.
But then you also follow me on Indeedee, right? So like, yeah.
Which, yeah.
Make sure that Landers' offense goes into that direction, but it does stymie Ben's momentum once this.
Perhaps Wolf expecting another turn 1 Healing Wish right off the rip.
Double Sludge Bomb into that Indeedee slot right there, but Trick Room is safely set up right now, so Hatterene being able to do its job. Indeedee.
Yeah, this is quite difficult without Rillaboom, actually. Sari is correct.
Wolf may be hoping to catch Ben.
So I think you have to double protect here with Wolf's team, but I don't know like what the plan is the turn after that though.
There, the double up might have been able to pick up the KO. Instead, it redirects both moves, and NDD is not asleep, so able to move on this turn, and it's time for the expanding forces to start. Note, right now, there's no Torkoal. NDD had to stay on the field, and so that Steel Terastallization can help give Landorus some staying power. I wouldn't be surprised to see it come out immediately.
Yep, it looks like there will be Terastallization here. It is going to be the Amoonguss to Terastallize.
Okay, so we're going to hit neutral into Amoonguss, but I'm assuming we're getting Helping Hand, Expanding Force regardless.
Is most likely going to be hitting the field.
And Lando is going to protect, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Doesn't want to take too much damage here and wants to be able to stick around and survive the turn.
Oh, not Helping Hand. Interesting.
Another Follow Me protecting the partner Hatterene, as now Hatterene will use Expanding Force. Does connect into that Amoonguss, but again, thanks to that defense.
But now Amoonguss is probably going to Spore?
Damage here. It still does.
And then Indeedee is going to have trouble.
To get out of KO range because of its Citrus Berry.
Yeah, so a Terastallization that probably plays longer-term dividends for Wolf. Both gets away from a weakness.
But we still have Terra on Ben's side.
To Eruption into a Resistance. Landorus.
I think, yeah, you keep targeting Spore into that slot, because either Indeedee sits there and does nothing, or they swap out into something that will also be put to sleep. You need at least one turn to Terra something Grass from Ben's team. And Hat is still in the danger zone for being pinned by like super effective damage either way. And without a Life Orb and without Helping Hand, you're not going to get that one shot, I don't think, on Landorus.
Really good damage trading turn for Wolf.
Hatterene will use Expanding Force again. Connects into both Pokemon. Amoonguss hangs on. Landers hangs on. Here's Amoonguss using a spore, just
Okay.
trying to cover that.
I think Hack gets knocked here, though.
Turn of sleep here. It's first turn of sleep as Landers now will now be able to take an attack. Does use Sludge Bomb into that.
But that's fine. That's what Torkoal's for.
KO. So big damage being dealt here. A big offense threat over on Ben's side of the field removed. But again, this is now an opportunity for Ben to be able to switch in.
Like, Wolf has had to use Terra and is, like,
Yeah, but
very, very wounded. Whereas we just lose a single guy on Ben's team. Granted, it is, like, the Trick Room setter and damage dealer. But now we have Terra available, and we can just Terra Fire Torque and let it rip, I think. I'm assuming what's coming out. I don't know what else you would do here.
Is also able to continuously spore that slot. It meant there couldn't be an earlier.
I assume a Terra Fire Eruption gets the goods against Amoonguss, even though it resists at like exactly half HP or wherever it's at. But I might be wrong. No, he's bringing out Ursh. Okay.
Second Trick Room in this game, and so
Big Papa Ursh.
The most possible use of this first one. Urshifu comes on the field. It can help pressure Landorus to make sure it can't.
Now, do we think Ursh terrestrializes to avoid the spore? Because if it does, it's going to eat a Sludge Bomb.
The Amoonguss.
Then the Amoonguss.
So yeah, Urshifu takes the field here for Ben, but
I would have just brought. Oh, I didn't realize how low Amoonguss was. I don't know why you wouldn't just send out Torkoal unless you didn't have it for some reason.
Indeed, will switch out though. Will reveal Ben's final Pokemon. It is going
Oh, okay.
Will bring out the.
I don't know why you wouldn't have just sent it out in the other slot though.
A dangerous switch here as Amoonguss will be able to spore anything as Ben.
I'm a little confused, but
it will be that Urshifu.
Ursh is going for. Okay, so Ursh is going to get hit by a Sludge Bomb from Amoonguss, I'm pretty sure. But I have to imagine it can endure that. Maybe I'm way wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't really know my Sludge Bomb calcs, but yeah, okay.
But again, Urshifu paid quite a price.
And now we're immune to Spore with the Terra Grass.
Team is looking weakened, and if there was infinite turns of Trick Room ahead, you'd be just looking at these wicked blows and eruptions and.
We are like almost out of Trick Room turns though.
Infinite turns of Trick Room left. There is one turn of Trick Room left, and Wolf is going to be able to get to the other side of it. He can use double protect here and only make sure and take one attack. Torkoal won't be able to do any damage, and then it will be his turn to go out on the aggression. The Sludge Bomb call that Urshifu would terrestrialize means a lot of damage come in. It means that you don't have to worry about Urshifu just taking a hit and dealing a hit back once you get out of this Trick Room. Could have punished even more heavily by going for a Spore on the Torkoal. He threatened that on earlier turns, but if you continued to just fail Spores, it would have given Ben a possible chance back into this.
Gotta start clicking Wicked Blow.
Over on
Ideally into the Torn slot, I would imagine.
punished, but most importantly, you will.
But even then, I don't know if that gets a one-hit knockout. Oh, it has a sash. Never mind. Definitely doesn't get a one-hit knockout.
Tornadus will protect itself. Again, does not want to take any attack from this Torkoal. Amoonguss will also use this turn to protect as well, wanting to preserve it for.
And this is why Urshifu is the best Trick Room Pokemon. Because you will get double protects like this.
Because of the Choice Specs item into the True Protects, but now Urshifu will be able to hit one of these Pokemon, possibly get a knockout on that Amoonguss, or just try to get some damage down onto that Tornadus, and most importantly,
Okay, brings it to Sash.
Yeah, I think that's the smart targeting for.
So that's good because now even though Torkoal is probably going to incur a bit of damage, or potentially even be put to sleep, I think it can still at least get the double knockout with any move it uses.
Tornadus is going to be the first to act.
But Torn is probably not long for this world.
But both do lock
hit.
in.
Yeah.
Urshifu and Torkoal damaged. Torkoal should be slower than Amoonguss. Absolutely is slower than Amoonguss with that speed drop.
Yeah, so we saw that Wolf will be targeting that Torkoal with a Spore. There is still the Indeedee in the back for Ben, but that Indeedee is taking a nap. It has taken.
Wow, I can't believe Wolf saw the line through this. I did not think there was one for his team.
Is so important. A Bleak Wind Storm will just.
That's just the power of having lots of protect.
As long as they connect, Wolf does have the option to use Rain Dance in order to make the Bleak Wind Storms 100% accurate, as well as taking away the Sun that Torkoal really enjoys operating in.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see exactly how Wolf closes this game. He's at such an enormous advantage that it would take a lot going wrong for Ben to have any avenue back in. And so it'll just be Wolf trying to find what is the safest route to confirm his win here.
Yep, and Tornadus will use Rain Dance here to set up those 100% accurate Bleak Wind Storms. Amoonguss uses Sludge Bomb, will connect in that Torkoal. Torkoal hangs on, but Torkoal will take another turn of sleep here. as Indeedee is going to remain asleep. So it looks like it's going to be wrapped up. One Bleak Windstorm away. Wolf 1 game
So sad.
away from making it to the finals.
Yeah, Indeedee could have woken in there, but there was nothing great to wake up into. If you
So what do we do differently from the Trick Room side of things, I wonder? 'Cause that seemed like it was fine. Like, things were going well, and they just weren't, because Trick Room expired.
the focus touch, but not deal with that Flutter Mane in the back, and ultimately that Flutter Mane was Wolf.
How did we stop Wolf from being able to do
I
that?
think Wolf did a really great job of keeping Ben from ever being able to get the momentum.
I guess that's why he sent out Ursh on the free switch instead of Torkoal, because he thought he needed to get through Protect really quickly, and he was right. But then having to Terra Grass does not feel good into a lineup that has like Bleak Wind and multiple Sludge Bombs and Incineroar.
There's
So
no way for Ben to get 2 attackers on the field. The Indeedee has to go to sleep, and then the Terastallization on Amoonguss means that Amoonguss has the staying power to take 2 Expanding Forces, and once it takes 2 Expanding Forces, that's when things start to shift back into Wolf's favor. Ben runs out of Pokemon that are
Wolf looked confused there, yeah. I guess he was expecting a Terrafire from the Hatterene.
in the same way that we saw Wolf use it against that much softer Trick Room team earlier on in the day.
Yeah, one thing that kind of hindered Ben's ability was just that Indeedee opting to provide that support, just taking turns of sleep, just staying out on the field, not really being able to do anything. You really want your sweepers in after that Indeedee.
But every single turn of that was absolutely forced, right? Wolf uses double Sludge Bomb. Indeedee must protect. Wolf puts a Spore into the Indeedee. Well, Torkoal can't switch in there or it'll be Torkoal asleep. Wolf puts another Spore into the Indeedee. Well, once again, Indeedee cannot switch or it'll be Urshifu or Torkoal asleep in that slot. And so Wolf kind of trapped the Indeedee on the field during those turns and made Ben waste that time without capitalizing fully on his Trick Room. I think there's one moment in there where things definitely take a different path through the game. The Urshifu came in and used its Terastallization to get away from Spore so that Ben could continue to pump out offense, but it stayed not the slowest thing on the field, wasn't able to get multi-hit KOs, and the timer kind of ran out. I wonder if things would have been different with Torkoal coming on the field, but it would have had its own set of problems because the Landers would have just been able to protect.
Tried and true. Ain't no other way. Gotta lead with the
I
girlfriends.
was gonna say, what else? What else can you do?
Orlando Regional Championships. Indeedee and Hatterene leads for Ben, not changing anything at all, not changing.
Once again, we got the pin for if you Terrafire or don't.
And the Landers here. How is this Trick Room setup going to play out differently this time?
I don't like this. Seems like this is exactly the same thing. You have to go for the follow me, and you're gonna eat a Spore at some point. Once Trick Room goes up.
Sludge Bombs is so safe for Wolf. It really does force a follow me. If Hatterene had Protect so that it could protect itself while Indeedee Trick Room, then there'd be some risk to the play for Wolf. But it doesn't have it. It could switch. You could try to have Urshifu take that damage. It'd be a lot of damage. You could get Trick Room up that way. But instead, it's just the exact same follow me play. We're going to see a repeat of Game 1, Turn 1.
Indeedee.
I don't see how this plays out any different this time.
Earth Power here hits in that Indeedee does good damage here. Amoonguss will.
Unless Amoonguss knocks Indeedee, which kind of wish it did at this point, right? Because then you could get a free switch into your Torkoal.
Indeedee a lot more.
Yeah, and start popping off.
But again, in the same position.
Just do the exact same thing again.
For Wolf, if Indeedee had been poisoned by a Sludge Bomb there and gone down, it would
Can't
have
be
been
poisoned because of sheer force.
It was the Amoonguss using Sludge Bomb.
That's right, yeah.
And so the Torque would have given a free entry ramp for the Torkoal, but Indeedee hangs on, is in the same little trap.
That's what I'm saying. You want your Indeedee to actually be as frail as possible with this team. Unfortunately.
Those Sludge Bombs would have just gone down to an Earth Power Sludge Bomb, double up, and further forced the follow me play that really kills Ben's momentum. Really, again, wouldn't expect to see Wolf change anything up here. The set of moves that he made in Game 1 gave Ben so few options. Even if Ben knows that's what's coming, he's got to do something, and so that's an immediate switch. Spending one of his turns of Trick Room, getting Indeedee, getting the Hatterene off the field, and Torkoal on.
Yep, Torkoal will take the field here.
Okay.
The Hatterene will retreat.
We're going to still follow me. Presumably take a Spore?
Again, becoming that water type that is
If Wolf went for another attack, though, and gets the knock on Indeedee, then Torkoal is going to be eating a very, very powerful move. So I don't... Oh! Okay. This was a good move from Ben, then, in that case.
Game 1 for Wolf side, as Amoonguss will use Spore here.
Because now you can Terrafire Torque, I think.
Start
But
blasting.
You still have the problem, though, where you're not going to knock out Amoonguss in one go. Certainly.
Somewhat risky plays. I mean, switching Torkoal in here could have been a Spore that's
So you're gonna get spored eventually, I would think. But I think you have to Terrafire Eruption here.
Spot a lot better. Where Landers was able to take one Expanding Force, I don't think it will be able to take one Choice Specs Eruption, especially if that's a Terrafire Eruption, which could just shift the momentum plays in here just enough.
Ben will switch out.
Oh, he's really playing out of his mind with these switches. I would not be brave enough to make these moves.
Switches in here as Landers.
I would just assume I would eat a double attack, like double Sludge Bomb into that slot for whatever reason.
That Landers here, Tornadus does have that Focus Sash, so it will be able to take this one, Choice Spec.
But because Hatterene's Spore immune, it is a safe switch if they're not going for an attack. Like they couldn't just keep sporing that slot like they did last game.
As well as Torkoal terrestrializes into the fight.
I think Ben is back to actually being in a very good position with those two switches. Yeah. Like really, really good reads. We're gonna lose Sun next turn unless. Well, yeah, no, there's no unless because it's got a Focus Sash.
That terrestrialization is paying off so much here.
And I assume Torque is gonna go to sleep.
Up its Citrus Berry to heal back up to over 50%.
I didn't see what Wolf locked in, but I'm assuming it would be Spore into the Torque slot.
Damage to the It does enough damage to, I think, really do what Ben.
Oh no, okay.
It's not a Spore.
Oh, that crit is not pleasant.
There, but now both of these Pokemon are in Expanding Force K range.
I think you switch Torque out for Indeedee to preserve the ability to set Weather and to reset your Choice Specs into Heat Wave, is what I would do here. And you just sack Indeedee at that point.
Like Landorus.
But I guess maybe you're thinking you might need to reset Terrain later, but the fact that it's still awake is really, really big. This Expanding Force is going to go crazy.
Again, I'm sure we've seen it on screen already, what that fourth
I
Pokemon
don't know. But, like, Torkoal can't keep clicking Eruption. It's about to rain. Like, that is going to be the final move of this Tornadus, I assume. He has to click Rain Dance.
The health of this Water-type Amoonguss is burnt, but it did cost 3 full turns of Trick Room, just 2 left.
Yeah. I would assume this is the Indeedee coming in.
Wants to be able to reserve that
Yep.
for later on in case Wolf does opt for a Rain Dance.
Oh, it is sleep. I forgot that Indeedee was...
The move that Torkoal has locked itself into. Tornadus will
was already spored
here as the Indeedee takes the field. Amoonguss will also protect here, trying to stall out another turn of Trick Room and see what... Well, I mean, it's pretty clear what's going to happen, the Expanding Force, but really scouting to see what that Torkoal was going to do, whether it was going to stay in or switch out.
Well, and burns one of the 2 turns of Trick Room left, so now we're down to the last turn of Trick Room. I think this switch is smart from Ben.
Now, in my experience, when I'm down to the last turn of Trick Room like this, if my opponent hadn't just double protected like that, I would click Trick Room on both of my guys to turn it off and then back on again. Because I would expect my opponent to double protect like that. But since Wolfie's already done the double protect, where that wasn't an option, and also since one of the guys is asleep, like, you can't really do that. But that is a fun piece of tech.
Hatterene uses Expanding Force here, will get the KO on the Tornadus.
Oh, no.
Ooh. That is a huge survival right there for Wolf. That one hit point as Amoonguss will follow up and knock out the Indeedee with a Sludge Bomb. So huge survival right there from the
I don't like that.
Being able to pick up the scraps with that Indeedee KO as the Twisted Dimensions return to normal. And the Psychic Terrain's gone too.
Yeah, Psychic Terrain also gone. Indeedee will not be able to reset it. Things were looking pretty difficult for Ben either way there. If Amoonguss had gone down, it would have been Fluttermane and Landers coming on the field. A Dazzling Gleam plus Sludge Bomb double up kind of deals with anything on Ben's board. Now though, Amoonguss only has got that KO, but comes in with stays on the field with only 1 HP, very weakened. Ben will be able to likely put out the Urshifu and threaten.
And we don't have Terra anymore.
Against the Sucker Punch now.
And you're double weak to Fairy.
Should be enough damage to pick up a K1 Fluttermane, which makes that difficult. It could be feasible to get a second Trick Room here. There's so many options from both players. It can be Sucker Punch.
I don't know if it's feasible to get a second Trick Room, actually.
It can be trying to preserve Hatterene by switching it out while Urshifu goes after Fluttermane. It can be Rage Powder to move over the Sucker Punch and just Dazzling Gleam, which picks up a KO onto the Urshifu and picks up a bunch of damage on Hatterene, but it's just a free avenue for Trick Room to go back up again.
Len's got the good analysis, though. Like, he's thinking way faster than I can.
Close to expiring.
God, yeah.
Down to 50% health, Hatterene without Psychic Terrain to boost the Expanding Force, but it would be a path to a second Trick Room.
Tough decisions right now coming from both
sides.
Tough
decisions.
Both players have to think this turn out. It is going to be an extremely crucial turn here. As the turn moves on, Amoonguss will use Rage Powder, but what does the Urshifu over on Ben's side decide to do? Looks like it did go.
You had to, right?
Does get redirected and failing into that Amoonguss slot. And here comes Fluttermane using Shadow Ball.
I assume this gets the one-hit knock.
Gonna do some damage to get the one-hit KO.
I believe that's game.
Just slowly picking apart Ben's team. Now it's going to come down to the Urshifu over on Ben's side, as well as that damage Torkoal in the back.
Well, that just wraps up the game.
Yeah.
The Urshifu choice band locked into Sucker Punch. Amoonguss can continue to just Rage Powder, redirect those Sucker Punches. Torkoal is at 50% health. It will not be able to take a Photosynthesis boosted Shadow Ball. It'll just go down to that. Means that Ben should never get another attack off in this game. Ben took the stab. The Rage Powder wouldn't come out. The Sucker Punch would be enough damage to pick up the KO on Fluttermane, but it didn't.
That is unfortunately the game. Hatterene will not be winning the regional this year.
Oh.
Finals.
Well.
But hey, if Zach is going to have to have lost to somebody, at least let it be the guy who ends up winning the tournament, right?
Trying to defend
Yeah.
the title. We claimed
The world champ difference.
Truly.
It seemed like Wolf had the pieces. He knew what he needed to do in order to defeat this Trick Room team, being able to deal with it without that Rillaboom that we thought would be nice to have in order to disrupt the train. But congratulations to Wolf Glick. Congratulations to Ben Grismer for making it here to the semifinals. But Wolf Glick is going to be your first finalist here at the Orlando Regional Championship.
All right, one more top 4 to go.
Such a smart game plan that Wolf brought to this match. I think so many players would look at the Incineroar as the thing that can actually, just type chart-wise, stand up against Ben's team, but it didn't play at the pace that Wolf really wanted to play at, and the fact that it couldn't parting shot the Hatterene, I think, would have been really impactful to the match. So instead, goes with a game plan that means that he's able to trade damage even inside of Trick Room, and use the Amoonguss to prevent Ben from having full momentum. Because Ben was never able to really have that pair of attackers, or at least have them for sustained time inside of Trick Room, Wolf was able to take trades. We saw in the first game the Expanding Force not picking up the KO into Landorus, and Landorus getting the Sludge Bomb back into the Hatterene. In the second game, we saw the Eruption not being able to pick up the KO on either the Tornadus or the Amoonguss because it had a sleeping NDD next to it, not a Hatterene following up with Expanding Force, and so that allowed Tornadus to burn a couple extra turns of Trick Room. It switches in, it takes a hit at 1 HP, it protects for a turn, and then it also allowed the Amoonguss to start Sludge Bombing and weakening the Torkoal. That really meant there was so...
This Amoonguss Sludge Bomb tech is like actually pretty good. Like I will say, I'm not used to seeing that on this guy. It's usually like Rage Powder, Pollen Puff, Spore, and then something weak. But Sludge Bomb really does frighten people.
Really well played by Wolf. And again, going into game 1, Wolf had the pieces that he needed to be able to stop Ben from executing that strategy of having the sweepers out and just being able to pick apart Ben's team one by one by one. And again, that defensive triangulation from Amoonguss is huge, just to be able to survive those Expanding Forces and retaliate with damage on its own.
Yeah, the fact that the Amoonguss was bulky enough to, with the Citrus Berry, not be 2-hit KO'd by Expanding Force really changed the complexion of that match. That first game goes a lot differently if Amoonguss doesn't have that continued presence to be able to spore the second slot. And it also stopped the Torkoal in his track. You saw how much damage the boosted Eruption did. Even with the resistance, it still did about 75% to Amoonguss, but 75% was not 100%. And that meant that Amoonguss, again, spent extra time on the field, was able to protect and start burning through Ben's turns of Trick Room, but also Sludge Bomb that Torkoal and pick up extra damage.
Yeah, and then going into game 2, Ben looked like he was able to maneuver through Wolf's kind of game plan a little bit better, but again, just fell a little short, just wasn't able to get all the pieces out at the right time. That Amoonguss pressuring with Spore into that Indeedee slot, just kind of leaving that Indeedee out on the other side of the field. Just taking a little snooze was really just not great for Ben because, again, you have 5 turns to capitalize, and if you cannot guarantee another Trick Room setup, then your hard Trick Room team is gonna kind of just sputter out.
Yeah, absolutely. The Wolf made sure to always have big attackers against the Hatterene. And we saw the Sludge Bomb forcing Follow Me's early on, and then we saw the Shadow Ball just pick up the 1-hit KO on Hatterene when it went for the second Trick Room. Wolf just made sure to have the right attackers in, and Hatterene, that's the trade-off with it. It doesn't have the same bulk to be able to take a Shadow Ball or a Sludge Bomb super effective attacks. Instead, it provides offense that made it a lot more difficult for Ben to get safe Trick Room setups that didn't kind of force his hand in different ways. And part of that hand forcing was Wolf's really smart Landorus plus Amoonguss lead. He stuck with it in both games, and stretched what Bin's options were so narrowly. The follow me was absolutely forced at the beginning of both games, and the couple of turns that sequence after that follow me were forced because of the continued offensive presence of that Landorus. It's another point where just enough bulk really helped Wolf. If the Landorus had been vulnerable to being one-hit KO'd by an expanding force, that also changes the complexion of that game. But because both Pokemon were bulky enough, the timer just was always running short on Ben.
Yeah. Well played. Wolf Glick is your first finalist. Len, there's another top 4 match coming up. We're gonna take a quick break, but when we come back, the next Masters top 4 match will be happening. That's gonna be Neil Patel versus Justin Karras. Stay tuned. You don't want to miss any of this action here at the Orlando Regional Championships.
Good game. Good game.
Quick trainer tips. Wow.
Well, this is actually my first regional, so I didn't actually prepare that much. But I thought, I watched some YouTube videos, went on Reddit, read about other people's experiences, and I have a whole cheering squad here, so, I think I go and meet with them after my games to get a little bit more energy, but yeah, that's basically it.
Obviously, you have a good sleep, like an 8-hour sleep. And,
This guy's one of the 8-hour sleep needers, unlike Wolf, who's the 3-hour sleep needer,
I think you should be good
according to his own interview.
If it's this tournament, I don't sleep. I toss and turn on a bed all night and just keep thinking, like, is my team ready to go? Have I done everything possible to be ready? And I just come in here and play free and play to what I think I can do. And as long as I do that, I have no regrets and I can go home at the end of the day happy.
Yeah, I think it's really important to make sure that you've got
Chop across 4.
that means eating a healthy breakfast. That means getting close to 8 hours of sleep.
Wow. Advocating these healthy lifestyles.
For the tournament, don't be afraid to give yourself breaks between rounds to do things like listen to music or enjoy fresh air outside the venue. I think it's really just about making sure that your body and mind are ready for a long day of tough competition.
I first of all make sure that I get.
You think they asked like Wolf to do a one of these interviews, and he was like, "Yeah, I get 3 hours of sleep, fly from England to Boston to Orlando," and they're like, "Actually, we can't use that. Sorry, bud. We need people advocating healthy lifestyles only." Those Dreepy exploded on impact. That's crazy. They're exploding. You seeing this?
This is messed up.
Like, I know they get used as projectiles, but I didn't think they exploded. What do you think the beef here is also between Dragapult and Surlage here?
Great question.
Like, well, why are we fighting?
This just seems like ghost beef.
Yeah, classic ghost beef. Dragapult is a Pokemon. Dragapult is to Giratina as Corviknight is to Skarmory, I feel. Where it's like, we've came up with a better way to do the concept and made the previous one obsolete.
Day of competition here.
I think Ghost Dragon is such a cool conceptual type, but then Giratina is insanely underwhelming.
Pokemon Go players, and of course we are here with the video game, and I am so happy to be joined by Jake once again for this weekend.
It's going to be so great, Gabby. We just had one incredible top 4 match with Wolf and Ben, as well as our other fantastic matches on stream today. We've got 2 more to bring you. Our second top 4 match, which will feature Justin Karras and Neil Patel fighting for the chance to face off against Wolf in the finals in Orlando.
All right, well, I believe both trainers are seated and ready to go, so why don't we go ahead and throw it over.
Wait, quick start to this one.
Yeah, I mean, we're not waiting for anybody anymore, right?
For a spot in
You can just go with these as fast as possible.
Championships. Justin seeking his second ever regional title and Neil seeking his first, I believe already his best finish at a regional so far, having previously fell at the top 8 hurdle multiple times.
I mean, you can see it right here on the screen with his accomplishments. Never quite finding purchase beyond top 8, but here he is in top 4 and running a very, I would say, not necessarily standard, but anticipated balance team with some unique twists. There was the Terra Poison on his Urshifu Rapid Strike. You had that Incineroar with safety goggles. You had the Chen-Pao with Focus Stash and the Stella Terra type. Really a lot.
Safety goggles Incineroar is not unique, Gabby. Everybody runs this. I will not stand by and have you try and find things to praise about this incredibly standard balance team.
Like you said, but I don't even think that's necessary.
It's like one of the 3 items you would run on this guy. It's either Berry, Goggles, or Assault Vest, depending on what moves you want to lock in.
Terra Water Rillaboom, not something we see super often. Stellar Terra Qianpao, something we
The
saw
Stellar Terra is the noteworthy thing, in my opinion.
to boost the power of all 3 of its different type attacks.
Broke the top 8 curse.
Yeah, I mean, all his previous accolades were top 8, as we just saw, right? So he's finally passed
Yeah.
that.
It really shuts down any kind of physical attack coming through from Nils.
What is the deal with Clamulet Instant? Is it just to stop other people from parting shotting into you? Like, does he actually care about his own attack stat at all?
You just mentioned Jake and is running.
I guess not.
Big fan of Justin with the bucket hat over the headphones.
Made top 16 at Worlds in 2016, day 2 of Worlds in 2017.
This is a good fit.
It's
oh,
impo-
it's
it's
the Reggie
important
Drago team. Never mind. I care about this. I care about this match. I thought like I had no horse in this race, but this is the Reggie Drago Iron Crown team. So like this better win. It'd be funny.
Trainers are all ready to go, so let's just skip the preamble and jump right into it. Justin Karras leading that Urshifu and the Ogerpon on his side of the
People were asking earlier today, what happens if Reggie Drago Terra Stellars? Because the Terra Stellar hat is already tremendous, and for Reggie Drago it comes out of the shoulder instead of the top of the orb. So you just become very lopsided. But that's it. I don't think anybody's ever used Stellar Terra Shards on Reggie Drago. It's just incorrect.
Pokemon around, but one of the few Pokemon you have a really tough time doing that into is the Thunderclap Raging Bolt, which we do see coming out of Neil, especially with that photosynthesis boost from the booster energy. Boosting
Penny, what are your thoughts on the design of Raging Bolt? Do you like it? Or do you hate it?
I love this thing.
Okay.
I love it a lot.
Okay, that's fair. I find the wrap around the head kind of maybe too much. Like, I think it's supposed to look like a thundercloud and its neck is like a lightning bolt, right? But I feel like the little cape being made into like a weird head shroud thing is kind of like too over detailed. Otherwise, it's mostly fine. Its leg shapes are kind of weird also for a sauropod.
There's no psychic terrain on the field yet. It's kind of
Torterra's Terra hat comes out of the tree, right, Sari? Is that correct?
Defensive switch there. If a Dragon Pulse comes through, won't take too much damage. Ivy Cudgel, the move of choice.
Whoa.
Which switches in.
That did way less damage than I would have thought.
Goes for a Calm Mind.
I guess it was intimidated.
with Raging Bolt at +2 essentially.
What do you think Raging Bolt thinks about when it uses Calm Mind?
Energy boost. You do have to wonder if there is an Indeedee in the back of Justin.
Thinks about being high up in the sky amongst the clouds. His big ol' head.
This would be a great opportunity to try and switch it in. Here goes the Ogerpon, and here comes.
We will not be thunderclapped today.
Indeedee in the back, here to support the Iron Crown, block all priority moves with the Psychic Terrain, and more importantly, boost the power and the reach of the Expanding Force coming out.
Alright, so Hatterene wasn't able to clinch it up, but can this Expanding Force team make it to the finals? Or are we going to get Protect stalled as well?
I'm curious what attacking move the Iron Crown went for here. Justin confirms it was Expanding Force, the attack of choice, which makes a lot of sense as it would have done super effective damage to the Urshifu and a good chunk of damage to that Raging Bolt, despite the Calm Mind.
Yeah, this Calm Mind could prove problematic because even though the Iron
And he's got Terrain Reset also on Neil's team with Rillaboom, so it's a little bit easier to deal with.
defense on the Raging Bolt will allow it to take a couple of
I would assume you don't click Expanding Force again this turn, knowing that. You only get it on the turn you switch Indeedee in.
coming out from Indeedee.
Neil switching in the Rillaboom to remove the Psychic Terrain from the field as well. So now those Expanding Forces
Yeah,
will no longer be
Justin's well aware.
move. Indeedee, though, also will switch out for the Urshifu on Justin's side of the field.
Oh, you still click Expanding Force, interesting.
Single target into that Raging Bolt does a good amount of damage. Dragon Pulse into that Scarlet, though, is a one-hit knockout.
Big one-hit knockout.
That's a big piece to remove from the board.
Defense stat, and thanks to the +1 special defense from Calm Mind and the photosynthesis boost from the booster energy, a clean one-hit KO. However, I don't know that that's terrible for Justin because he does get this immediate swap back to Indeedee. A great Rillaboom switch in from Neil there.
Yeah, so Rillaboom can't go for the fake out anymore and has to leave and come back in to get the terrain advantage again. That said, I don't know that like we care. Like maybe we just eat expanding forces on Neil's team. You can certainly switch in a dark type.
Unfortunately for Justin, Neil can also very easily just swap out the Rillaboom and bring it back in to reset grassy terrain. So terrain control is going to be a very
yeah, I think we just do that, right?
Yeah,
Instant comes back out, then Rillaboom comes back out.
And your Urshifu, I would think losing the Urshifu, staring down a Raging Bolt and a Rillaboom in particular is the better trade for Justin. That all being said, the Rillaboom will leave the field for Neil, and Indeedee sticks around with a helping hand for its partner, that Iron Crown. Expanding Force does not affect Incineroar, but will get a boost from terrain, will connect with
Not even enough.
short of a knockout. Dragon Pulse in return, it's not very effective, doesn't do a lot of damage, but still, Raging Bolt is on its final turns.
Well, a great play from Justin there too, and knowing that he might have the chance to get this huge expanding force off. With this Raging Bolt being so bulky and having the +1 special defense boost, you needed to find at least one time where you could go for that big expanding force. Neil had the option
So here I think on Indeedee you have to go for the follow me.
Incineroar in to re-swap the Rillaboom back in on this coming turn.
But you're not going to get terrain advantage anymore, so you can't click expanding force. I think the only other attacking move that Iron Crowns typically run is Tachyon Cutter and maybe Terra Blast. I don't remember what this guy has on his particular team, but usually it's like Terra Water, Terra Blast, and then Protect.
Gone from the Iron Crown, so the knockoff damage will not be boosted.
Protect on the Iron Crown this turn means it won't be taking damage from the Dragon Pulse from that Raging Bolt. Indeedee has access to...
Whoa! Huge Indeedee knockout. Indeedee fell in Raging Bolt. I actually thought that was going to do like 2 damage.
Incineroar now tries to go for a parting shot into the...
Wait, this is kind of nice, but we're going to get Rillaboom back in now, I would assume.
The Iron Raging Bolt is now just gone. Iron Crown protects itself.
Oh, it's not Assault Vest Raging Bolt, because that's on Rillaboom. That makes sense.
Again, still boosted from that booster energy. Rillaboom does now come in, so you have the option for Fake Out because Psychic Terrain is gone. You have the option to pivot that Incineroar out and preserve another Fake Out for later on. And of course, you have the option to damage this Iron Crown now with a combination of Fake Out and Knockoff. But again, Gabby...
Terra Ghost on Incin is kind of bold because you do lose that Psychic immunity.
It can't necessarily go for Expanding Force at its full power because of the loss of the terrain. I think it still is the optimal attacking move for this Iron Crown though, because you want to deal a ton of damage to that Rillaboom. Tachyon Cutter's not going to cut it, and you can't necessarily Terrastalize into a water type for Terra Blast.
Yeah, okay, so it is Terra Water, Terra Water, Terra Blast, which is what I thought.
Justin, that fire type Ogre Pond with the attack boost now should be able to outspeed pretty much everything Neil has left and fire off some.
But he's trying it anyway?
Attacks. But we have no Terrestrialization from the Ogre Pond. It will be this Iron Crown.
Kind of crazy.
It's a risky Terrestrialization.
I guess you're following me on Indeedee, but then you never get terrain back up.
Into the now water type Iron Crown, but first we also see Neil's Terrestrialization. It's going to be the ghost type.
Is this going to be a Terra Blast into the Incin? And it's not going to be it's like neutral? I would assume, right? I don't know why else you Terra here.
The Terra Blast coming out from this Iron Crown. No helping hand though, Indeedee goes for Follow Me, making sure no damage will be dealt to the Iron Crown on this turn as it goes straight for that Terra Blast. You have to imagine that this
neutral into Incin, yeah.
It is, and a smart Terrestrialization from Neil there, as we see it may have just been KO'd by that Terra Blast.
Woodhammer from that Rillaboom though with a critical hit as well is able to knock out the Indeedee in one.
I think we're still okay because our last guy on... Oh, never mind. Parting shot going off is a huge deal. I was going to say the last guy on Justin's team is Ogre Pond.
This is not a good
but
place for Justin to find
no, I remember there's an Ursh. Never mind, we're not okay.
Woodhammer usually not enough to KO an Indeedee from full HP, and the parting shot would have been redirected into that slot. Importantly, keeping the Indeedee around and also keeping the Iron Crown special attack at neutral. It is a water type, so you are going to be resisting Surging Strikes, which is a nice little boon for this Iron Crown, but unfortunately you are now weak to the grass type attacks coming out of this Rillaboom.
Ogerpon on Justin's
Are we clicking Grassy Glide on Ogerpon?
final Pokemon.
I don't know what else you could do here.
Access to its own Wood Hammer, which would do significant damage to the opposing Urshifu. But I think the bigger question for Justin is how do I power through the opposing Rillaboom?
Rillaboom and this Incineroar in the back. The nice thing for Justin about the Incineroar terrestrializing is that now it no longer resists the attacks coming out of his own Ogerpon. So you are going to have the chance to swing at it with something like a Wood Hammer that is boosted by this grassy terrain now, notably. And of course the Ivy Cudgels with that boosted critical hit rate. I do think Justin still has a way into this game because Expanding Force, even without the terrain boost, even at -1 special attack, will do a lot of damage to this fighting type Urshifu.
Incineroar taking the field for the Rillaboom, going to bring with it that Intimidate to lower the Ogerpon's attack by 1 stage. Whether or not this will make a deal with this turn, we will have to see as Urshifu locks in Protect. Iron Crown goes for a Protect
Everyone's
as well.
clicking
so
Protect.
It's just this Ogerpon that will be attacking this turn. Ivy Cudgel into the
Come on, crit.
Incineroar.
No.
Does not get the critical hit and does fall short of the knockout.
Knockout not coming through is huge for Neil because now he has the option to go straight for a fake out with this Incineroar. Make sure that either the Iron Crown or the Ogerpon is not able to fire off an attack on this coming turn, which will be very great for the Urshifu. You get the Intimidate off as well, which will mitigate damage coming out from this Ogerpon, which is now at -1 attack. Cannot terrestrialize to get that Embody Aspect boost, and now you have a chance at possibly surviving something like a Wood Hammer in this grassy terrain with your own Urshifu.
Justin is in it.
That's the power of the Incin, Rillaboom, like, balance cores. You just keep switching, and eventually you grind out these incremental leads where your opponent just suddenly is, like, mucked up with all these debuffs and really has no way to do damage to you.
Shield from Ogerpon.
And, like, you take a little bit of damage every turn,
Flinch this turn.
but
Fake out going into that protecting Pokemon. The
how much does Spiky Shield do?
a little bit of damage.
Not enough to faint Incineroar.
The big question here, though, is who did Urshifu target down? It is that Ogerpon. It takes 1 hit. It takes 2 hits.
Oh, wow.
Will it be able to hold
I think this
on
gets the
through
knock,
it?
right? Oh, no, wow. That's kind of a big deal.
Able to hold on. Iron Crown now expanding force into that Urshifu. Also
Wow.
of the KO.
The combination of losing Psychic Terrain and the parting shot just barely enough to keep Urshifu around. That is a game-sealing turn for Neil. The Pokemon advantage is too high, and this Ogerpon has no access to priority moves.
Oh, this Ogerpon doesn't have Grassy Glide? Oh, okay.
Coming out from the
Then, yeah, that's
Urshifu
game.
on Neil's end. Aquajet taking down Ogerpon will mean that the Iron Crown is left all alone.
I thought maybe a Grassy Glide could still keep you in the running, but I don't know what you do
Attack down even further.
against just more parting shot spam from Incineroar.
Has those super
Yeah.
Continue to debuff that special attack with no way to cleanse it because you have nobody to switch out into.
to take this first game.
Aquajet connects for the knockout, and just like you said, Jake, it looks like Neil will win this game number 1. We do get to see how much damage Tachyon Cutter does to the Urshifu, which could come in handy.
Could come in handy.
Sets. But for now, with the Urshifu gone and with, I believe, a knockoff coming through on this Incineroar, there will probably be 1 more turn with the Rillaboom on the field until we can officially wrap this game up and start talking about game number 2.
Of course, the Rillaboom does have to come back in and seal this game up, but it is nothing more than a formality at this point. Barring some crazy critical hits here, I don't think that there's much of a chance for this Iron Crown to take this Rillaboom and Incineroar on its own. Unfortunately, it does not have the Psychic Terrain and Indeedee next to it. It so desperately loves to see. Protect coming out this turn, trying to stall out 1 final turn of Grassy Terrain and dodge a possible fake out. So Justin doing all he can, giving himself some more time to think about game 2 as well here.
Yeah, I was just looking.
Yeah. I mean, I do respect when players play it out because, like, any information you may be able to glean from, like, how much damage something does or whatever. At the same time, you're giving your opponent more information about you, and you're also giving yourself more time to dwell on this game being a lost cause, which I think can have negative mental effects going into the next game in the series.
If we can see how much damage a attack does into Rillaboom.
But yeah, he's, like, learning the Tachyon damage here, which is good, I think.
Information for Justin, and I think he is trying to take as much information as he can forward in game number 2, knowing just how much is on the line.
And of course, the smart choice for Justin there not to forfeit, just to see how much damage those Tachyon Cutters do into that Rillaboom. But Neil is the one who takes this first game, puts himself 1 step closer to a finals appearance at the Orlando Regional Championships. I think a very well-played set from, or well-played game from Neil in that first game.
For sure, relying on that fire-water grass core between the Rillaboom, the Incineroar, and the Urshifu Rapid Strike to put a lot of pressure down onto the board against Justin, ensuring that the terrain never really stuck around, as the Iron Crown really relies on that psychic terrain in order to unlock its full potential. The early knockout on that Urshifu as well was just huge, as that Pokemon with its Choice Scarf really would have given Justin a bit more maneuverability and a bit more of a threat against that Incineroar in particular.
I think the terrain control is going to be very important for both of these trainers in this match. We saw in game 1, Neil was able to keep the grassy terrain up much more often than Justin had psychic terrain up, and that was a big difference maker, because if the Iron Crown had another 1 or 2 more turns of firing off those boosted spread expanding forces, that could have been the difference that he needed to take that game. But I think Justin losing that Urshifu to the Dragon Pulse switch in very early on made his switch options much more readable, much more unsafe, much more difficult to do without getting punished. Because when you only have 3 Pokemon left, if you switch one out, your opponent knows what it's going to be, especially when you've revealed all 4 of them, of course. So knowing that, Neil has plays he can make where, okay, I know only Ogerpon can be in the back. If Justin does swap out this Indeedee,
All right.
try and get
Potential last game of top 4.
But in this case, we're going to see the Raging Bolt right off the bat again, except a different lead for Justin.
Yeah, Justin going with the Ogerpon and the Urshifu on his side of the field. They both will be affected by the
I know it's the most popular Pokemon in Day 2, but I'm not a Rapid Strike Urshifu believer. I'll be honest, I'm way more into the single strike. I don't feel like this Pokemon ever has what it takes.
You have to wonder if there is going to be
It always like misses knockouts by just like a little bit.
which could be really dangerous for Justin.
And there's just like a lot of ways to get around water damage.
To protect this Urshifu from Thunder.
Yeah, I mean, especially with
Ogerpon
Terra
overplays and Terra, yeah.
With Ogerpon and Terra, yeah.
You get the chance to Thunderclap.
Whereas conversely with like Urshifu Dark, even if you Terra like you hit a dark move into somebody, then nobody's immune to dark type moves. You might resist it, but you're still doing something.
But no swaps yet.
No swaps yet, and the Thunderclap.
Wow.
Early knockout on Urshifu. Once again, Justin.
What do you think was going to happen?
On the back foot, possibly looking to rely on Follow Me from the Ogerpon.
Oh, okay.
And open something up, but given that the Ogerpon
That makes sense, I suppose.
the Thunderclap went through, I don't know what Justin's game plan
This
was
is
there.
2 games in a row where Urshifu has come in to get immediately blown up, right?
Knowing I'm up 1 game already.
Yes, pretty much, yeah.
Strong position in this game too, and I put myself even closer to the finals. If Justin swaps the Indeedee in, if he swaps the Urshifu out for anything, that play goes horribly wrong.
I like that this team is like Electric Dragon, Fire, Grass, Fire Grass.
Both of which would have been blocked by Psychic
Good-
Terrain.
good types.
Straight through that. Takes a bit of a risky play, and it pays off hugely right on turn 1.
Incineroar switching out on the field for Rillaboom, which is a great Pokemon to take the field opposite the Iron Crown. Also will take the opposite.
Penny, how do you feel about like modern starters all having jobs? Like Rillaboom like comes with a little drum kit, and then like other like they all have like equipment. I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, like, Scorbunny, you know, plays soccer and, like, all that other stuff.
Yeah.
I don't
They all
know.
have jobs. Even like Skeletom has like a little like bird and like mic stand.
Based on how the speeds work.
I feel like
Yeah, he's an entertainer.
And Meowscarada has like a cape that's asymmetrical and like a floating flower arbitrarily, and they all have that. Every single Meowscarada has an identical asymmetrical cape. What's up with that?
Into that slot because keeping
They all have too much equipment. I assume they were just animals.
trying to get any
Like Venusaur's peak. We peaked at starter number 1. It's just like a frog monster with like a flower coming out of its back.
Is just a dinosaur.
Simply an animal.
that spread damage expanding force, but it doesn't look like we're seeing that just yet.
Incineroar certainly would be happy to take that.
Incineroar too. He's got like a belt.
Well, given that it's currently still a dark type Pokemon, but no switches. A second Ivy Cudgel into that Incineroar. It's not very effective, but it does get the critical hit for a little bit of extra damage. And Terra Blast.
Interesting.
No terastallization just yet, but still does.
I feel like Justin may be a little tilted.
Into the yellow. Dragon Pulse
I don't feel like Justin's making optimal plays here.
Justin is in a very precarious position. 2 Pokemon remaining
Yeah.
for him. All 4 Pokemon remaining for Neil. And Neil, at any point in time, can switch in his Rillaboom to remove this critical Psychic terrain.
Exactly. Once Rillaboom comes in, there is no more Psychic terrain for the rest of this game, which will be a really big deal for Justin because no longer will he have the chance to go for those boosted expanding forces. No longer will he have the chance to get the spread expanding force as well because that terrain is up. Incineroar switches out, Rillaboom comes in, Psychic terrain is now gone. It is Justin's Indeedee and Iron Crown versus the world, and Rillaboom has just set up the Grassy Surge.
Iron Crown can still go for some decent damage here, but we actually see Justin go for a terrestrialization
on the Indeedee
this time around, becoming a
We're doing big Deaglean damage now.
If the Raging Bolt locked into Dragon Pulse for this turn means that it will not take any damage. No redirection. Terra Blast is enough to pick up the KO onto that Rillaboom. Indeedee now free.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on.
From the Dragon Pulse that
Justin has activated like the red tier stone ring.
Yeah.
We're going insane now. That actually does a well, okay, it's not Assault Vest, which is what I'm used to.
They're actually been a big deal for Justin.
I don't think it's possible to come back from this position. The opposing Pokemon on Neil's side are just all reasonably healthy and incredibly strong. But it's cool to see. Like, that was a good play.
Yeah.
I hear the audience popping off, I'm assuming, for that. But they might be popping off because they're like, Neil has basically clinched victory.
Indeedee goes for Follow Me. Thunderclap will fail and Dragon Pulse will do 0 damage. So unless this Indeedee can get knocked out by the Ogerpon on Neil's side of the field, Raging Bolt cannot do anything right now.
And it does also make me wonder what move would do the most damage to this Ogerpon, who does take this opportunity to terrestrialize and get the attack boost from the
Expanding Force, even without spread damage,
if it wants to try and take this in
still does the most to Ogerpon.
2 hits.
It really does. Helping Hand comes through here. No Follow Me because Justin knows this Raging Bolt can't do much damage anyway. Ivy Cudgel comes straight through from Neil's +1 attack.
Oh, okay.
Into the Indeedee on Justin's side of the field. Free.
Don't survive those.
Hit KO with Ivy Cudgel.
Do not.
Easy knockout.
Gone. It is just the Iron Crown remaining for Justin. Will have
We did get a Helping Hand into this. I don't think he gets the one-hit knock, though. Really close, but not quite. And yeah, Calm Mind you can just set up forever.
The Ogerpon without the Psychic terrain. It might be too little too
That was looking really clutch as a comeback for a second, but I don't think there's anything in the tank.
By Dragon Pulses, it can be hit by Thunderclaps, and Neil is now
All right, so it's Neil versus Wolf for the grand finals.
in the finals here of the Orlando Regional Championships.
Justin had so many opportunities to fire off attacks in the whole 2 games we saw played out during that set. Unfortunately, so many times Neil did not allow him to have the Psychic terrain up, which meant that the Expanding Force, the Tachyon Cutters, all of them just barely did not cut it. And the huge terrestrialization there coming out from the Ogerpon in the very end of that second game, enough to KO the Indeedee in 1 hit and re-unlock that Raging Bolt to go for some Calm Minds, finish up the game against this Iron Crown itself if Ogerpon wasn't able to.
Yeah, it's always a tough battle when you have those terrains in play because it comes down to just which Pokemon switches in when and that turn order. And I think Justin made a very smart move in this game.
Turn 1 can really decide the whole game. That's so rough.
One of the last possible Pokemon, but thanks to that early, again, the early knockout on that Urshifu was just forced to play on the back foot and just could not quite find the advantage, despite the fact he came so close.
Urshifu really just did nothing this entire match, Gabby.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Justin, it's a really nice source of damage for this team, but Neil played so well around it, catching him with that Dragon Pulse in Game 1 and just wiping it off the field in Turn 1 of Game 2 with that Thunderclap. Again, a play that was a big risk considering there are so many things that could have happened.
I like all these highlight reels of neutral Terra Blast.
Yeah.
Coming out.
Hey, it is a highlight.
It's cool, yeah. I mean, like, it's a special attack until you terrestrialize. So special attackers can actually use it pretty well.
Indeedee Iron Crown so far in this final Regulation F tournament. I think.
And yeah, so 2 of the top 4 are Psychic, like, Psy Spam teams. So I feel a little validated. But of course, detractors will say, but they didn't make it all the way. They'll never win a regional. But it does get half of the top 4.
on an Iron Crown without the terastallization.
So,
That feels like a
you know.
Porygon 2 play, right?
Exactly. I think Porygon 2 is the only thing I've ever seen do that.
Yeah.
Like 2 actual good effects.
Yeah, so congratulations to Justin for making it to top 4 of this regionals, but there's only one more match remaining, and it is going to be Wolf Glick versus Neil Patel for the title of your 2024 Orlando Regional Champion.
It's going to be a great match too, Gabby.
Yeah.
We've seen some fantastic Pokemon all day. Neil has won 2 great matches on stream already in Top Cut, and will look to play a third to take down the reigning champion here. Wolf looking to make even more history. He's already won the most regionals of anyone in VGC history, but looking to add to that score of 8, make it a 9th regional win, which would be absolutely crazy, and of course be our first double regional champion of the year.
I know, and that's quite a crazy feat when you come to think about it.
Yeah.
There's a lot on the line too for both these trainers. I mean, Wolf obviously already qualified for the World Championships. If Neil wins, he will be able to just get that ticket immediately to Worlds, and that's a lot of pressure to play under for sure.
It is.
I mean, has Wolf not already qualified?
Going for your first regional title.
I was gonna say, I figured he was qualified by now.
So scary to play in your first final, and then you add on top of that the fact that you're
Okay, according to my inside sources, New England got 3rd, 5th, 6th, 13th, 18th, 19th, 20th, and 53rd at this regional, which is pretty good. That's a high showing from top 64. Again, there were like 800-something players at this tournament in the Masters division.
That's a true statement for me.
So, that's pretty cool.
An uphill battle, really for both players, because Neil is playing some fantastic Pokemon this weekend, but it's going to be really, really cool to see how they opt to switch up their strategies, because I'm sure at this point, you know, both of their teams are somewhat well known in terms of standard compositions, and at least they've played on stream a few times, and maybe they've got the chance to kind of watch their opponents play. So seeing how they tackle this great opposition in the finals will be really interesting.
For sure. So we're going to take a quick break while we set up this incredible finals match here in Orlando, so please stay tuned.
I am once again using Parting Shot to go check on my laundry. Back in a moment.
Chuppa Cross has worked so hard for so long. One of the most consistent players in North America. He's hunting for that first title, and I know he can taste it.
I wanted to use the pairing of Tornadus and other strong and fast offensive Pokemon to really like overwhelm my opponents with damage. And I really wanted to opt into that priority Tailwind and just start hitting my opponent with moves like Surging Strikes immediately.
Sacred Sword gets the one-hit knockout onto Heatran with the critical hit.
I found myself maybe trying to leverage some of the defensive aspects of my team a little bit more, really trying to use things like my Fire, Water, Grass Core of Arcanine, Rillaboom, and Urshifu Water, just because they have amazing synergy with Tornadus. They're great at keeping each other alive and letting you like play not only long games, but long games where you're doing more damage than your opponent can.
And with another Surging Strike targeting down that Urshifu, it doesn't even need 3 of those hits to lock in the KO.
The one that I lost to before was Rogov, who I knew was going to be a really tough opponent, and I really had to start finding some like creative ways to win that game and make tough decisions on which Pokemon I was going to have to sacrifice to stay in the game. Like in turn 1 of game 3 against Rogov, knowing like, hey, I think my strategy here is just going to revolve around losing Flutter Mane turn 1, and I have to accept that. I have to make a sacrifice to keep myself in the game.
I really like the Flutter Mane adjustment there from Chuppa. Not exactly the use we thought it would be.
I've proven that I'm really one of the best when it comes to consistency. One of the hallmarks of my plays is I do not mess up very often, and when my opponents mess up, I am ready to capitalize on it. That's part of why you see me in day 2s and top 8s so often, because I don't mess up, and I'm not going to start messing up.
Oh, but he doubled into it!
The Heatran is going down. Chuppa was just one big read away from claiming the match.
I want to be one of the best in the country and one of the best in the world, and I've been chasing it for so long. It's part of why this victory after a couple of second places, as you know, even earlier this year, means so much to me, to prove that I really am one of the best in North America.
Chuppa Cross gets the knockout and claims his first regional championship in the Masters division after so much hard work. Take a bow, Chuppa Cross.
It's really just great to show that I can stand up there with the best. We've had some phenomenal players win this season, and I'm just so happy to show that I am one of them.
Are we any insight from the Paldean starters here?
We had a little like jump across video, but that was about it.
Jump across? The fourth?
Everyone to the Orlando Regional Championships. It is just
I'm also gonna be right back. I'm gonna go grab my phone charger real quick.
Hell yeah. We're almost done.
Video Game Championships finals between Wolf Glick and Neil Patel. I'm still Jake Muller, she's still Gabby Snyder, and we are still very excited for this last match of Pokemon. But before we get into that, we want to hear a little bit more from you guys. We've got some fun little tweets you guys have sent in using that hashtag #PlayPokemon.
I also want to hear more from the crowd because that was a great crowd reaction. Y'all are awesome out there. Yeah, there we go.
We hear you. We hear you guys.
We hear you. But let's also hear what y'all are saying on social media too, because thankfully I cannot hear that literally. I have to use my eyes to see
Not yet,
it.
at least,
Not
until
yet.
they started planting it.
Oh, please no. I'm not ready for that.
All right, let's bring up those tweets with that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Some exciting action over the weekend. We've got Al, some incredible art here. More Charizard dominance at the biggest regional. I'm assuming Charizard's doing well in the trading card game.
I now have a charging phone.
That's cool. We're in the home stretch.
Obviously did fantastic with it at EUIC in the previous weekend.
Also, I did come back to them saying I think Charizard is doing well in TCG. Yes, it is.
That's fun.
Post-rotation, it is the only deck that really didn't get hit that much.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit? Like why?
Charizard's friends there with the Rotom, with the Pidgeot that allows you to just pick a card from your deck, which is
Oh, is Gabby explaining it right now?
and of course be
Yeah.
Oh, I think you've explained this before. Pidgeot can. Yeah. You get like
Yeah.
good draw power. Why
Mostly
did it not
after
get, why didn't
after
it get
rotation, it just did. A lot of its cards are from Scarlet and Violet era, pretty much. So a lot of the other decks were still being boosted by Sword and Shield era stuff that was still in rotation and is now not exactly around anymore.
The other two games in the past couple weeks.
And that's the nice thing about Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
Just because one Pokemon doesn't do well in VG doesn't mean it will do well in the other games. You just gotta wait.
You
I mean,
just gotta wait.
Bidoof is a world
Yeah,
champion.
Bibarel is the MVP of the TCG.
Let's move on to our next tweet from the community. From Lou the Pikachu, our fellow caster friend, declaring that Paul has changed allegiance and gone Team Blue Gastrodon. She is so proud.
I'm really impressed that Lou actually keeps track of people's allegiances, and I'm also a little bit scared. I don't think I've ever accidentally betrayed Blue Gastrodon, but I feel like I need to do some soul searching and just make sure.
I'm proud to say that I've always been firmly on Team Blue Gastrodon, and I don't think I ever have or ever will disappoint Lou, because if I did, I would be absolutely crushed. So Lou, if you're watching, just trust me, I'm always on your team on this side here.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Lou, as well, if you're still watching and Gimli's also watching, can you please say hi to Gimli for me? Actually, any of y'all out there with pets, please just tell them that Gabby says hi and maybe give them a pet or a treat or whatever form of affection they prefer.
All right, let's jump over to our third tweet. We've got Sierra, another caster tweet with the Day 2 Orlando watch party live now. I love that she was able to co-stream this weekend. I'm sure she had some fantastic interaction with her viewers and her chats. And of course, there's a very, very cute Joltik plush hanging out with her as well.
I don't think that Joltik is life-size, though.
Surely
because
not.
I feel
Much bigger than life
it's
size.
supposed to be a little bit smaller, maybe?
I think whenever I catch Joltik in Pokemon Go, it's like the tiniest little circle you have
tiny.
to hit. I know. this is terrestrialized. This is Dynamax Joltik.
Oh,
That's what it is.
okay.
Yeah.
That makes so much sense. But yeah, Sierra, hope you're having fun. Hopefully we'll see you again soon. And you also have a cat, so please say hello to your pets for me. Thank you.
Let's see if our next tweet is a cat picture. What do you think,
It
Gabby?
has to be.
Oh,
No.
unfortunate.
His wolf click is Incineroar confirmed.
Okay, true.
You said it.
That's
you
true.
said
I
it.
did manifest that. Is he a cat or is he a goat? I don't know. Watching the goat
Oh.
Wolfie Glick from the Krampus Claus from the crowd here in Orlando.
The
I
Krampus?
don't know, goats and cats are like, they're both four-legged.
I guess, yeah. And arguably, I feel like if you had to pick an animal that would be arguably the goat at VGC, I feel like cats are just the level of like.
No, it's bears. Bears are the goat.
Excel at this game.
Yeah.
Cats have Intimidate. Like Incineroar, Landorus is kind of cat-like.
Do we count Torracat as a separate one?
Sure.
Okay.
That's at least.
Yeah, it is indeed a cat.
Is
pretty good.
Luxray a cat? Does Luxray have Intimidate? No, it doesn't. I don't know why I always think.
I feel like Luxray does have Intimidate, unless I'm just misremembering.
It does get intimidated.
yeah.
I was more concerned about what animal it would be like. But anyways, that's not here. Wolf is currently preparing to play in the finals. So if you haven't had a chance to watch the goat, not the cat, live, just wait a moment. We'll get there. And looks like we have a Zoroark. On the team and on the Switch. Okay, that's Hisui and Zoroark.
Oh yeah, this is the guy I was talking about earlier. Got
Yeah,
top
the one
128
that-
with the screens. This is the Life Orb on
Congrats on the
Talonflame.
here in Orlando. Of course, you know, we kind of focus
Very
all
cool.
of our commentary on who's going to make day 2, who's going to make top 8, who's going to make finals. But if you're attending this tournament and you don't make day 2, you can absolutely still walk away with those all-important championship points, just like Philip here with a 6-3 or even a 5-4 finish. I believe some of them achieved championship points as well.
Yeah, and one thing I gotta say is that I love that we have those floor cameras now for interviews, as it's really fun to have an excuse to just go talk to people during day 1 of the competition. You know, people who maybe would not expect to do well and be on stream otherwise. You know, maybe they just rolled up with a few of their favorites. It's their first regional and they're having a good time. I love telling those stories because at the end of the day, while the stream is very much focused on the competitive aspect of Pokemon, it really is a community game and a community experience. Like, you come here to meet friends, you come here to hang out, have a good time, play and enjoy a game you love, and hopefully someday qualify for Worlds. But even if you don't, that's okay too.
Of course. Well, there's one more thing you may have been following along at home is our caster predictions. Let's jump over right before our finals to see how well we all did. I'm sure we all nailed it, actually.
Oh, about that. I think, so to be fair, we had to ignore the top 12 Pokemon from UIC in our picks.
Yes.
So if you're looking at this list and being like, nobody picked Incineroar, they're literally throwing. Believe me, I tried it once, I got roasted for it. It's not worth it. But still, there is no Trick Room in finals, so I feel like we all swung and missed on that.
My personal reason for picking Ursaluna and Porygon 2 is I kind of figured, you know, last major of the format, people might just kind of copy Nils because it just won the UIC.
Oh, yeah.
So that was my way of tossing a congrats to Nils and an assumption that people might just copy that team. Clearly, didn't work out. We saw Ursaluna at least, but I don't think we saw a single Porygon 2 on stream.
We saw Como.
And we saw Narchaludon.
Yeah.
I wish we saw Porygon 2 on stream.
I love that little guy.
Pretty much on the Go stream. So, like,
true.
You got that.
Wait, oh yeah, Skeletorge is in Go. I guess they're meta in Go. That's cool.
Skeletorge because it's the crocodile and we're in Florida. I think that gives it like a morale boost that maybe I thought could carry it to day 2, but unfortunately did not.
Jake saying shout out to Skeletorge because it's the crocodile and we're in Florida. We have alligators in Florida. Don't have crocodiles.
Is honestly a lot more than I would expect.
Shame. Important difference.
In the Regulation F tournament.
Not that I could actually tell you what the important difference is. I could identify one versus the other, but I couldn't tell you really much more beyond that.
Skeletorge, not exactly equipped to handle that matchup.
No, probably one of the worst possible matchups for it, actually. So
yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's not great, but it's fine. We had some Clefairies do well. Shout out to Dwee for that one.
Yeah.
We did have Clefairies do well.
We did. They did all right.
In top cut contention, but unfortunately we could not feature those matches on stream. So I would give ourselves a solid B.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
You know, B's get degrees.
This is true.
Also C's, but we're better than a C.
there was some Trick Room. We saw Ben Grismer with the Hard Trick Room team. Unfortunately, not the Porygon 2 or the Cresselia, but the Indeedee and the Hatterene instead.
You know.
I mean, it's like a spiritual.
I think it's close enough. Can I bump us up to a B+?
I'll allow it.
Oh, all right.
Go us.
Cool. I'm not tanking my GPA anymore at this at this regional championship.
Because our report, so what we haven't actually told you is throughout the year they're tracking our predictions and how well
100%.
they do. Yeah.
I would actually be really curious to go back and compile that myself. Because it would be cool to say, like, who's the caster prediction champion.
That would be kind of fun, actually.
But I don't know, because there were a couple regionals before we established the top 12 rule formally, and I will admit I personally inflated my grade because of that. So, yeah.
I don't know, underrated Incineroar pick before we had Incineroar usage?
I mean, I was picking Iron Hands back when it was like number 10, and I did not live that down. So
I was picking Iron Hands for the most likely to succeed, Mike. Yes.
Correct.
Correct.
So yeah, that's where we're at that with caster predictions. This is where we're at for the regional championships here in Orlando. Unfortunately, we do need just a little bit more time to get suit ready for the finals, but that does give us a great opportunity to look back at the top 8 matches that we featured throughout the day so far. We kicked off top 8 where Wolf Glick beat Zachary Weed 2-1 in an incredibly close set. We saw Neil Patel beat Charles Moses 2-0 in a not as close set, but still very well played from both trainers. Wolf Glick beat Ben Grissomer 2-0. We just saw Justin and Neil play, and now there's just 2 remaining.
I really enjoyed watching both of Ben's matches, or rather just, well, yeah, Ben played on stream earlier today, not in Top Cut, but seeing a team like that, I think is always really cool because Ben is known for using some more like,
What the?
use Pokemon that fall into that top 12. And
Oh, hey! How's it going? We're watching the grand You're just in time for the grand finals of the Orlando Regionals. How's it going? I should give you a shout out.
talked about this on stream before, Gabby. You and I, we both like Psychic Snare.
You're to yell at me. Thank you.
Yeah.
I actually needed it. I was kind of like baiting a little bit. I've been at it for 6.5 hours.
I'm not gonna lie, I've been fading for like the past like hour a little bit. The caffeine crash hit.
Yeah. So we're watching the grand finals of the Pokemon Orlando Regionals. I had a bunch of friends and other local players that show up to the tournaments that I run who placed really well. I'm told that my region placed. I was just rattling this off. Where is it? 3rd, 5th, 6th, 13th, 18th, 19th, 20th, and 54th at this event. 10% of the top cut was like people that I've come to my tournaments, which is really exciting. Yep. Very exciting. But anyway, we're in the finals. Neil Patel versus one of the greatest of all time, Wolfie Glick. And pretty much either way this goes, you're going to have a pretty decorated player making it through. Wolfie is the defending Orlando champion. They won last year at the same event. So that's exciting.
Neil is a Canadian at heart, so those 2 Vancouver finishes, cool to see, but has decided to make...
Not a whole lot to describe here. The one noteworthy thing we were talking about earlier, Chen Pao up there is Terra Stellar, which is an interesting kind of twist they've added in the most recent DLC, giving you a single-use small damage boost on each of your moves once, as opposed to getting like a defense boost or an offense boost on all your moves, like of a single type. It's weird. I didn't realize that Pokemon tournaments existed. So is this tournaments? Yes, there's tournaments with Scarlet and Violet. This is a regional level tournament, so big deal. It is one of the last tournaments before the World Championships in August, so people are really fighting to get their share of championship points, and whoever wins this match for finals gets a direct invite to Worlds, which is a big deal. As for like smaller level tournaments, I am a for real Pokemon professor, so I get to run events locally and beyond. I just got back earlier in the month, no, late last month from working at the Vancouver Regional in Canada, which is really exciting. I got to help officiate stream matches like the one we're about to watch, and just generally make sure the tournament ran well. But that was about half the size as Orlando. There were, I think, 450 Masters at Vancouver, and Orlando has 850, so it's a much bigger, more, and I guess in that sense, more prestigious tournament. But nevertheless, exciting to watch. And Pokemon generously lets me co-stream these, as in accordance with the official policy they're pursuing along the top. It's pretty cool. Yeah, Pokemon's huge. It's got some rough edges that I feel like should be able to be smoothed out with the amount of money that the company has, but it is working on becoming an esport. And this is just the VGC division. The TCG stream and even Pokemon Go has a competitive branch now. So
one step away from repeating the win
it's cool. It's
here
exciting.
in Orlando, as he was our
yeah, there is competitive Pokemon Go.
Regional champion in 2023.
That's really
I know nothing about it. To me, it seems like Subway Surfers. Like, I just see it and my brain immediately shuts off and I think, oh, mobile tap game. But
yeah, it's something.
In 2024, the first time we've had a repeat winner on our regionals winners graphic. Wolf is looking to both repeat...
Wolf here, by the way, for people who are not familiar with Pokemon, is like one of the most decorated players of all time. He's won 8 regionals, he's won 2 internationals, he won Worlds once. He's insanely good.
With the Ogerpon for Neil and the Amoonguss for...
There is like tech to see if Pokemon were like generated or not.
Yes, the answer is yes, they can. With high degree of accuracy. I either cannot or will not go into more detail about that, but
as it has
Yes,
to
it is
worry
possible.
about that big damage from the Ogerpon and potentially a flinch as well from Neil's Incineroar.
Neil's own Incineroar also carrying the safety goggles, so a really rough spot to be in if you are this Among Us. Notably, we saw Wolf's Intimidate Incineroar activate first before
With things like that. I was saying before, I'm a Pokemon professor. I do actually mean that. It's not just like a, oh, that's a funny thing to call yourself. Like, I am on the professor program. I am like an official representative of the Pokemon company in that regard. So I can't really divulge more about that or discuss whether I think that's good or bad. But it is possible.
Urshifu is the Pokemon that takes
Every time Ogerpon's on the field, the camera pulls way out like this. Like, we're looking at half the field here.
the Sludge Bomb from Wolf's Amoonguss.
A nice switch there. The Urshifu coming in favor of the Incineroar. Very unlikely for a Spore to be hitting.
Wait, sorry. Does Ogerpon have Focus Energy? Is that what I saw?
I think that's what they clicked.
That's very cool. Or was it Swords Dance?
Terrestrialize his Ogerpon, get that attack boost.
What are the moves that this Ogerpon has? Because it's Spiky Shield, Ivy Cudgel. I'm pretty sure I've seen this one use Swords Dance. Not like I don't have that information available. Something else worth mentioning. I am a little in the dark here because I just don't have my data in front of me, but the players are not in the dark. As of this generation of Pokemon, they're playing in a format called Open Team Sheets, where you give your opponent a list of all of your guys, the item they're holding, the moves they've got, the ability they've got, the type they can turn into before the match. Everything except the stats. So both players know what they're playing around. There's no mystery anymore. Scouting information is a lot less valuable than it used to be, but it also makes the game a lot more accessible to new players, I feel. But I don't have that information in front of me, the players do, so I don't quite remember what moves everybody has.
So he moves some of his Pokemon around.
And yeah, sorry, as you're saying, Focus Energy Ivy Cudgel is 100% crits, which is cool. Okay, Focus Energy it is, yeah. That's nice. That's a good adaptation to get around the Intimidate coming out from Incineroar. You will no longer care about those attack drops, because critical hits ignore stat debuffs. So, that's quite nice.
And this Amoonguss will have the chance to possibly go for a Spore into Urshifu.
Amoonguss will also have the opportunity to go on the offense here if Wolf wanted to play.
Spore into the Ogerpon. What was he expecting? Because even if he switched out to like Incin has the goggles. I guess he was expecting the Terrastal as a pure fire, right? Yeah.
Spore failed.
The Spore fails, and
That's
more importantly, the Urshifu on Wolf's
that's
end does not threaten
frightening.
effective damage with Surging Strikes. Now this Ogerpon on Neil's end is a big threat. I believe a 50% chance to score a critical hit with Ivy Cudgel.
Oh wait, sorry, is it a 100% chance to crit, or is that only if you're also holding the Razor Claw item, which it's obviously not?
But it doesn't matter at all unless it gets a critical hit.
Well, Grassy Glide is not very
That was a crit.
Yeah.
You are effectively, if you always crit, you are effectively doing like a choice band's worth of bonus damage. It's a 50% increase. And crucially, like I was saying, not that it matters anymore because Incin is out of the picture, but you would ignore things like Intimidate or Parting Shot, which would lower your offenses.
It will target down that.
Oh, you're right. It's 2 stages.
Half its health and gets poisoned as well. So some good
That's
damage
annoying.
over time for Wolf. But it looks like it's going to be 3 or 4 turns before the poison alone would knock out that Pokemon.
That was a pretty critical poison from the Sledge Bomb. It now means
Kaname, well, I've got you here. What were you up to? There's a little bit of a lull in the battle. I didn't even think to ask.
can go for a Grassy Glide. Of course, the Rillaboom switching in for Neil would empower
Were you
the
gaming?
Glide to be a priority move.
Were you
instead of
building something, perhaps?
But because the Urshifu was holding a Choice Scarf, Aqua Jet would still
Ocarina of Time! Oh, that's cool. So for your first time, I'm assuming you're just playing it straight, not like any kind of randomizer or like alternative play mode. Fire Temple, exciting.
Grassy Glide.
Oh, nice.
Means Urshifu on Wolf.
I adore that game. I really want to do a rando soon.
That's cool. I have, not this coming Tuesday, but the next Tuesday when I do my normal Pokemon stream, I'm doing an Emerald randomizer co-op run with one of my friends, which is going to be interesting. I've never done most of those things before, but they insist that it's going to be fun and easy. So, that'll be my entry into the world of randomizers.
They are very fun. They are very stressful at the same time if you're doing a Nuzlocke.
I don't think it's going to be a Nuzlocke for this one. Completely
Enough damage to pick up the KO.
That is cool, because yeah, it's like such a cornerstone, or like cultural touchstone of gaming that a lot of people have absorbed a lot through osmosis about how Ocarina of Time works. So if you really are truly blind, that is kind of special.
Much better spot for Wolf. Look at this
Pikmin
water type
randomizers,
Amoonguss. There's
interesting.
not much left on Neil's side that can threaten big damage into it.
I'm surprised that a Pikmin randomizer could work, now that I think about it.
Especially if you
Because those seem
Quite a lot of games have gotten randomizers in recent time. It's very, very cool to see it.
Oh, I don't mean like programmatically. I'm just trying to think how that game would flow if I'm assuming it means like treasure or ship parts are in different areas, but typically you need the one you're getting to get like. I guess I'd have to see it. I'm sure they've figured out how to accommodate for it, and I guess that's not any different than Zelda, where like the hold item you need is behind a thing. Like every item unlocks the next item, you know. So if you suddenly change up the order. Interesting. I don't watch randomizers. I know very little about them other than that they exist. So I'm interested to see how this Emerald randomizer is going to go in 2 weeks.
As Wolf will switch out the Urshifu into the Landorus. So once again, saving that Landorus incarnate for the back.
It's true, yeah. They expected you to just buy the strategy guide.
Terrestrialization comes through on the Incineroar, will make it a ghost type. So much easier to stand up to both the Urshifu and the Landorus on Wolf's side of the field. But unfortunately won't do much for him on this turn specifically, as Wolf did opt to switch out the Urshifu.
Fake out will flinch the Amoonguss, and close combat.
Combat into the Landorus, not very good.
That was a great call there from Wolf. Urshifu's lower defenses as well will also.
Was there a reason to not go for Surging Strikes into that slot at all?
Better chance of dealing that critical damage.
I don't think so.
I'm not sure what he's expecting to catch with the close combat.
KO this Urshifu. So you have to worry about that if you're Neil. Your Chan Pao in the back really doesn't want to be switching.
Because the other Ursh is also water, right? Like they're both Rapid Strike Urshifu. So fighting would be not very effective all the time there, right?
Yeah.
Whereas at least Surging Strikes is only not very effective half the time.
You have to worry about taking an Earth Power, which is why Chen Pao is going to take the field. Sword of Ruin will only be boosting the Urshifu's attack power here. Rage Powder means that the Urshifu will be targeting down the Amoonguss with
just nothing. Terra Water Amoonguss just goes crazy.
not any damage, and
This thing's ridiculous. This silly little mushroom.
I really like the Earth Power going into that slot too. You're tempted to KO the Urshifu there, but getting important damage on that Incineroar, or in this case, bringing Chen Pao down to just 1 HP remaining is really, really big for Wolf. It's huge for that Incineroar Wolf has in the, not Incineroar.
And the worst part of this Amoonguss is it still has a berry to eat once it drops below half. And on top of that, you can just switch out and heal with Regenerator. And we're already witnessing how impossible it is for Neil to do any damage to this thing. Right?
Yeah.
You also have to wonder
What an
if
annoying little
Neil's
mushroom.
choice of not having a Flare Blitz on that
I did mention that on my upcoming next format team I have an Amoonguss, which I kind of begrudgingly have, but it's just simply so good. I currently have Clear Smog as the 4th move option. I might swap it out for Sludge Bomb after seeing how that's going in this game for Wolf, or this tournament. Granted, it's like a whole new format where like the power levels and things you have to account for are very different. I was mostly concerned with preventing my opponent from being able to set up as I pivot around. But Sludge Bomb does seem like it does a modest amount of damage and can sometimes poison, which is pretty cool.
But I think if you're Amoonguss here, your main job right now is to protect
Much to consider.
from
Amoonguss, just like Incineroar, has like 4 move slot syndrome where it has so many good options, and you can't run them all, unfortunately.
much damage at all from any of these attacks, especially considering Chen Pao cannot use any of its same type attack bonus attacks for neutral damage into Amoonguss if it goes for Rage Powder.
Incineroar will take the field once again for Neil. Chen Pao down to a single HP of health. Sacred Sword will find its target into the Amoonguss. Earth Power into the Incineroar to drop
so much damage.
Here comes that Sludge Bomb, finally connecting with the Chen
I assume we're going to a game 2 now.
Love that play from Wolf.
I think we're out of steam on Neil's side. Amoonguss can just click Rage Powder for the rest of the game and not feel threatened whatsoever.
Neil has to get rid of that Amoonguss. Probably opted to go for Sacred Sword. He opts not to go for Rage Powder, which allows him to get huge damage into Incineroar and knock out that Amoonguss, not the Chen Pao with Amoonguss. Now Fake Out is on the field. He cannot possibly ever fake out this Urshifu that is in the back for Wolf. That's really big because now, even though this Landorus can possibly get hit by something like an Aqua Jet or Surging Strikes from Urshifu on this turn, on the prior turns, on the later turns rather, Urshifu can come back in for Wolf, not have to worry about getting faked out, and all of its attacks will land.
There is also a Protect available to the Amoonguss and the Landorus as well here. Do you have to play
This tournament has also taught me that Protect on Amoonguss is like disgusting. It is not a move I would normally consider on it because I think all of its other options of like actively doing something are just something I want better or differently, but seeing it just completely stall out any momentum a team might possibly have is
Only
a
2
lot.
remaining for both. Now this Urshifu on Neil's side is down to -1 defense and special defense. Could come in very handy for Wolf, who will have to lock his Urshifu into its final attack of the game on this turn. Urshifu now at pretty good health remaining. 1 close combat from Neil's own Urshifu might be enough, but at the same time, you possibly have the option to go for your own close combat, take advantage of that -1 defense. But Aqua Jet comes through first, KOs Wolf's Landorus.
I mean, at least Lando's off the field.
That
but
is good.
Still.
Is Wolf's final Pokemon in this game. Number 1 tries to use Surging Strikes to pick up the knockout on this Ghost type Incineroar. It will take all 3 hits, but it is now just Urshifu remaining for both.
Ursh v Ursh.
Bear on bear violence.
Battle of the Bears.
This is closer than I thought it was going to be, but I think it's still.
-1 defense, it still is.
Oh well, no, I don't know. I really actually have no idea.
He would have had no way to damage the Incineroar.
Yeah, and
I think we're just gonna kind of slap each other with Surging Strikes, right?
Damage the Surging Strikes will do here.
Because you can't click close combat, because then you make yourself more vulnerable to like Surging Strikes.
1 more turn left in this game. But
This is Sorry's right. This is like. Oh well, now Aqua Jet seals it.
he has Aqua Jet.
Oh my goodness.
Close combat, not enough to KO Urshifu, but unfortunately for Wolf, Neil is not running Choice Scarf Urshifu. He has the option.
Whoa! I was writing this off. I was like, oh, Neil can't come back at all. That's crazy.
Down once again to the wire for both of
That's crazy.
Pokemon trainers. Neil's
A lot of really close finishes this tournament. Even just today, I've seen lots of people end with like less than 20 HP between them. Right?
Yeah.
And yeah, Sorry's right. Urshifu versus Urshifu is like a very poignant image of the end of regulation F here. What were you saying, Penny?
I forget the one where it was literally like 2 like 5 HP Pokemon versus another 5 HP Pokemon from earlier. I forget which
I think that was
match
Zach
was.
Weed versus Wolfie game
Ye-
1, right?
the-
Where
yeah,
the Raging
yeah, that
Wolf
was
survived
Zach-
with like 5 hit
yeah,
points.
that
And
was
then
Zach versus
and
Wolf
then there
for
was
sure.
Corviknight versus the Komodo, right? Is that what you're thinking of?
Yes. Okay, both of those, honestly.
Yeah, because in the Corviknight versus the Komodo one, the Rocky Helmet hold item was actually responsible for doing a majority of the damage, because everybody else had bulked up their defenses to like absurd levels, so you needed that fixed percentage chip, because you were hitting with attacks that were doing nothing, right?
Yeah.
Very cool.
come through from the Sludge Bomb. It just could not match the momentum that Neil had, and I think
All right,
going
potential
into
last game of the tournament.
I do wonder how Wolf is going to switch things up a bit. I feel like he does have to bring his Urshifu regardless, because it does match up so well against the Incineroar, against that Ogerpon. Really forces terrestrializations in those situations, but it struggled to find purchase throughout the rest of the match otherwise.
It did, even with this great play Wolf made, predicting the Sacred Sword coming out from Qian Pao to KO it with the Sludge Bomb Amoonguss. It ended up not being enough just because the Urshifu on Neil's side had the power to go for that close combat. Neil had the fake out on deck just in time to prevent Landorus from going for the big Earth Power.
Yes, best 2 of 3.
Oh, sorry.
Made it so
Yes,
difficult for Wolf
best
to
2 of
turn
3.
it
That's
around.
correct.
A big adjustment from Wolf.
Oh, we're already into game 2.
Straight into game
Cat on cat violence. 3 cats on the field, actually.
Incineroar lead for
I consider
3
Landorus to be a cat. At least he is when he's in the Therian mode. As a genie, maybe not so much.
Facing, you know, a fire type and a fire type, both of which really don't want to be taking the Earth Powers. Of course, you do have the grass typing to.
So yeah, Neil's currently up 1 game against Wolf, who is 0 wins currently in the finals
We're pretty
here.
sure that Wolf's Incineroar is likely faster than Neil's, just based on how the Intimidates are playing.
I always kind of wondered if for the grand finals they should do best 3 of 5, but that might be too long. I don't know if players have the stomach for that, or if that really actually proves any appreciable room for difference.
I think it works better for fighting games because they're so much
They're
quicker.
a lot faster, yeah.
So much damage down onto your Landorus Incarnate in turn 1.
Like Dota, the other esport that I watch, does 3 of 5 for finals.
Fake out
but there's so many more things you can change between games for those. Whereas here, like, I think if you lose 2, you're probably going to lose 3, right?
Yeah.
And body aspect activation to boost up Ogerpon's attack to negate the attack drop from Intimidate.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice little reset there from Neil. Fake Out goes into his own Incineroar, which flinches next. Ivy Cudgel coming out. This is a neutral Terrifier boosted Ivy Cudgel into the Landorus on Wolf's End.
And Landorus
Not a crit.
take that attack and fire back and Earth Power. That's now super effective.
Big.
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 That's why I don't have high faith in the Hearthflame Ogerpon, despite it like suddenly taking over today. I think Wellspring is just better. Boosting your attack doesn't feel worth becoming a pure fire type.
And now Wolf has an immediate 4-3 Pokemon advantage. Urshifu coming in here actually in a very good spot thanks to the lower health on Landorus. Obviously, a huge threat always into Incineroar, but you cannot discount the huge advantage Wolf just gave himself with that turn 1.
Yeah, so like Neil has burned Terra and gotten little out of it. And it's gone now. Well, Wolf still has full access to his Terra option, and is like mostly fine.
This matchup, Wolf switches it out to send in his own Urshifu. It's actually a double switch, going to send in the Amoonguss.
This guy again. I've had enough of this mushroom.
I'm sick of this dude.
It's very comfortable, especially considering there is no flare.
Every time I see this surging strikes into Amoonguss, which has happened a lot today, I just keep wishing that the Amoonguss had Rocky Helmet instead of Citrus Berry, because that would be a full 50% damage chip you've done to the Ursh, and that's just so funny to me.
Wolf's Incineroar's Choice Scarf, which I think in this scenario, actually not that bad. You give yourself the option to switch up your moves.
Yeah, I was going to say, going
For
back to game
those at home, the Rocky Helmet hold item makes your opponent take 1/6 of their life as chip damage every time they hit you with a contact move, like a move that makes physical contact. So if you hit 3 times like what Urshifu can do, you are taking 3/6 of your life as chip damage.
a bit more
Whereas Amoonguss mostly doesn't care.
So important, especially knowing that Neil's last Pokemon this time is Rillaboom.
Rillaboom now hits the field, sets up the grassy terrain, and is threatening some big damage into Urshifu, but a big close combat straight into...
Okay, sorry, if Amoonguss could have rough skin, would you run it over Regenerator, do you think?
Immediately gone in a
Oh, big
wow.
Sludge
Okay, Wolf
Bomb.
woke up.
Big.
Wolf opened that third eye.
Fantastic prediction from Wolf.
It's so hard to punish that too. Close combat does a huge amount of damage to that Incineroar.
And we saw earlier today Wolf do the thing where he hit Sludge Bomb into a, or no, Earth Power into a Terra Poison Rillaboom on the Terra, right? That was against Zach.
Yes.
Which was just like a truly third eye opening read.
Not carrying flare.
We have to assume that your opponent is going to burn a resource to defend themselves from something else, and you will counter.
Put to sleep, it can't swap out. Try to get something more productive onto the field. This is a big one.
Whoa. Neil just tapped out, right?
Recognition.
Just like immediately?
I think Neil
Maybe? Looks like it, yeah. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Four Pokemon of his remaining.
This kind of goes to what I was talking about earlier, though. Is like, do you play it out like Justin Karras was to like try and glean any information about like damage matchups or anything, or do you think that's going to make you dwell on losing this current game too much, or do you think you're going to give your opponent more information? You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
The knowing when to tap out is actually like a big part of it, also.
Frankly, that Amoonguss was going nowhere for the rest of this game.
Why does it think I have a? Oh, I don't know what my face tracking just did. Thought I had my hand up in front of my face for some reason. Weird.
Anything from that Urshifu until Wolf.
All right, we'll go into a game 3. That's always exciting.
Really well played game from Wolf there. The Ivy Cudgel not scoring a critical hit here, really a difference maker because we did not have that focus energy boost just yet. It was still that slightly raised chance, but not very raised, and a big Earth Power KO in return. Kind of the terrestrialization there coming around to bite Neil, because if it was not terrestrialized, probably able to survive one Earth Power, just maybe.
For sure, yeah.
So really big swing there that Neil took, but it unfortunately did not pay off.
And talk about big swings. I mean, Wolf doubled into that slot. anticipating not just the Rillaboom making an appearance there, that's a Pokemon adjustment,
Yeah,
but
true.
also optimizing for the damage in that position as well. That was such an incredible read from Wolf, as really there was no indication at that point in the game that it was that Rillaboom that was present in the back of Neil's party.
There wasn't, but even if you think about the Pokemon Neil brought to the first game, if the Chien-Pao switches in there instead, for example, it gets immediately taken down to Focus Sash and then KO'd there. So a really smart double up, really just guaranteeing damage. Obviously the Urshifu will attack through Protect regardless, but Amoonguss cannot. So if you want to double target a slot, you double target the one that cannot protect, cannot terrestrialize, cannot avoid damage, just like Wolf did there.
All right, well, these trainers are ready to go into game number 3.
Penny, I'm sending you a tweet that's completely unrelated to anything we're looking at right now. But it made me laugh. I think it'll make you laugh.
I will open in a second. I'm also playing a game on my phone at this moment.
Whoa. Subway Surfers IRL. I've won games that should have been over, but opted to see the line. I'm the kind of person that almost never... Yeah, exactly, right? Like, I personally am not at a level where I think I would tap out in anything, but, like, I have 1 hit point and, you know, like, my sash has been used. There's literally no counterplay. But, yeah, I definitely think there is a aspect of it that is, am I giving my opponent too much information if I continue to play it out at these high-level, like, actual high-stakes events? Not saying the games that you're talking about weren't necessarily high-stakes. You might have been talking about, like, regional matches or whatever. But, like, grand finals,
A coin flip to deal
it's
a massive amount of
hard to
damage
know.
to avoid any stat drops, to just play around those complications.
Really good post.
It is a good post.
To take that, but we see a Pokemon adjustment from Wolf. Tornado
Focus Sash broken. Alright, I am hype about the focus energy. I think this is genuinely very cool. But we've been here before. And it gets poisoned again.
Oh man.
Deja vu.
from that turn for Wolf.
100%, Gabby. That is a massive switch there. Wolf has not brought Tornadus to either of these first 2 games, and it pays off immediately. Neil
So now what? Do you click Tailwind on Torn? Do you even need to?
Now you have the option to go for a
Bleak Wind probably just
set your Pokemon up for a speed advantage
deals the damage, right? Assuming it doesn't miss.
Here would be really, really good. This Orgrimmon is now at the boosted
Yes.
energy, but it is still only a 50% chance to score a critical hit. So it's not guaranteed that that focus energy will pay off, especially because the Sludge Bomb came through, dealt a ton of damage, and crucially put this Orgrimmon on a timer.
Some people may also be wondering if Wolf is considering a rain dance on that
Rain
tornado.
Dance would be cool. If he, oh, he has Sunny Day though, doesn't he? He doesn't have it.
But without confirmation about whether or
No, Wolf has Rain Dance, yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say.
to make Bleak Wind Storm will not connect.
Well, Rillaboom dodging, that's quite nice.
Ogrepon Woodhammer, though,
That does not do a lot, though.
good amount
I know it's not very effective, but, like, Rillaboom hits hard.
will not connect with the spiky shield on the Ogrepon.
But, like, now what? Again, like, what? Now what? You've used your Protect. You dodged 1 attack, but now what do you do next turn?
And you cover for Bleak Windstorm missing Ogrepon.
And that I don't see often. I fail to see the lines here.
Does get some decent damage into Tornadus, but thankfully Tornadus should still have the option to go for 1 final attack if it chooses to. The Tailwind with the Prankster ability will act first, and the Grassy Glide from Ogrepon on Neil's side might try to go first, but without enough damage to KO it, it will not.
It was a crit, though, okay.
Tornadus is unfortunately unable to go for a
Yeah, like, I don't know. I'm not going to pay, like, 80 bucks or whatever. I actually don't know how much tournament registration is. It's not $80. I don't know why that was the number I pulled. I'm not going to spend money traveling on a hotel and airfare to go click an 80% accurate. That's where the 80 came from. I'm not going to pay for travel to go click an 80% accurate move, right? Like, I don't know. This just doesn't seem worth it to me.
And considering Neil only has 3 physical attackers remaining, the Incineroar on Wolf's side will be very important for the rest of this match. Rillaboom and Chien-Pao, again, both physical attackers. Rillaboom now down to -2 attack from that first Intimidate, and Chien-Pao at -1. The Amoonguss on Wolf's side here, we saw it be so important against the Chien-Pao earlier on in this match, especially if you do opt for the Water Terrestrialization, which would be very handy coming in against this Chien-Pao. However, you do still have to worry about the Rillaboom's Grass-type attacks.
Sacred Sword from Chien-Pao into the opposing
Decent damage.
Incineroar to drop it down to below half its health, but the combination with the high horse
Ooh, that Intimidate really paying off, huh?
able to hold on.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The
Incineroar.
world champ difference.
Incineroar is truly him.
As a result, but talk about a great trade. Now this Amoonguss is free to terrestrialize, and he gets a spore in as
I think that's game, yeah? Well, I forget what Neil has in the back, but I can't imagine him. Okay, Ursh. Can't do anything to Amoonguss.
A huge one-hit KO into that Rillaboom. Now Neil and Wolf are both down to their final 2.
But it can do something into Landorus.
There is nothing that can protect this Urshifu.
But we still have Terra on both sides, actually.
Very, very strong Pokemon.
Amoonguss is annoying. I don't like it. It's poorly designed, in my opinion. It's, like, not good to look at. It's not, like, a fun mushroom design. I don't like that its hands are, like, also orbs. I wish it just had, like, little claws or something. But yeah, it's Amoonguss. It's extremely cursed. It's very good, though. It's very durable, and its signature ability lets it heal when it switches out.
Neil playing to
So it's quite good.
out will go for that stellar terrestrialization to boost the power of
Now, popping Terra Stellar on your Pokemon who is asleep is a bold maneuver, but I'm assuming it's because he saw this happening and needs to click Sacred Sword.
On this turn, Gabby, there's no way this Gen-Pow attacks, and this terrestrialization cannot come in handy for at least one more turn. Landorus instead going immediately.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I would have just held the Terra, because, like, exactly what Jake is saying, you have to take at least one guaranteed turn of sleep. So there's no way this Terra, which does not modify your defensive properties, helps at all.
barely able to hang on. Urshifu surging
Wait, now hold on.
Landorus with the terrestrialization.
Wait, now hold on.
Going to be enough to knock.
Wait, hold on.
Hold on.
The sick part is I think Amoonguss can actually run this back.
To KO this Gen-Pow, it will be a 1v1 Urshifu versus Amoonguss, and that is exactly what Wolf wants.
Yeah, like, I think Amoonguss just runs this back no problem. Like, 2 or 3 Sludge Bombs do more damage than any amount of Surging Strikes.
Pokemon that's carrying Wolf Glick's hopes and dreams of a repeat regional win in this season. Urshifu on the other side of the field, the Pokemon you think of for Regulation F and VGC, trying to find an opportunity, find the damage it needs to take this Amoonguss down.
I really just want to call out how smart that terrestrialization from Landorus was for Wolf on that prior turn. Doing that means that it drops the water type weakness. Even though we saw it get knocked out by Surging Strikes anyway, it couldn't possibly be knocked out by Aqua Jet. All Wolf needed was one Earth Power into the Gen-Pow, which could not wake up, could not protect. It's guaranteed damage.
Oh, the spore.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't see how you do it here. I would think 2 or 3 Sludge Bombs probably seals the deal, and you would need, like, 8 more volleys of Surging Strikes between the Berry and just, like...
It still has the Citrus Berry, and it is running Sludge
Yeah.
Bomb, which looks like it will be about a 3 to 4 hit KO, depending
Oh, wow. We still have the Berry, though.
wow.
the Urshifu wake up after a single turn of sleep.
Well, I guess you can't ask for a closer final than this, huh? Not particularly engaging, but it is a nail-biter. It is still suspenseful, even if the moves are kind of preordained.
As the odds that Wolf went for a spore this turn are so low.
They really are. Sludge Bomb comes
Yeah, I think you just click Sludge Bomb for the rest of the game, right?
for Wolf, because you really want to put it back to sleep this turn. If it was poison, that is not an option. Surging Strikes comes back through.
Are items ever used or only the Pokemon held ones? Oh, what, like X defense or like X whatever they were, or like potions? Yeah, you can't use those in PvP. So it's just held items. And those are locked in at the start of the tournament. You can't like change between matches or anything like that, or, you know, between days of the tournament.
This is one of those situations.
And of course, both players know what items their opponent has. So the Berry was a known. Knew they had to deal with it, but yeah. Potions can't be used, the stat boosters can't be used.
Oh my goodness.
6 HP. We saw it wake up after one turn earlier. Will it wake up again?
Doesn't matter.
This is the turn that will decide your
Oh my goodness.
I don't think it matters.
It does not, yeah.
Epic.
This stupid little mushroom. Wolf face down.
Great job, Wolf. Defends the title of Orlando Champion. Great job.
Wolf played that so incredibly well, just knowing how exactly he needed to target his attacks, getting the Earth Power Sludge Bomb KO.
A world champ difference.
It really is.
Endgame played it so perfectly well, and Neil, even with the 2 1-turn sleeps, the minimum possible sleep length twice in a row in that endgame was barely not enough. Wolf's Among Us.
Well, I'm happy for Zach, who lost in top 8 to the guy who won the whole thing. You know,
yeah,
multiple like world champion, 8x now 9x regional champion, won 2 internationals. Not bad for Zach's first showing in the Masters division, right? Like, pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Their picture on that graphic twice. What an incredible accomplishment.
Wolf immediately tweeting this one out.
Oh, yeah.
I'm ready to retweet, brother.
Yeah.
We saw
I'm checking the timeline as we speak.
Opportunity to wake up, to deal that damage, but in the end, it was Amoonguss with just enough in its defense.
I see Judy Azurele tweeting, Terra Stellar on a sleeping Pokemon is quite interesting. He's not wrong. I don't know why you would do that. I don't think there was any other play that would have mattered, but it's still incorrect.
In the end, if Urshifu had, gotten
Wolf, brother, you gotta send that tweet.
If it had, taken
Brother, I am refreshing your page.
And especially this immediate Sludge Bomb poison, that was a massive, massive boon for Wolf there because it put that Ogerpon on a timer and made kind of that early game a little bit easier to navigate for Wolf. And of course the Tornadus, a really, really great brain because it forced attention from this Ogerpon and Rillaboom on the first 2 turns of the game.
It did, and I love how they cut in that crowd reaction.
If that last close combat had crit, though, it would have gone the other way, which is crazy to think about.
Going absolutely nuts throughout this entire set, and I gotta say, I think this is one, honestly, for the history books. Like, it just was so back and forth, and both.
Yeah, so many matches today were down to the red for sure, which is always exciting.
Extra bit of 6 HP to hold on. What an incredible set.
Wolf played so fearless with that Amoonguss in this 3rd game as well. We saw the Amoonguss face down a Fire-type Ogerpon and a Chien Pao and go straight for attacks both times, knowing exactly that
Did Wolf send his tweet yet?
Amoonguss to be productive.
He is not, no.
You couldn't just Rage Powder. The Spores and Sludge Bombs coming out from Amoonguss in this game were so massive. I don't think we saw it Rage Powder once this 3rd game, actually, Gabby. Who needs redirection when you can just take KOs yourself?
You know, and I think that's an important thing to call out here about Amoonguss, especially now that we're rotating into a single restricted format. And, traditionally, I feel like you see Amoonguss all over the place in those formats. Just because a Pokemon has access to a move does not mean that you have to use it.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people, especially in these kind of situations, you think, okay, I'll redirect and I'll let my attacking Pokemon do.
Gabby is right. He made Sludge Bomb look so good.
Just need that damage. It doesn't matter if it.
I'm a believer in Sludge Bomb Amoonguss now.
To get the K.
Yeah, that was crazy.
The Wolf has won 9 regional championships, Gabby. That is such an insane accomplishment. That is something that I think many people couldn't even dream of at this point. There's a very select group of trainers that have even won 1 regional, much less more than 1. Then you get all the way up to 9. Like, I could never. I could not.
I think in North America, at least, Paul Chua is the only trainer to ever come close. And especially with Indianapolis and LA on the horizon, I'm sure he's looking at his travel schedule and trying to see if he can catch up here. But still, I feel like Wolf is really cemented.
I'm going to stick around for the presumed winners interview, and then I'm going to wrap it up for the day. I do want to hear what Wolf has to say, because he was talking earlier how, like, traveling to Orlando for this was kind of a whim for him. Like, he decided very last minute, and now he's gone ahead and won the whole thing.
You have an international championship. You have 9 regionals. You have a Players' Cup. I don't even know what else is left. Like
you go for the gauntlet, I think.
Yeah.
You try and be the Tord Reklev of VGC and win every single IC and hope that you can complete the gauntlet.
Well, if anyone can do it, it's Wolf.
Oh, for sure.
We'll see how that goes.
It goes to show as well, right? This was a last-minute decision for him to be here. I believe he got in at like 2 or 3 in the morning on Saturday.
Worth.
He won.
Yeah.
That's insane.
If that's what it takes, I'll schedule all my flights for like late. Next time I play a regional, I'm not getting in until morning of.
I want to sleep.
Well, I guess
Orlando is for the Wolves.
Get as much sleep as you might hope before day 1. You can still make it to day 2 and then power all the way through to a 9th title, Gabby. I can't get over that. 9.
That's a lot of titles.
9.
I know. Let's take a look at our final standings here. As you just saw, Wolf Glick won the tournament. Neil Patel coming in 2nd. Justin Karras, Ben Grissomer, Charles Moses, Zachary Weed, Joshua Lorsey, and Aaron Brock. Y'all, if you're
Great job, Zach. I'm proud of you.
I'm going to be real with you. You need to wait until we're done, of course, but then go back and watch the VOD.
The tweet has still not been sent.
I mean, this weekend, really, because there were just so many incredible matches. I don't think I could have asked for a more exciting top cut here this weekend.
It was actually pretty something. There were so many matches that went down to the red. Like the Corviknight match from Aaron Brock, they're in 8th place. Amazing, we were just talking about it. Zach had a really close series with Wolf earlier in the top 8.
Regional champion Ben Grismer, who's had some great success, but of course Charles Moses and Zachary Weed both making their first appearances in top 8 at a regional. Really cool mix. Of course, Josh Lorsey and Aaron Brock have had success at regionals and internationals before too, so it's really cool to see both the veterans keep making their stamp on this community, on this game, and see newer players like Charles and Zachary break into that top echelon as well.
Yeah, and take a good look at these Pokemon, because the next time we see y'all in Indianapolis, let me tell you, you're probably still going to see your Incineroars and your Rillabooms and your Urshifus.
Next tournament is the new format where you can use a single box legend on your team. So get ready to see Kyogre.
That I want to remember.
Yes.
You know, yes, you do have your hard hitters, you do have meta Pokemon, which are meta for a reason, but you have these unique strategies.
Well, I am glad that we did not watch any TCG.
Why are they like slugging it out? What's that? Speaking of slugging it out, actually, check out Wolf's photo with the correct Gastrodon.
Yeah, I mean,
I have that very Gastrodon plushie on my desk right now.
TCG was just mostly all the same deck.
Ah, okay. I feel like there is some of that in VGC, but I feel like there was a decent diversity of teams today, all things considered. Usually, I mean, like, you've got your staples, right? But I saw very little Flutter Mane today, actually, for example. I feel like made very few appearances compared to other Pokemon.
Back around to popularity after falling out of favor for some of the more speed Icy Wind support oriented.
Wolf looks so confused in this photo.
And I also want to shout out the Stellar Terrestrial.
I'm glad Wolf did not do the esports pose.
Oh yeah, for sure.
On in Regulation F, you know, trying to take advantage of this new Terra type that the Blueberry Academy DLC gave us, but I always thought that Chen-Pao had the best opportunity to take advantage of that Stellar Terra type, as it was fast enough. You could use all 3 of its attacks effectively to get that boost. Really cool to see it do well here this weekend, and really makes my brain start thinking about how you can use stellar terrestrializations moving forwards.
Well, maybe we'll get to hear a little bit about that from Neil, the user of that Stellar Chen-Pao, in our awards ceremony. Let's throw it over to Joe Brown on the stage with our 2 finalists.
Are they doing a losers interview? I would be surprised.
I think it's just, finalists. Or never mind.
In Orlando, we began the weekend with over 900 trainers in the Masters Division, and now we know our finalists and our winner. Let's start with our finalists. Give a nice round of applause.
Maybe short interviews.
I mean, I'm not opposed, certainly, but I just don't think they usually do that.
Mixed emotions right now. You're a couple hit points from a regional title, but you finally broke through that top 8 curse. So how are you feeling right now?
I feel really good. This is the first time that I broke through the, first time I ever won a game in cut, and I feel like I won both of them really well. I did kind of toss. If I Terra Poison the Urshifu, I probably would have won, but I think that's because I was clicking too quickly and not really thinking through the turn enough. So yeah, it's definitely something to learn and move on for next time, but I'm really happy with it. Top 8 second feels super good.
Yeah, congratulations again. Round of applause for Neil. Best of luck for the rest of the season for you. Go celebrate with your friends and family. And now, our 9-time regional champion.
9 times.
Back to back.
Unbelievable.
Orlando regional champion.
Unbelievable.
Congratulations, Wolf. I'm sure you're just getting used to this feeling. You just expect to win every event. How does this championship compare to your other 8 regional titles?
You know, I don't like to kind of rank within them. It's really meaningful for me to win this. I went to EUIC with this exact same team, no changes, and I just barely missed out in top cut, and I really felt like this team could go all the way, you know what I mean? Like, I really felt like it was a really special, good team, and so to come here kind of on a whim, you know, booked on Wednesday, last minute, and ended up not only doing well, but winning the whole thing, it's extremely, extremely meaningful to me, and I'm just so proud of myself and so grateful for all the support I have.
My condolences to every competitor who thought they were in the clear with Wolf not going to this one up until the Wednesday before. And it's like, well, All right, got a lot harder all of a sudden.
With your friends and family. Great job by everybody here in the venue.
Was that the winner's interview? Is that it?
I guess so.
Were able to participate here in Orlando. It's been a fantastic weekend. I've had a blast. We've had a wonderful stream here, and we are going to close it out in the lounge. So if we're ready over in the lounge, thank you, everybody.
The winner's question.
Yeah, the winner's question.
Thank you so much, Joe. Dweehaw here in the lounge. It's been an exciting day of battles here in Orlando. Currently in the lounge with me is Lendul and Jake Muller. It's been an exciting day, huh?
Oh, it's been so much fun to watch these matches. So many.
Oh, I love the little microphones all the puppets have on the table.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. That's cute.
That's so cute. Those are all hand puppets. So,
what does Quagsire have to say?
Many are wondering.
No, just showing us all why he is just so insanely good at this game.
Wolf's game plans throughout the day were just so excellent. It felt like every match he found just the right path through the game, the right Pokemon to bring, and didn't seem like it was even what his opponents were expecting either. And they were just all so deliberately thought through and well played.
Yeah. Let's take a look at day 2 usage of the Pokemon and see how that compared to what we saw in the finals. That Urshifu Rapid Strike, so important to Neil's game plan, unfortunately getting beaten out by that Amoonguss.
These are still crazy stats to me. Dragonite squeaking in on top 12.
Championship run for Wolf.
Did not see it at all in Top Cut today. But
didn't even see Goldengo in Top Cut today.
True.
Something you have to prepare for, but
I'm glad for that.
Feels kind of low, which might be crazy to say, but like we've seen it do so well both on Wolf's team and other teams across the day that it's something you just have to be considering when you're building a team in this format.
Yeah, absolutely. It felt like a lot of matches today revolved around those Urshifu Rapid Strikes.
Big Ursh.
Big Papa Ursh.
In day 2, and Amoonguss is such an important answer to that.
And it's really crazy when you think about it, because like there is the other whole form of Urshifu who is not on this chart, but may have something as high as like 16% usage, which would be a combined like 68% usage, almost 70% usage potentially. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds right.
So very popular Pokemon, this Urshifu guy.
Last major of Regulation F here. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at the upcoming.
Can I get an F in the chat for Regulation F, which is going away after today?
The last Regulation F
Goodbye.
as we get ready to ramp up into Regulation G.
Indianapolis is going to be G with the Box Legends.
Historic site for VGC history, honestly.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I've played a few contentious national championships back in the day. It'll be the site of the first tournament of Regulation G just a few days into that new format. I'm so excited to see what Pokemon rise to the top, what strategies players are kind of labbing out and developing right now to get ready for that tournament.
Indianapolis and Los Angeles regionals right after kind of the tune-up events before the North American International Championships, the first huge event of the Regulation G format, and of course the big event, the final event of the year, Honolulu, Hawaii.
Now, crucially, unlike last year, they are running the same format all the way through to the end of the season. Last year, they made a new format just for Worlds, which was crazy. It was the format that Urshifu was introduced in, so people really had no idea what was going on.
And there it is, Wolf Glick twice on.
I remember. I was there.
I was there.
Of North American regional champions.
Yeah, well, I can see Wolf is adapting to the photo metagame, bringing his plush in to show off. Yeah, so impressive.
Even when Wolf does the esports pose, he's still cheesing. So you know what? It's better. It's still better than the average esports pose.
Sorry, they're not. They're definitely. Worlds is definitely the same format, single restricted. Next Worlds will definitely be double restricted, but this one is definitely single restricted. This format ends at the end of August. They've already said so.
And of course, there's still 2 more champions to be added. The next one is in Indianapolis. Do you think you have what it takes? Register for the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Put yourself out there and
okay, so restricted Pokemon are
regional champion.
Hold on. I got the answer for you.
Yeah, so here we have some scenic footage of the wonderful Indianapolis. I've spent many summers in this city. Many summers in the city of Indianapolis.
Back before the age of international championships, we had U.S. Nationals in Indianapolis many, many times. So if you're familiar with that
The
city
short answer is it just means that.
Stockholm for the regional championships the
Alright,
prior the
here's the
weekend
list.
after.
Short answer is like it's a box legendary Pokemon. These are Pokemon that you can't normally have on your team outside of when the format allows you to. And they are typically Pokemon that appear on the box art of.
The turtle's got it in him to make it.
Oh, am I like dropping a ton of frames? What happened here?
You are dropping a lot of frames, yeah.
What on earth?
Up near the top of the
I have too many tabs open, probably.
Probably also up there. I think
What's
I
happening?
My more out there bet right now on Zamazinta. I think that's a pretty cool Pokemon.
That's a pretty cool one.
Hold on.
I like that. I'm just gonna say what Len said.
What's happening?
Is that still a valid answer for that? Can I still say that?
We'll go lap some Zamazinta teams together, Dwee.
All right.
Next time you have to answer first, Dwee.
Huh?
Next time you have to
Something is suddenly using 100% of my GPU.
All right, so that's how you.
Am I being like Bitcoin mined by Bulbapedia?
That's smart.
I'm gonna close this and tell it to go away. I have no idea. Weird. We lost audio on these boys as well. But yeah, the short answer, sorry, Jessa, is like box legend Pokemon, like your Kyogres, your Groudons, your Ho-Oh, Lugia, the new bike legendaries, Calyrex, for example, from the DLC, etc., etc. So those are the restricted Pokemon. The new format allows you to have one of them on your team. The eventual endgame format for this will allow you to have two of them. That's going to be next Worlds, not this coming Worlds. And that's pretty much all there is.
The Orlando Regional Championships, and we hope you stick around for our future.
Oh, your stream is dropping like crazy.
I have no idea what happened.
Of all of the action that happened here in the Orlando Regional Championships.
Yeah, it's just like, it's actually saying Discord is using most of my GPU.
I was gonna say, if you wanna cancel Discord
did.
stream. I mean, the audio's coming through fine.
What happened? I don't know. Well, good thing we're at the end of the day here. Maybe it's just tired. Okay, yeah. As soon as I stopped doing that, my GPU went back to normal. I don't know why suddenly then it was like, this is simply now too much. But we're good now. Yeah. So sorry, I was trying to show you a visual, but I don't know.
Oh, yeah. We are back to normal now if you want to try for a visual.
Sure. These guys. It's this list. So like Mewtwo, Lugia, Ho-Oh, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, Reshiram, Zekrom, Kyurem, their various fused forms. Xerneas and Yveltal and Zygarde are not in the game currently, but I think they will be before the end of the generation. You're not going to run Cosmog or Cosmom because they're not fully evolved, but Solgaleo, Lunala, Necrozma, their various fused forms, Zacian, Zamazenta, Eternatus, Calyrex and his various fused forms, Koraidon, Miraidon, and newly introduced Terapagos are the restricted Pokemon. They are the legendaries that appear on the box art of the games, and as of the start of May, going into Indianapolis and Los Angeles, we will be allowed to have one of them on our team. My chosen champion for this format is going to be Ho-Oh. I believe in Ho-Oh. I'm a Ho-Oh bro over here. And I think we're going to do great things together. But most people pick something like Kyogre, Groudon, one of them, or Zacian, or Miraidon, is what I've seen most of. But it'll be interesting to see which one people pick. Because it kind of really changes the format to like a team leader kind of thing. Whereas currently everybody has to pull their weight, but with the new so much emphasis being on one very powerful Pokemon, you can kind of pick the other 5 all the way around them. And like it's okay to have to burn your Terastallization, i.e. changing your type, on your restricted Pokemon because they're that important. So it does definitely change how the game is played, and I think it changes how teams are going to be built as well. It'll be very interesting to see. Double restricted is end of the year, or end of the game's life cycle. You'll be allowed to have 2 of these, and then it's just like all bets are off. It's just a kaiju slugfest out here. Where you're just doing big damage to each other. But right now with just one, it's a little bit more manageable. Anyway, Penny, do you have any closing remarks before I end it up for the day?
I love Pokemon.
Wow.
Wolf Glick is my Oshi. I'm glad to see him win it again.
True and real. Trying to see if there's anybody cool and fun to rate right now. I'm like, oh, Pokemon is streaming. Wow, I should rate into them.
And read the official Pokemon TCG stream.
Oh, I'm sure they'd love that, right?
For the most boring top 8 of all time.
Rude. I have a rare moment where I don't have like any personal friends streaming, I don't think. Do you have anybody to recommend for me to raid into? Otherwise, I'll just like not raid.
The only people on my follow list that are streaming right now are already very well established, popular
Okay.
streamers.
I don't need to do that then. Huh.
I do not think Matara Khan needs the viewers.
No. Not that like obviously I've got a healthy viewing here or audience here. It would definitely bolster her numbers.
I don't know. Maybe find like a small Pokemon streamer.
Oh, I do have somebody who I can send you in for. This guy was in here earlier. I met him at Vancouver. He's friends of Professor Tiberius. Raid this fella. He's doing art right now. Looks like he's doing art of his VTuber character who is his like OC.
Oh, sweet.
So go be nice to him. He's also a big Pokemon fan, so, you know, etc., etc. Anyway, that's going to do it for me. I'll be back Tuesday with possibly more Dynamax adventures, trying to get that shiny Ho-Oh. And then I think on Saturday, late, I have a collab scheduled for that new game, Content Warning, I think it's called. I've never played it before, but people wanted to play it with me for some reason. So I'll be doing that. Details TBD. I think it's going to be like 8 p.m. Eastern, because I have to coordinate with people in the Asian region. So that'll be fun. Anyway. One last pass around for any closing remarks, Penny.
I got nothing.
Awesome.
I don't
Cool.
know.
That's fine. It does seem pretty fun. I'm not a big gamer, so I don't know what to expect. Anyway, that's going to do it for me. I'm going to go finally eat dinner. Bonus era, and good night.